I recorded my first YouTube video at 14, exactly 6 years ago. And since then, I've worked on every type of YouTube channel you can imagine. Motivational channels, YouTube automation channels, entertainment channels, gaming channels, and educational personal brand. And today I want to give you the most comprehensive guide about YouTube I could possibly make. Not just because of the results I've generated, which I will talk about in a second, but because of how I see the game. 14, I wanted to become a gamer YouTuber, but I failed badly. And after that, I made a promise to myself that I would never let anyone else stay stuck because nobody could explain YouTube properly. So this won't be another video full of fake tips. I am going to break down YouTube into psychological principles, clear mechanics, and a system you can follow step by step. From mindset to idea, to title, to thumbnail, to hook, to script and conversion. And while this is optimized for business owners who want to attract clients, this will improve any channel. Because truth is, most people aren't failing from a lack of effort, they are failing because they don't understand what actually makes content work. And no, this is not theory. The first brand I applied these principles to now has over 500 million views. Actually, the first video we made together generated more than 16 million views. And again, this system has been tested across more than 50 channels now, in a dozen niches. So if you stick with me, I will completely change how you view YouTube. And if you would rather compress this entire process and implement it with guidance, you can book a call with me and my team, and we will personally help you scale. But let's get into it. Hello and welcome to the introductory video of the YouTube Client Acquisition Mastery. So let's talk about what you need to know before we start the YouTube course. So the very first thing you have to understand is my operating principle. The second thing is long form content and why is that? And the third thing is being the organic views. So let's talk about them. So the very first thing is my operating principle and how basically I teach you stuff, which is give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, but teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. And I will never give you a fish. You're not going to see an example in this course where I'm going to tell you like, hey, place a wow face on your thumbnail or something like this, or place this word in your title. Because if something like that happens, you're not going to know how YouTube inherently works, and you're never ever going to succeed with YouTube. So that's why something like that never going to happen. Rather, I will teach you how to fish. I will teach you the principles which is required for you to succeed. And my hope with that is that you're not just going to succeed on YouTube, but also you will take a different look about life itself. A reason for this is because I'm going to teach you guys more principles from a perspective of systems thinking and first principle thinking. You don't have to know what this means. Don't be afraid of hearing these words. What this basically means is that you guys are going to understand YouTube on such an incremental basis where for you to succeed with YouTube is going to be absolutely easy, even though before you thought of YouTube as complicated. And that's why maybe about whole life you're going to have a different look, because if you can systemize so much YouTube, meaning you can break it down into guides which you can follow through step by step, then everything else could be the same. And of course, I want you guys to come out of this course much more successfully and most importantly smarter, and I want you guys to get a bunch of views on the back end as well. So that was my operating principle. So let's talk about the second step, which is only long form content. We only teach you and deal with long form content regarding YouTube. There is one place where we mention shorts or anything else, but at the moment we only teach you and deal with long form content. This will or may change in the future. So why is that? Because if you imagine your business success as dominoes, each bigger after the other, the smallest will later down the line hit the biggest, and meaning you have that, you succeeded with that. And the question becomes, you have to identify what is the smallest thing you can do right now, which can later down the line push down the biggest domino. It would be YouTube for your business. YouTube. Now, again, if you imagine a domino line with your YouTube channel's success as the biggest domino, which later down the line have to push down the biggest domino, which is the business success, it would be long form content. So the smallest thing you can do, which will later down the line push down the biggest thing, which is your business success, then it would be long form content. And I can reason that from multiple perspectives, where shorts potentially, like think about shorts within YouTube, like shorts, like it's just not intentional viewers. While long form content, you build more trust. Viewers are intentional, they are clicking because they want to learn more. There's a much more reasons why long form content is the key, and that's why we only use that. So yes, as you guys have seen here, because that attracts high quality leads plus intentional viewers and warms up until they buy. So if there is something we don't talk about in this course, like shorts, for example, or how to design your YouTube channel, which is profile pic, banner, and these sorts of things, that means those sorts of things are not important enough to be even mentioned for YouTube channel's success. And I want you guys to be aware of this, because I don't want anyone to ask me on WhatsApp or anywhere else, which is like, what should be my profile pic? What should be my banner? These things are the least important. Have something clean, and that's all. Like have or your name, for example. Like have your name, as simple as that. But yeah, that's about only long form content. So let's talk about the third thing, which is organic views. We are in the business to make money with YouTube, not to flex who has higher subscriber counts. This is really important. And if you're in this program, it means you're thinking like that as well. But what that also means is that we don't do anything which is kinda scammy. We don't buy organic views, we don't buy comments, we don't buy subs, nothing like that. We are here to attract organically our target audience to our YouTube channel, and later down the line generate some revenue from them through pushing them through step by step on a funnel. So just to clarify, as mentioned again, what we don't teach is not important enough to be mentioned. And I had to say this because some people like to use advertising to get views and these sorts of things. That's not going to help you generate more revenue later down the line, because YouTube ads is just completely different. I don't want to touch on that right now. Later, potentially, we will teach that as well. So this is important. We don't do anything scammy. We are only here to attract organically our target audience to our YouTube channel, and later down the line generate some revenue from them. So just to clarify again, as mentioned, what we don't teach is not important enough to be mentioned. So if you would still come asking about something that we didn't teach you, but from some kind of guru, you know how important it is to get views, then it means that your fundamentals and what we're going to talk about in a second are flawed, and you need to work on that. And this is absolutely important, guys. Some people will come to me saying that, Robert, I haven't got the views that I wanted on this video. I think it's tags, it's the description, it's X, Y, and Z. It means for me that your fundamentals of how to create high quality YouTube content is just flawed, and that's what you need to work on. I know this right now at the moment. So yeah, I hope this guys make sense. So let's talk about the second step. Now, understanding the stages of a YouTube channel is going to be the foundation where we operate from. Meaning, most likely what stage you are in dictates what you need to do to succeed. So let's talk about the YouTube stages. So just to clarify, the reason we talk about stages for YouTube channel is because that helps us identify what current bottlenecks there could be in your YouTube channel, and we can solve them much quicker. But before I would talk about the stages, I want you to understand the fact that they are not binary. This is crucial. there will be multiple stages, but it doesn't mean that you're in stage number 1 and let's say your content is absolute trash as an example, but rather it's on a scale, meaning you're still in stage number 1 because your content is only 60% perfected as an example. So there will be problems which we somewhat clarify in these stages, but I don't want you guys to go through these stages thinking that, oh, I'm in this stage, or no, I'm in this stage, or I'm in this stage. You're in multiple stages because it's binary. You're not in this, that, or the other. You're in a range, if that makes sense. And so I want you guys to think about these stages as a progress level rather than binary places you can be in. And from now on, your only goal is to progress up the stages as fast as possible. That's your goal. So how does these stages look like? This is it. We start with the beginner stage, where slowly you're creating multiple content. Oh, of course, let me clarify, this is growth of your channel in subscribers, and this is the time it elapses. And basically, there will be the beginner stage where you create content and most likely nothing really major happens. Nothing major happens. Then you will just blow up. One video just perfect and it will blow up your entire channel. Now, this could mean you will get 10k views, 100k views, or 200k views. It's not really specific. I cannot tell you how much you're going to get as views when you blow up, but something like that. Then you plateau. And this is seen many times with big YouTube channels where, yes, they are slowly generating views, but nothing really crazy happens. And you could go into a decline stage as well. But right now, I don't want you to worry about the decline stage because that's not really going to happen at the moment for you. And let me read through what is here. The decline stage for you is only going to happen if you luckily blow up or you made some incorrect decisions. For example, buying SEO optimization. But let's talk about the chart here. Let's go through it again. There is no timeline and no growth cap. This is very important to understand that I didn't write here how much time it is, or I didn't write here how much views you can get or how much subs you can get, sorry. What this means for you is that firstly, the time it takes to succeed only depends on you. How fast can you apply what we teach and solve the upcoming problems that may require my one-on-one help with your YouTube channel? Secondly, the growth of your channel is not capped by any number besides how much people are there who would consume your content on YouTube platform. I have to change this because, I cannot. On the YouTube platform. Because if there is only 8,000 people watching what you're creating or in that niche or whatever you want to name it, then only you're going to have on max 8,000 subscribers. But if there are 7 billion people in that, then you can have 7 billion people subscribing to your channel. So this is how you have to think about it. So if you understand these two things, we have to agree on one thing, which is you're not in this course because you plateaued after a huge success or your YouTube channel is declining. You're not, you don't have, let's say, 100,000 subs and your channel is plateaued where you don't get any extra plus views. You are right now in a place where you want to grow it as high as possible at the moment. So you're either a complete beginner, or you have some content published already, or you have some semi-viral content, but nothing consistent. But nothing is really working, if that makes sense. Let me clarify what I mean. You don't understand why one of your content gets 200 views and the other gets 5. This is a very usual problem. Or YouTube confuses you with data like 25% click-through rate, then 0.5% click-through rate in the same video in just, let's say, 24-hour time period. Or you're uncertain about your content. It's like, is this title, thumbnail, hook good or not? You're unsure. And if this resonates with you, I will literally change your life with what you're going to learn. Now, most of our program about YouTube from this point is going to be about getting into the blow up stage and maximizing how much growth you get. Because most of y'all is basically here, or some of y'all are in this period. But what I want to focus on is how can all of you, let's say these, get here as fast as possible, but don't just grow to here, but grow up to there. That's my goal with this course. And in order for this to truly happen, we will only focus on 3 things. And this is the truth. We will only focus on 3 things. One is targeting. Second is high quality content creation. Third is the optimization. That's how it looks like. And we have to dial in your targeting. We have to create exceptionally high quality content, and we have to optimize tiny details around your YouTube channel. And that's how we are going to get here and grow the highest we can. So this is a quick disclaimer. Some of you may think that, hey, oh my God, I just need the optimization. That's all. I don't need anything else. But to be transparent, if that's truly what you think, then you need this course the most. Because YouTube doesn't work like that. Some optimization techniques are not going to get you 20, 30, 40, or 100K real subs. But this opens the question then, how does YouTube fundamentally work and how do I succeed? So let's talk about that. How does YouTube actually works? So let's talk about that, and how I'm going to teach you that is very simple. Firstly, I'm going to talk about actually YouTube, and secondly, I'm going to talk about a metaphor I absolutely love to explain YouTube. So let's dig into YouTube to understand, and secondly, let me explain a metaphor that will change everything for you. So what is YouTube? This is my first question, because it's not a platform, guys. You have to understand this. YouTube is not a platform. YouTube is a company which product is a platform. Why it's in these, I don't know what it's called. Why I've written like it is because YouTube is owned by Google. So technically it's, I don't know, sub company, I don't know, but it's a company, which is product is a platform. And so if it's a company, it needs to make a profit. That's his only goal as a company. If it's not a non-charity, but it's not a charity. Or sorry, if it's not a non-profit, aka charity, then its only goal is to make a profit. So the question becomes, how do you profit from a platform? Like if your product is a platform, how do you profit from it? So for us to understand that, we need to understand what keeps a platform alive in the first place. And that's easy because until a platform has creators and consumers, the platform will keep functioning, right? Because what a platform does is matches creators with consumers, simply said. And so YouTube as the platform will keep functioning until creators' content satisfy the needs of the viewers. And this is really, really important, because this means that if the viewers see so many high quality content that only that satisfy their needs, then it's not that, it's you have to create very, very high quality content as well to match that in order for you to be rewarded the viewer's attention. So this is really important. And this is where basically YouTube's goal will show itself. Because if YouTube shows a consumer a content that satisfies them, they will watch through the content and they will see more ads, and that will lead to more profit. But if they will watch it and it will satisfy them. They will be happy consumers. They will come back again. They will watch more ads and more profit comes from that. And again, if they have more happy customers, the higher the business evaluation goes, they have higher stock prices and they make more money. So this is where YouTube's goal is really shown, because ultimately YouTube's only goal for profit, this is important, for profit, is to serve a viewer a piece of content that satisfies them. This is crucial to understand. And the algorithm that you're so afraid of is just asking this simple question, which is working on this basic principle, which is serve a viewer a piece of content that satisfies them. Because if the algorithm wouldn't be written to do this, then the whole platform would fail. Because if the other side would happen, if YouTube shows a consumer content that does not satisfy them, they will not watch through the content, they will see less ads, they will make less profit, or overall they will go and lose money, or because the people who actually advertise on the platform won't come back because there will be no consumer to advertise for. And if the algorithm shows a consumer a content that does not satisfy them, they will not be a happy customer, so they won't come back again. So they will lose not just on more profit, but also they will lose on business evaluation, which leads to again more money. So if YouTube wouldn't focus on serving a viewer a piece of content that satisfies them, it would just crumble. So that's basically the algorithm. And if you truly understand this, you're not going to be focusing on YouTube. You are not. Rather the human mind / psyche. So you're able to satisfy them. So YouTube will serve your content in front of more people. So I hope, guys, this makes sense, because that's what you need to focus on. And this is where my metaphor comes in, so let me explain. Because YouTube is like a huge candy shop. That's the reality. And every candy is a piece of content. And every customer is a viewer. And these customers have different tastes. So some customers like vanilla, some like caramel, some like chocolate. And because of this candy shop, and because of this, like customers have different tastes, the candy shop arranges the candies by taste. One shelf is just vanilla taste. One shelf is just caramel taste. One shelf is just chocolate taste. And you, as the creator, you're basically the candy maker. You create a piece of candy which is going to be shown in front of the customer within a aggregation of different candies. I hope until now it's clear and visible for you. Like, you are the candy maker, you make a piece of candy, and that candy is going to be placed on the candy shop next to the similar taste of candies, and customers are going to come and buy your candy. So let's say this is the shelf where your candies are. So 1 candy, 2 candy, 3 candy, 4 candy, 5 candy, 6. And basically one of those is your candy. Now, this is the question. If you, as the candy maker, you want to sell as much candy as possible, what would you do? So really think about it. What does selling as much as candy possibly means here? Well, simply said, get as many customers to buy your candy. So on YouTube terms, click on your video, or basically become fans of you. So one thing to clarify, because we could answer this question, is just as a good content has 2 building elements, and you will learn about this later, a good candy has 2 building elements as well. And one of them is the look of the candy, which is basically packaging. and the other is the taste of the candy, which is the content itself in that video. So I hope this makes sense. And now, let's hypothetically think, what would you do specifically to sell as many candy as possible? Now, because of the mass competition with the candies on the same shelf, you would focus on creating a packaging that would catch the customer's eyes, so they actually buy it. Second, you will make sure that what they eat/taste as in the candy is not awful, so they didn't buy an atrocious tasting candy, but rather one that tastes magnificent. But now that you have a packaging that gets someone to buy, and it has a good taste, you have recurring customers. Could be 10, 100, 1,000, any number of recurring customers. But now you don't want to completely change the taste of your candy randomly, because that would put your recurring customers off, meaning this is not what I signed up for. And fourth is that you would be always testing variables when it comes to packaging plus the taste, hoping something will be so good that customers will line up before your candy. And this is where you reach the blow up stage. So let's talk about YouTube terms. YouTube has a mass competition. Everyone is posting YouTube content. The problem becomes, how can you stand out? And this is where you have to focus on creating a packaging that would catch the customer's eye, your title and thumbnail, so they actually see it and they actually click on it. Now, after they clicked on it, you will have to make sure that what they consume in the on the video itself is not awful. So it's not that a shitty video is something valuable, something that is magnificent. And if the two things happens, because of this good taste, because of the good packaging, people click on it, and your actual candy has good taste, people will come back to watch your newer content, until you're focusing on creating a similar content, meaning that you don't just randomly change what you're talking about. Because then the recurring customers who subscribe to your channel, and they will see more your titles, your thumbnails, and they will click on it again. And if the content is completely different, then they are going to be disliking you, and they will leave and never ever buy your candy again. Now, if this is true, if this is right, you have good packaging, so actual customers click on your video. Your content is good, like it's averagely good. I don't want you to create the, I don't want you to be worried about it. It's averagely good. And you create similar pieces of content back to back. The fourth thing to actually succeed is to test as much variables with the packaging and the taste, hoping that something will actually just blow up. So think about it. Everything has ingredients. Like a good packaging for a candy has some kind of basic ingredients which you have to use to put it together. In a similar fashion for the candy's taste, there are ingredients you put together. A little bit you're always going to try and test. Hopefully something will be just so good that people are going to be like, I want this, I want this, I want this. And this is where you have reached up to the blow up stage, because you have found a variable within the packaging and within the content that will just blow your channel up. And I haven't written it down here, but when you have that, you repeat it. You just repeat it. And that's YouTube's success, simply said. And yeah, this is the secret to YouTube. If you have amazing packaging, killer high quality content, and not switching niches every other day and being consistent, but testing and testing titles, content, explanations, everything, you are going to succeed with YouTube. And there is no hack or any kind of trash like that. Only the pure dedication to master creating amazing candy. That's the secret to YouTube. Because think about it. If a candy maker would go after creating a candy to the candy shop's owner to complain how no one is buying his candy, even though it's in the shop and every customer sees it, then it would be fair to say that that candy maker is a bit crazy, no? Why doesn't he just make candy that people actually want to buy and eat? It makes complete sense when you're talking about it from third eye perspective, but with your own content, do you see it? Would you ask this question from yourself if you're not generating results? And about that, do you think a candy shop has an algorithm? So let's find out. Okay, so let's talk about how the algorithm works. I'm actually happy that you guys now understand how YouTube fundamentally works, and that means it's time that we talk about the so-called algorithm. So a quick recap is that YouTube's sole goal is to keep a viewer on the platform by showing them content that satisfies their needs, so it creates the positive feedback loop. And so what the algorithm is really trying to do is match as much possible a viewer with a piece of content. But there are 3 important details to this. And first is that no one knows how the algorithm works. Not me, not a so-called expert, not even the creator of the algorithm. Like, not even them. Now, how could this be? Because an algorithm like this, like YouTube's algorithm, works with billions, if not trillions of variables at a single given time, and it's trying to match videos with viewers with these. If X, then Y, else Z workflows. So how does it mean? YouTube thinks if this video is X, then it will be shown to a Y viewer, otherwise to a Z viewer. And the depth of these algorithms is just so massive. And every single given time, an algorithm successfully matches a video with a viewer, that's training data for itself, and it just gets better. So it's not just the algorithms are huge by themselves, but the more they work, the better they become, and it's a huge reinforcing feedback loop. And this is why no one really knows how the algorithm works. And this was just a very quick heads up that even though I can tell you how it works, it's not 100% right because no one really knows. Now let's talk about the second thing, which is video categorization. And everyone loves to talk about ways YouTube pushes your content to the viewers, but no one focuses on how YouTube understands your content. And why is this so important? Well, it's simple. Because the algorithm doesn't decide what's the target audience based on titles, tags, hashtags. That's just bullshit. It does an actual deep dive into your content, analyzing the topics you're talking about, the words that you're using, subtle cues about your audience. And of course, the longer your content is better in this scenario. Now, not talk about huge hours here, but a 10-second video is not enough for the algorithm to be able to categorize your content, but rather a 10-minute is already enough. Now, when it has data, it categorizes your video into a group of videos that are the most similar to yours at that time. Then comes the search for the audience. And here's the audience matching. So first, let's talk about the audience. So what YouTube does is categorizes the viewers into groups based on their watch history. And this is what we call a persona. Persona A watches film reviews, Persona C watches gaming, Persona D watches Amazon KDP, Persona B watches AI tips or regarding something AI. And inside each of these personas, there are sub-personas which basically are the congregation of all of these personas, if that makes sense. Because in the film reviews, there could be a sub persona A who watches film reviews, watches AI, watches business content. And sub persona A could be film reviews, tech, and professional life. And sub persona A could be film reviews, cats, and traveling. And so these big personas basically overlap into creating sub personas. And this is how YouTube categorizes viewers. And now when YouTube publish a piece of content, YouTube categorizes your video. And it will search from already existing watch history data which persona or sub-persona would watch that, and shows that audience your video. And based on the feedback it gets, it pushes it more or stops completely. Now let's show an example. Because let's say you create a video how to make 10K per month with an AI agency. And the target audience is going to be sub-persona F, and it has 45,000 people in it who are all interested in AI agency, and business content. And so let's monitor YouTube's algorithm in real time. So what YouTube does is YouTube will push out your content. So as you can see, these are impressions, and this is the time delay. YouTube pushes out your content to 100 viewers, and it is waiting for feedback, but it doesn't flatlines, it gets a little traction. Still, it's waiting for feedback, like how these people actually interacted with this video. Like, cause don't think that YouTube thinks that if someone clicked once on the video and watched for, I don't know, 32 seconds is the only data YouTube thinks of this viewer. Now YouTube is like, okay, this doesn't inherently mean that this person is not going to watch it anymore. Potentially they were interrupted, potentially something happened. So it just has this little time for feedback. And so this happens. Now this happens again, which is if the feedback is good, YouTube will push it out to more and more viewers until leading to an exponential growth, which is not linear upwards, but rather a 45-degree line upwards. I hope that makes sense. But this is what happens. Now, if the feedback is bad, meaning that when YouTube waited, the feedback is back, two things can happen. Either it flatlines completely, or just slowly grows for a long time. Now, I have to check this. Yep. This is what happens if the feedback is good, the feedback is bad. This is how the algorithm works. Now, this is easily understandable, but the whole algorithm changes a bit after you build an audience, because from there on won't be only persona and sub-persona, but also cold, warm, and hot audiences, where cold means that they never seen your or any of your content, warm means that they have seen one of your 2 thumbnails or even watched one of your content, and hot means that they have watched multiple content, subscribed, and even came back to watch more content. And now with an audience, when you publish a video that the algo pushes it firstly to the hot audience, then the warm audience, and then the cold audience. And when you get a huge cold audience, that's when you just blow the heck up. And this is how you have to imagine it, where your channel has a hot, warm, and cold audience like close to it. And so what happens is YouTube categorizes this video which you created and just pushes out to one persona or sub-persona, like something specifically pushes it out. Then based on the feedback it gets, it tries to push it out to more, or then tries to push it to the warm, and it goes deeper and deeper and deeper until you just have a bunch of views basically. And this is how YouTube's algorithm really works. And so the fact is, when you publish, the algorithm really shows it to your hot audience first and waits for feedback. Then based on the feedback shows it to the warm audience, then again waits for feedback, then the feedback shows it to the cold audience and again waits on feedback. And this is how it would basically look like. Which is, this is your warm audience, this is your hot audience, sorry, this is your warm audience, and this is your cold audience being pushed out. And as you can see, there are these drops where YouTube is thinking, and this is good sign when you can see your reach tab look like this, because then YouTube is really thinking about what's happening. And this is when you blow up. YouTube finds a massive cold audience that fucks with your content, so to speak. But you know, the question becomes, what happens if potentially the hot and warm audience don't have the right feedback? So if YouTube decides here that, hey, this doesn't react well, like, that's all, see you later. But that's not the truth. Immediately it will plateau. That's the truth. But the algorithm won't stop pushing your content if that specific content is averagely good. Meaning that for some reason it underperformed with hot/warm audience, but the content in itself is valuable. And that's why this can happen, and this is just crazy. March 24th, 2024, this video was published. Mid-June, more than a year and 3 months later, this video just bang. It took 450 days to really find the audience for this video. That's just crazy. But it found it. It just found it. And that has to be your perspective as well. Amazing content for viewers and not algorithm changing, because the algorithm is smart. Remember this. And let me tell you what you really need to focus on in reality if you check the next piece of content. So let's talk about the donkey and a carrot metaphor, because a lot of you are going to think after I teach you everything that you need to know that, hey, YouTube is just so complicated, man. Oh my God, it's hard to crack. And while that may be true that there are complications here, before we would even get there, I want you to be this donkey, which is the donkey that has a carrot in front of him. The reason for this is because when you have a carrot in front of you, you're still moving forwards. Because yes, it could be harder than you thought. Yes, something isn't really working for you. Yes, you're going to reach out for me, but I cannot, call up YouTube and say, hey, push this video out. I can give you all the details. I can help in as many shapes as possible, but I cannot call up YouTube. But if you have this carrot in front of you, you're going to be moving forwards. So that's the YouTube game, basically. Whatever results may be, you have to be consistent. Otherwise, you're never going to be successful. And I bet my life, if you focus on authenticity and value, you will progress astonishingly quickly. And authenticity meaning that you're yourself and you're not trying to fake anything. You speak about your experiences, your failures, your lessons, and you're speaking like yourself, like you would be talking to your homie, your friend. And value meaning that you focus all your energy providing as much value as physically possible. You go in depth, you explain from multiple perspectives, you actually create value that you will change lives with. You're going to succeed. Like if you focus on these two things, you will. Because your authentic touch will build a connection with your viewers, and the value you provided will build reciprocity, meaning depth, and positions you as an expert. So if you wouldn't understand what reciprocity means here, the value you will provide will make people feel indebted for you. and they're going to want to repay you for that, meaning buying your program or just doing something like that. But also the value you provide will position you as an expert. And until that's the carrot you're focused on, being authentic to yourself and providing as much value as you can possibly can, nothing can go wrong. And of course, if you learn the fundamentals of providing value, but I want you to deeply understand the importance of authenticity and value. Because until you're yourself and you focus your energy on helping others, nothing can hold you back with YouTube. Of course, there will be techniques, tactics, and these sorts of things to actually get more views, like how to say a hook, how to put together a better thumbnail, how to do this, how to write a better title, how to provide the easiest way possible the value. But until you're authentic in your videos and you share as much value as possible, there is nothing that can physically hold you back from succeeding with YouTube. And that's why the donkey and the carrot example is something that I want you to keep in mind, because it will get complex sometimes, it will get complicated, but this is what you need to do. So with that said, let's move to the next video. So now let's talk about the mental games you can play with YouTube. Meaning, before I could teach you the really nitty-gritty detailed stuff, it's crucial to be in the right mindset for YouTube. Because if you're anxious, stressed, or overthinking your content creation, that will just show in your content and your viewers don't really want to listen to you. So I want to share with you the 3 different mental modes I used to have to the right mindset. So let's talk about it. The very first thing is the leader frame. And this is absolutely simple. The realization that someone clicked on your video from 10,000 others, meaning they respect you with their time, energy, and expect you to be their leader for the next 10, 20, 30 minutes. And that means you earn the right to take the video in any direction necessary until you facilitate a positive transformation they signed up for when they clicked. And this is the leader frame. When you're not creating your video thinking about, oh, is someone going to click on my video, or being anxious, or just trying to rush your words because you're trying to get someone to watch through your whole content. No, you are the leader because someone clicked on your content. Someone took the time to click on your content from thousands and thousands of others, meaning they respect you with their time and energy and expect you to be their leader. And that means that here you earn the right to take the video in any direction necessary until you facilitate the positive transformation they signed up for when they clicked. If you bait them, they will be angry. So, in other words, you have full authority over them, sort of. Like, you cannot do everything, but you have full authority. So that was the leader frame. Now let's talk about the loom/advice frame. Did that ever happen to you where your friend asked for advice on a topic? In/out of business, doesn't matter. And if the answer for you is yes, I want you to remember how you acted. You didn't hesitate, you weren't afraid or anxious. You were fully confident helping your friend with one specific thing. And that's the mental frame I want you to adopt, where creating a YouTube video is the same as giving advice, giving advice / recording a loom or a voice memo to your friend, because just like your friend asked you for advice, someone else clicked on your video unspokenly asking for your help. So you have to be the person who is giving the advice, and then you have to adapt into this mindset that you are the leader and these people are looking for your help unspokenly. And you could reason here that, yes, Robert, that advice was for just one person. YouTube is completely different. And I would agree with you. But even if your YouTube video is seen by 10 million people, they all watch it one by one. And to clarify, I still do this before every video I record. I imagine that I'm talking to my friend, specifically for one friend in my mind, and that places me into this mindset where I can quickly, this places me into this mindset very quickly, and I can speak with full confidence. So this is exactly what you need to do. I hope it makes sense. So the next thing is the alpha male frame. So we have to start with talking about evolution first, because in the wilderness, or wild, I don't know how to say it, there is two types of male monkeys: the average male and the alpha male. And why is this important? Because this then explains that you can be either a descendant of an alpha male bloodline or an average male bloodline. And there's a huge difference between them. While alpha males are alpha males, right? They don't care because they're strong, they're the king. This is the alpha male mindset. Average males, on the other hand, live by the fear of being killed, excluded, or ashamed, and this seeps into their action. They live in the shadows and just obey the rules which was given for them. And they try to be small to hide because they are afraid of being killed, excluded, or shamed. And how this comes together is that if you're not born from an alpha male bloodline, this will this will manifest into your content, which is the natural state of the average male bloodline will manifest into your content. You stutter, you're afraid to speak, you rush with your words, you speak faster than you used to, you don't want to publish your videos, you're just trying so hard because the average male bloodline. And this is how you act, but that needs to be sorted. How? That's the question. There's one common behavior in the alpha males, and if you recreate that, you can unlock the hidden alpha male inside you, because there is definitely some parts of your DNA or your bloodline which is an alpha male mindset, which is taking up space physically and mentally, because alpha males just don't care about shit. They just take up space physically and they are chill as fuck. I hope that makes sense. So instead of doing this physically, you're going to do it mentally. And let me explain how. Watch this video.
Hey guys, it's Will, and in this video I want to tell you step by step how I made $16.4 million through my online education company, so that you can copy me and do the same, or at least very similar to what I've done. I'm sure that you're not going to do exactly the same, because that would probably be pretty impossible. But I'm just going to share the story with you. I'm going to share exactly how it happened, step by step, so that you can hopefully grab a pen, grab a piece of paper, make notes as I tell you this story. And then hopefully, if you are somewhere on the journey, I hope that there's something in here that you can pinpoint for yourself and help you either course correct if you need to, or just learn something that's going to help you get further and get to the next level. Okay, so maybe a bit of a long video. I'm going to go pretty in depth. I'm really going to tell you everything in this video. So let's get into it. So to begin with, for those of you who maybe don't know who I am.
The bro just doesn't care. You can say this. Like, he just takes up space. And in a similar way where alpha males just couldn't care about shit, because if something is bad, like in the form of someone's trying to go against them, someone just challenges them, they just beat the shit out of that other monkey. In a similar fashion, you can see this, and it comes through the video where he just takes up space because he is the alpha male. And this is what you need to do. As you can see, he stutters, he drinks coffee, he messes up, he still doesn't care, doesn't try to course correct himself. He's taking up space mentally. He's just there. You either accept me or you don't. I don't care. I am this person. He operates from the perspective of he deserves the view, or he just doesn't care if you watch it or not. I am going to do it my way, whether you're interested or not. He is the alpha male. So how can you replicate this? You have to operate from a perspective that you have the knowledge others crave. And so if they want it, they must abide by the rules that you create for your own video. And this aligns very well with the leader frame, where it's not just the perspective that you have the knowledge, but you are leading them through this knowledge. So you have to abide by your rules because you have full authority over them until you actually facilitate the transformation you promised for them when they signed up. So that's how these mental games look like in order for you to actually succeed. So with that said, let's go to the next video. So what is targeting? And basically targeting answers the question, who do you want to attract? That's basically targeting. You don't have to overcomplicate targeting. Who do you want to attract? But this can be done through different methods, and that's the problem, which is here you are and you want to attract a person. And the method is how you're going to attract your target audience. And that's what we need to talk about first, because different methods have different strategies for targeting. So think about it like on Facebook, when you're running ads, you can select agency owners, real estate agents, brick and mortar business owners, stuff like this. And only they will see your ad, meaning that targeting your target audience is just fairly simple, right? But YouTube is not like that. Because just as you learn, there's an algorithm that sorts your content to the viewer, and it is trying to sort the viewer in the best of its capabilities for the right viewer. But how do we know if it's doing it correctly, or how can we influence it to do it correctly? That's the question. Because, we don't really have a saying about who will see our content. So then what can we do to decide who clicks on the content? So I want you guys to do an exercise with me here, so you guys really understand targeting. So the question is, who would actually click and watch this content? Let's think about it. 10 years of e-commerce growth hacks from 50 million founder. Who would watch this content? Very simple. E-commerce founders, or interested in e-commerce, people who are just interested in e-commerce, or somewhat drop shippers in the e-com space would watch it, right? Like that's good. But who wouldn't watch this? But new moms wouldn't watch this video, right? Like, why would they watch this video? There's no point in them unless they're interested in e-commerce. So let's do another exercise. Who would watch this content? Speak like this to blow up your personal brand on YouTube. YouTubers, like 100% YouTubers would watch this. Personal brand owners, like the 100% they would watch it. Or IG creators as well would watch it. Like, speak like this to blow up on your personal brand. They would watch it. They could be. Like, that's why it's just not super green. It's just slightly green. Or TikTok creators also would watch this content. Or corporate professionals potentially would watch this content. Like, potentially they would. Now, a 14-year-old kid playing Fortnite wouldn't watch this content, right? I hope it makes sense. So let's talk about the next video. The ultimate step-by-step process of how to list and sell someone's home. New agents must watch this step-by-step process for selling a house. Who would watch this content? Well, every real estate agent would watch this content. Who would also watch this content? Realtors. Right. Like, they would watch this content. But also house flippers would watch this content, no? Like 100% they would. Or investment firms would potentially watch this content, no? Potentially. Or a moving family potentially would watch this content, no? But a teenager girl wouldn't watch this content. Like, there is no point for her to actually watch this content. And so the question becomes, what did you learn? And I think these examples really prove my point. They were even easy to guess, right? Who would watch and who wouldn't watch this content. But have you seen the pattern behind how can you target, meaning attract your target audience? Simple. On YouTube, you target your target audience's problems and desires. That's how you're going to attract your target audience. Because that's gonna force a click in the viewer, which will lead to the algorithm's feedback loop, which will attract your target audience to your channel, and that's the secret to targeting. It's not clicking a number, typing in the SEO thing, writing some description, some crazy hack. You talk about your target audience's problems and desires, and that will lead to the result you're looking for, which is attracting your target audience. So let's go to the next part, which is how to actually do this. Now we are going to go a bit specific. Now you understand the first principle of targeting. Now we are going to go one more step specific. So what is targeting? And basically targeting answers the question, who do you want to attract? That's basically targeting. You don't have to overcomplicate targeting. Who do you want to attract? But this can be done through different methods, and that's the problem, which is here you are and you want to attract a person. And the method is how you're going to attract your target audience. And that's what we need to talk about first, because different methods have different strategies for targeting. So think about it like on Facebook, when you're running ads, you can select agency owners, real estate agents, brick and mortar business owners, stuff like this. And only they will see your ad, meaning that targeting your target audience is just fairly simple, right? But YouTube is not like that, because just as you learn, there's an algorithm that sorts your content to the viewer, and it is trying to sort the viewer in the best of its capabilities for the right viewer. But how do we know if it's doing it correctly, or how can we influence it to do it correctly? That's the question. Because, we don't really have a saying about who will see our content. So then what can we do to decide who clicks on the content? So I want you guys to do an exercise with me here, so you guys really understand targeting. So the question is, who would actually click and watch this content? Let's think about it. 10 years of e-commerce growth hacks from 50 million founder. Who would watch this content? Very simple. E-commerce founders, or interested in e-commerce, people who are just interested in e-commerce, or somewhat drop shippers in the e-com space would watch it, right? Like that's good. But who wouldn't watch this? But new moms wouldn't watch this video, right? Like, why would they watch this video? There is no point in them unless they're interested in e-commerce. So let's do another exercise. Who would watch this content? Speak like this to blow up your personal brand on YouTube. YouTubers, like 100% YouTubers would watch this. Personal brand owners, like the 100% they would watch it. Or IG creators as well would watch it. Like, speak like this to blow up your personal brand. They would watch it. They could be. Like, that's why it's just not super green. It's just slightly green. Or TikTok creators also would watch this content. Or corporate professionals potentially would watch this content. Like, potentially they would. Now, a 14-year-old kid playing Fortnite wouldn't watch this content, right? I hope it makes sense. So let's talk about the next video. The ultimate step-by-step process of how to list and sell someone's home. New agents must watch this step-by-step process for selling a house. Who would watch this content? Well, a real estate agent would watch this content. Who would also watch this content? Realtors. Right. Like, they would watch this content. But also house flippers would watch this content, no? Like 100% they would. Or investment firms would potentially watch this content, no? Potentially. Or a moving family potentially would watch this content, no? But a teenager girl wouldn't watch this content. Like, there is no point for her to actually watch this content. And so the question becomes, what did you learn? And I think these examples really prove my point. They were even easy to guess, right? Who would watch and who wouldn't watch this content. But have you seen the pattern behind how can you target, meaning attract your target audience? Simple. On YouTube, you target your target audience's problems and desires. That's how you are going to attract your target audience. Because that's gonna force a click in the viewer, which will lead to the algorithm's feedback loop, which will attract your target audience to your channel, and that's the secret to targeting. It's not clicking a number, typing in the SEO thing, writing some description, some crazy hack. You talk about your target audience's problems and desires, and that will lead to the result you're looking for, which is attracting your target audience. So let's go to the next part, which is how to actually do this. Now we are going to go a bit specific. Now you understand the first principle of targeting. Now we are going to go one more step specific. So I want to talk about for you guys the mission approach, because if you correctly apply the mission approach, you can scale from less than 5k subs to insane numbers like 20, 30, 40, even 50k subs in just pure some months. And just to clarify, this is really what will get you to your first 50k subs, like honestly. But firstly, let's talk about the 3 crucial rules we must abide by, which have created the mission approach. So you guys now understand that you must target your audience's pain and desire points. That makes sense. And the second, which is I've already talked to you about, which is you have to be consistent. Otherwise, people just won't going to come back and watch your content. And so 80% of your last video's viewers should come back to watch your new content. That's consistency. And now the third thing, which is the first rule from the candy shop scaling metaphor, which is that because of the high competition, one must test dozens of packaging for the candy until it actually resonates / blows up. Now, these are the 3 rules or 3 crucial principles that created this mission approach. And these, yes, this is what I've said. And it simply means that you dedicate, okay, so what does, mission approach mean? And it simply means that you dedicate your channel to one specific mission. So you lock in the target audience pain and desire points, and you test as many ways to package that as possible, finding solutions that resonate with the market. That's the mission approach. So why does it work absolutely well? First, one mission. If you dedicate your channel to one mission, example, helping YouTubers generate more views, then you can lock in your audience. And with that, your audience will always come back to watch your content, creating compounding growth. So let me show you this. Where this is amazing. Where you create your first video, you get 100 natural views, and 80% of that will come and watch your next video. And you will have 180 views. And from that 100 again is natural. Then let's say your new video is again good, that you get 100 natural views, but 80% again comes back. So you mean that you get 144 views in plus. Then again, you create a new video, which is going to be 100 natural views again, plus 192 views from these videos. And so it just builds up. Together, using the mission approach, locking in your channel to one mission, so you get the compounding growth from 4 videos which naturally would have only generated 100 views. Together you generated 916 views. But this is a trash example. If you don't focus on one thing and you potentially can create the best videos, and for some reason all of your videos get 100 views naturally, which I would doubt, because if you're changing the mission or changing your topics all the time, YouTube won't push your content anymore. And so you get just 400 views based on 4 videos. And this is very, very pessimistic. But we did the same thing, but you use the compound effect and you dedicate your channel to one mission, you generate 916 views. So not just double that, but 2.3x of that. And these are just 4 videos. So what happens when you get 50 videos, you post 100 videos, and you're getting better and better and better, creating high quality content? Like, what will happen then? And I think now you really deeply understand the difference between dedicating your channel to one mission or hopping around with missions. The next reason why the mission approach works really well is the market sophistications, because markets are hard to crack. And just an example, think about right now starting a tech company and competing against Apple by creating a better phone than iPhone. Like, good luck for you, man. That's not going to be easy for you. In a similar fashion, when you start your channel, you fight for the same audience with the big guys. So that's the question, how do you beat them? And that's why this solution works absolutely amazing, because we are going to use stimuli testing, which I will talk about later, to find a small group of the mass that will resonate with our message, getting our first blow up content. And so what happens is you're not competing anymore with Apple by creating a better iPhone, but you're specifically targeting one very good niche, and you're testing as many ways to talk to this specific niche, and they are going to just resonate with you. And after that, in the near future for you, when we have one leg in the market, we are going to double down on that to generate as much views as possible and blow up as high as possible. And with this mission approach, it will not take so long until you blow up if you do every step correctly. But how does that look like? Of course, we're going to talk about that later, but let's have an overview of the steps. So just to clarify, this is an overview and not an actual workbook. We are going to go through that together in the upcoming videos. So you will fill out a deep question about your target audience. This is crucial because you will learn a lot about them while building your portfolio of understanding your audience. That's the very first thing you will do. The second is you will create your mission statement, which is I help A with B problem achieve C with D solution, simply. Then you will do a stimuli mapping, meaning you will map out the stimuli which has the highest resonance factor with your target audience about their problems and desires. Meaning, based on this deep questionnaire and your mission statement, you will find those words, those stimuli that you can use, which will have the highest potential to resonate with your target audience pains and desires. And we do additional market research to see what's really working already. And we just simply said research the patterns in the market. From there, we will start your content strategy cycle. And basically meaning we map out a strategy and you run it. And sixth is create a high quality content. You will have to learn and create high quality content, because this is worth nothing if you don't have high quality content. And the seventh is track metrics and improve, and this basically speaks for itself. So this is the overview step by step of targeting and how to map out the mission approach for yourself. We're going to dedicate your channel to one mission. So yeah, before you go and start building the workbook, you've seen at the fifth, this is your content cycle, your content strategy cycle. And we have to talk about that, because if you mess that up, the rest won't really matter. So let's talk about it. Now, there is one more thing we have to talk about in the targeting until we could create it for ourselves, and that's the strategy. Because until now, we haven't really talked about a strategy, but only about targeting overall. And basically targeting are the concepts and the first principle understanding of, how to attract your target audience, while the strategy bridges the gap and offers a step-by-step process so you can get started on taking intentional action on actually attracting your target audience. So you may ask, okay, Robert, what's really missing for me to actually attract my target audience? The first two things, which is one is cadence and second is content strategy. So let's talk about those things. The very first thing is cadence. So what's that? It's your schedule/routine for posting your content in simple terms. So what should that look like? Well, 2 long-form content per week. And if shit really hits the fan though, you can get away with anything inside 1 to 3. Meaning if you don't have time or if you want to post more, 1 to 3 really works. But I would keep myself accountable at 2 a week, a bare minimum, and I wouldn't go higher than that, honestly. Now, the second is the content strategy. So what is this exactly? Now, it basically answers this question, which is like, should you just start posting content like that? And that's really all. And the answer is no. You need to have a content strategy. And this is where you're going to touch on something that you potentially heard about as top, middle, bottom funnel of content. So let's talk about these sorts of things. But of course, because we do that, we need to talk about the type of audience you can attract. And everyone says that there are 2, but I'm going to categorize 3. So there is a B2C, B2B, and biz up audience. What those means. B2C is a consumer audience. Professionals, moms, young adults, teenagers, gamers, these sorts of audiences. B2B are business owner audience, agency owners, real estate agents, e-com founders or startup founders, whatever. They are business owners. The other is a biz up. Now, technically, a biz up audience is a consumer audience, but you will turn them into business owners. I hope that makes sense, because that's really the bridge between B2B and B2C, biz up. And that's why it's called a business opportunity. That's what biz up means, business opportunity. Now, why do I group 3 different audiences instead of 2 like everyone else does? Because for the B2C and B2B audience, we have the same content strategy. But for the business opportunity, it's a different one. It's a completely different one. And why is that? Because you're creating a new market and you cannot do it otherwise. There is no way you can, with a business opportunity, do it otherwise besides besides this, because you're creating a new market. So this is how it really works. If you want to attract, there's a different strategy for business opportunity and B2C/B2B, and this started to sound a bit complex, but let me explain. If you want to attract a B2C/B2B audience, you can go and do the business opportunity content strategy as well. But if you want to attract a business opportunity market, you cannot go and do the B2C/B2B content strategy. So the B2C and B2B content strategy works absolutely well. And the B2C and the business opportunity market content strategy also works absolutely well. But a B2C/B2B can use the business opportunity market content strategy, but a business opportunity market cannot use a B2C/B2B content strategy. So this is started to sound really complex, but trust me, it will work. So let's talk about them. Let's talk about the B2B content and B2C content strategy. And this is the easiest. You very directly talk to their problems and desires. And with the mission approach, you simply select 2 new ways to package your content every week, and when one package starts working, you double down on that. That's all you do. This is the B2B/B2C content strategy. That's all. Your goal is always to test ways you can talk about your mission to your audience. And so if I had to give you a very raw example, let's say you're talking to new moms. That's a B2C audience. You're not going to divide your content to top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel of content. You're going to talk to new moms. Let's say how to lose fat as a new mom, or how to, I don't know new moms, I'm not a mom. But yeah, you start to attract these problems and talking about desires these people have. And that's all. Or a B2B. Let's say you want to attract lead generation agencies, specifically lead generation agencies. You can mention you can create a video talking about the best way to handle an objection if you're talking to a brick and mortar business owner, and potentially lead gen agencies are talking to brick and mortar business owners. Simple as that. Or let's talk about a business opportunity content strategy. This is completely different because this is tricky, gets tricky. Because instead of just focusing on their pains and desires, you divide them into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced level. So for example, you have a product which is about how to start drop shipping. The problem with this is business opportunity. And until dropship became a thing, dropshipping weren't existing. People had to create it. But now a lot of people know about dropshipping, right? So you can create a beginner content, which is the best way to make $10,000 a month with dropshipping. But also you can create a video which is intermediate level, which is how to start a dropshipping store with $0. But also you can create a video which is how to do market research to quickly spot winning products. And that's another dropshipping video. But those people who are not advanced on how dropshipping works are not going to click on it. And that's why you need to bring them inwards into your business opportunity in every single content that you create. But this is the idea, and I don't want to spend too much time about doing this because there is no reason for any single person who is not selling some crazy business opportunity, which is no one ever heard of, to do complicated videos. This is just for your understanding, because I want you to understand everything that I also do so you can actually succeed with this. And so basically here what you do, you divided the potential audience into 3 levels, which is beginners who may have never heard about it, but they are looking for that thing, which is the best way to make $10,000 a month. That's what they're looking for. And then we sell them the idea of dropshipping. Then intermediates who know about it and potentially want to get started, which is, how to start a dropshipping store. They are already into dropshipping. They know that in dropshipping you have to start a store and potentially they don't have money. So we attract them with this video. Or advanced who already have the basics around that topic, which is how to do market research to quickly spot winning product. And what you do as your content strategy is that you just repeat this structure. You start with the beginner content and intermediate content, advanced content, and you go down and you go up. This is what you do. This is the BizOp content strategy. Now, truth is that you can repeat the same if you want to. Like if you can divide your potential audience into 3 sections, like I've shown you, then you can do it basically. Now, do I advise doing it for everyone? Not really, because there's just more friction and not every niche is able to do it. There is no reason to do this shit. Those niches where there are thousands of creators doing multiple levels of content, I wouldn't do it. So for example, there is a point in time where the spiritual niche was an unknown niche. That was the new BizOp, meaning people weren't aware of that. And that's why what they have done is slowly started to talk about this thing, which is spirituality, then law of detachment, then law of attraction, then I don't know, quantum leaping, then whatever. I have no clue how spiritualism works, just to clarify. But what happened step by step is these people became aware, and more aware. And now there are thousands of creators doing spiritual content on multiple levels. And what happened is this, so to speak, niche, I hope it makes sense, like became so aware that if you create a video named Law of Attraction, there will be thousands and thousands of people who understand that. But let's say I tell you something along the facts of spiral dynamics. This is something in psychology. This is a principle in psychology. But if I create my title in the YouTube video, spiral dynamics, most people have no clue what's that, and they're not going to click, and I'm not going to get viewers, I'm not going to be a trust, I'm just going to be sad, sorry forever. So yeah, that's why I talked about the spiritual niche. So if I wanted to attract an audience who would be not aware of their problems, I would do it. So for example, let's talk about psychology. A bunch of people are not aware of psychology. And so I wanted to create a YouTube channel, which is I help people solve self-sabotage and build a successful business with psychological principles. Then I could do it, because I can go and top of funnel to create a video which is how to, and this is again just to show you like beginner, content, intermediate, and advanced, like top of funnel, which would be beginner, and that would be 3 unheard strategies to boost your sales in 2026. Intermediate would be something on the lines of why most business owners fail to run a successful company. This is more intermediate. And then advanced would be like, if you don't understand spiral dynamics, you won't have a successful business. And bang. Like these are top, middle, and bottom. But those people who don't understand what's the bottom, they won't click. So that's why I have to slowly bring their awareness. And that's why this is very hard to do correctly. And I wouldn't advise. I would advise going for step by step and just, hey, this is my niche. What are their problems? What are their desires? After you're going to learn how to create good titles for it, just going and doing that and not complicating this. Okay, perfect. Then let's meet in the next video. So today we are going to talk about the market research, and this is very, very crucial. So let me explain. We're going to talk about doing market research, but before we would actually do that, I want to make sure you guys understand something, and that is why market research is so important and why you need to focus on it. So the first thing, what you need to focus on, So why? The secret to YouTube success is the fact that you need the packaging that gets a click and the taste that people actually like. You guys remember our candy metaphor. And what we are trying to do is satisfy our viewers. But this is where you can make a mistake, because to satisfy a viewer who is already used to one piece of content is only possible if we are in the guidelines of what the viewer likes. So imagine it like this. You guys know bowling as the game, right? And in bowling, you're trying to roll the ball to hit the pins and not land in the gutter. And it's exactly the same with YouTube. You're trying to create a video which satisfies the viewers so the video will blow up and not get 0 to 10 views. Now in bowling, for the beginners, there is the bumper, which forces the ball to hit the pins and won't allow the ball to land in the gutter. This is how it looks like. You guys know this, right? This will, the ball when hits it will bounce back and always will hit the pins. And this is what the market research is for YouTube. Until you understand what your market does and use those as your guidelines for yourself, you're not going to end in the 0 to 10 view jail. And it will help you learn the skill, so eventually you can hit strikes back to back and not even worry about the bumper or the guidelines, whatever it is. And this is how you have to think about YouTube and the market research. We use it to understand what's working for us, and we are trying to play in between them until we learn the skill and also understand it as deeply as possible, so we can all the time just hit the strikes. Now the question becomes is the what. You may be thinking like, what should you be analyzing? What should you be looking for? And for that, I want you to reimagine the bumper, because if the bumpers only would be on the half of the lane, only here, how much chance would you have to hit the pins? Well, very, very, very little. In a similar way, you need to be looking at everything that helps creating a video that satisfies the viewer. And how I define this is the idea or the ideation, the titles, the thumbnails, the scripting, and the editing. All of them at once, because if you only focus on these parts, well, you have only the guidelines or the bumper for half of the lane and not throughout the whole lane. And so while doing market research, you will be looking for the patterns and / the guidelines that reappear in your niche with ideas, titles, thumbnails, scripts, and editing. So the question becomes how? And now that you know the why and the what, you will be looking for the question is, how are you going to do it exactly? And if you're done for your client, I will do this for you manually. But if you're not, you will likely do it like this. First of all, you will list 5 of your biggest competitors and 5 of your competitors who are pretty small. Then you open up our ChatGPT, which is created for this purpose only, which is our Synergy Market Research ChatGPT. And you collect the information about ideation, titles, thumbnails, scripts, editing on a Miro board / Google Doc. You feed it into this ChatGPT and you repeat this process for a while, because you will see in the next video I've done a live market research, and I have done it for 1 hour and 25 minutes. I was looking at data from competitors, talking to ChatGPT, analyzing my ideas and how everything looks like, and I repeated this step by step. And then I told ChatGPT to create my market research document. And this is how our ChatGPT works, which is firstly, you have the step number 1. So it's easier if he explains how it works. List what steps you and I need to take to create the market research document. This is the step number 1, the intake, which is where you're going to write down everything you've seen, every title, every thumbnail, every link, screenshots, notes, observations, everything you noticed or didn't, you just give it to ChatGPT. The second step is ChatGPT will ask you 3 to 7 strategic high-value questions to clarify some things he maybe didn't understand about your situation. Then there's step number 1 is going to be the market research document that he will create from the knowledge and info he has based on what you've given it and the questions. And it will do it in these 7 sections. It will talk about the ideas and topics, then the titles, then thumbnails, then scripts, specifically hooks, value delivery structure, and call to actions. Then 5th is editing styles. And 6th is power words and phrases. And the 7th is new content ideas you can use right now. Exactly. And that's how it looks like. For example, what I've done in that video is this exact market research document. And this is how in-depth it is, because I've spent a lot of time to make sure it's in-depth. Because if you do this correctly, anytime you want to do something, you can just come back like, okay, section number of content ideas. Okay, I can look here. Okay, makes sense. So lead generation topics. Okay, how to run an internet design. Makes sense. Like, you get the guidelines. And so, for example, the title pattern specifically here, like 10 beginner designer mistakes making you look amateur, and why it works, and blah blah blah. Like, there is a very good guidelines created by this market research ChatGPT. And this is what you do. You search your competitors, you feed all the data into ChatGPT. I usually feed pictures of their videos and my notes on what I've seen in the title, thumbnail, or the idea. Then I just feed the script and I feed in the editing. So what I've seen as the editing, how complex it is, what they make appear, what is the vibe of the video, and everything like that. And you just repeat this for a time, and you just say ChatGPT, step number 2, he will ask you questions, and step number 3 is let's create the market research doc. So with that said, that's exactly how you do proper market research. Hello guys, and welcome to the high quality content creation, especially to the introduction. So this is the start of the third part of this course, and it is only going to be about high quality content creation. We will cover everything from just having your simplest and most boring ideas to creating a killer title plus thumbnail, then having gut-punching hooks that will keep viewers, and then a script that will glue them to the chair, then the perfect way to convert them at the end of your video. But I want to make sure you understand this right now, which is at every step of the journey, whether I'm talking about titles, thumbnails, hooks, or whatever. Firstly, I will talk about what you need to know to create a perfect title or thumbnail or hook or just whatever. Then I will show you the process I use, which I think is the easiest and fastest way to create content. And in plus, I am going to be creating a content for myself by going through everything so you can see it in action. At this moment, I have already started the process for creating my own content, so I know that you guys are going to understand how to use the process for yourself, because every single time there will be a real life example of me creating just one content with this exact system. But before we talk about specific like ideas, titles, I want to show you firstly how the entire system looks like and teach you a principle that is crucial for making all of this work for you. Let's talk about the high quality content creation fundamentals and specifically the perfect system. The perfect content creation system helps you with two main things, and this is why I am teaching it for you guys. First is creativity. While YouTube requires a lot of creativity if you want to do it correctly, a perfect content creation system can handle most of that issue. So you can make sure that even with the least creativity possible, you have the most high quality and creative content created. And this is not most, but the highest quality and most creative content created. And this is achievable if you have a brain that simple system/process that anyone can follow through. And this is basically my system. And this is why I love this system, because even if you have no creativity at the moment, this system will allow you to unleash that creativity inside you. The second thing is the efficiency. The perfect content creation system helps you create the highest quality content in the lowest time possible by making sure you only focus on those activities which actually move the lever, which is move the needle. Sorry for these many mistakes. And if you have those two things, which is creativity plus efficiency, then literally nothing can hold you back to succeed with YouTube if you actually have the volume. And this is what I've managed to achieve with my content creation system. Whether you're a beginner, intermediate / advanced creator, this will help you create the most unique and creative content in the quickest way possible while keeping the quality high. So let's talk about how exactly this works. But before I would do that, I want you to really buckle up for what you're going to learn in the high quality content creation part, because I've talked to a lot of coaches, creators, actually like creators who had millions of views, and like agency owners, people who were looking for high ticket clients and everything, and they were all amazed by the ease of the system and how it allows you to create the most valuable content on the most unique and highest quality content on the market with the least time possible. So yeah, I'm really hyped to show you guys what I have here. So let's show you actually how does it work in the general flow, which is we have some sort of an idea. We go through the ideation. We create the title, we create a thumbnail, we create the hook, we script and value, and we record, edit, and publish. And this is how we have a high quality content attracting views for us. This is the start, this is the finish of creating a high quality content. So this is what I will be going through in our course. So simply said, we start with an idea and we turn that idea into a killer idea. Then we create a perfect title for it, which we pass with an amazing thumbnail, and we create a hook, which will be followed up with a script / value section, and then of course the recording, editing, publishing comes, and which is low leverage, so we spend really little time on. And I hope actually you got my point on why it's mapped out on a line with different sized rectangles, because this is how much time you should spend on each of these sections. That's why it's mapped out like this. And usually this is not how it looks like for you guys. Usually how it looks like is you spend this many time on ideation, this much time on title, this much time on thumbnail, potentially like this much time on hook, then this much time on the script, then this much time on editing. And this is not how it should look like. So yeah. And some things which I will be covering may go against the usual YouTube advice, because I am not focusing on trillions of views, even though it's going to be the outcome of using this system. I am optimizing for clients acquired per view, if that makes sense. So how much money we make per view. But you will understand perfectly why which part only requires that amount of time really soon. But before I could do that, I have to explain something, which is the fundamentals for succeeding with this specific system. So let's talk about, in the fundamentals, the most crucial principle that you guys must know in order to make the perfect system work in your favor. So what is this? So there's one thing people mess up often, and I don't want you to be a part of that group of people. And it's that even though they understand the chain for creating high quality content, they confuse themselves about what each part stands for, aka what's their goal. So, for example, what does the hook do? What does the title do? What does the thumbnail do? Like, what's the goal for those specific parts in the chain of creating high quality content? So imagine it like this. This is how the easiest way to understand it. You have a soccer team filled with players who are perfect at every trick, and they always shoot perfectly accurately, like just perfect. And they are basically considered as the cream of the cream when they have to play, because they are perfect at whatever they do. But if each player on its own, meaning but if each player plays on its own, this means that they don't know what goal they serve in the team, they are not going to be a successful team, even though they are all considered as perfect players. And YouTube is the exact same. You can be perfect, and this is even hard to consider, but even if you're perfect at ideation, titles, thumbnails, hook, but if you don't know what purpose each serves as the whole goal, they are never going to have the chemistry. And we know that a perfect team with no chemistry will always lose to an average team with perfect chemistry. Now, even though you're most likely not perfect at creating your YouTube content, but my point is that if you learn how to create averagely good content, but learn the chemistry behind that content, then you're going to succeed. And that's why you must actually know beforehand what goal each part stands for in the content creation system. And you have to understand it's not only how well you can create one, so how good your title is, how good your thumbnail is, or how good your hook is, but making sure how each of them serves their purpose perfectly. It's not about having the best looking thumbnail and the most unique title. That's not what's going to give you the results. And then say you do this, meaning you actually understand what each part stands for and align those parts with that, the whole is going to be perfect. Because if every single part of the content is good and it does its own goal perfectly, then the whole is going to be perfect. So now, let's talk about this from a YouTube perspective by going over each element we place into a video. The first is the idea, right? Second is the packaging. Third is the hook. Fourth is the script/value. That's what I like to call it. Fifth is the call to action. And sixth is the editing. So the first is the idea. This may sound confusing, but the only goal your idea serves is creating interest and solving problems. Now, this is in fact two different goals, but you get my point. Maybe you have thought about, hey, like I have such a good content, let me create it. But you're thinking about it incorrectly. The only goal your idea serves is to create interest and to solve a problem. Now, I don't want to get too in depth about solving a problem, meaning that what kind of problem it solves and whatever. But this is the only thing your idea has to do. Create interest in the content, in whatever that may include, like what does the idea include, and solve a problem. Either that's a problem of not being entertained or the problem of not having enough information. But we will talk about this later. And so with your idea, you're not trying to do anything else besides getting interest from your target audience and solving some of their problems. This is not a place where you can have fun with some quirky and funky ideas you have. That's a huge problem if you think in that way. If your ideas doesn't align with its goal, your video will never perform. So you must always create interest from your target audience and deliver value, aka actually solve problems with your content ideas. Never create a content which you know are never going to deliver some kind of value, meaning solve some kind of problem for someone. So this is the first thing. And if you didn't know about this until now, no problem, but now you have to think about your ideas like this. Like when I'm ideating, when we go through the process as the next section, as the ideation, you have to think about, okay, I have this idea. Does that create interest and does that solve a problem? Okay, cool, not cool, whatever. So yeah, let's go to the next one, which is packaging. And this is basically your title and thumbnail, and people mess this up the most often, and I just hate it. Your only goal with your packaging is to get a click and nothing else, guys. Remember this forever, please. Too many people think that your title should talk about what's inside the video, and that's just false. Your goal is not to tell what's going to be inside. Your goal is to get a click. And of course, there are boundaries, like you're not going to put like, I don't know, a dick pic on your thumbnail to get a click, if you know what I mean. But this is your goal. Your goal is to get a click, and do not forget this. This is something people just mess up, and I hate it. So this is the packaging. This is what the goal of packaging is actually. The next one is the hook. And this is also something most people think incorrectly, but it's so crucial. The only goal your hook serves is to convince someone to watch till the end, and nothing else. If you just start yapping randomly about X, Y, and Z, which is what you want to talk about as the value, then don't really expect for virality / good results, because you're not convincing anyone to stay. And yes, there are caveats to this, but this is the only goal your hook serves, to get someone to stay, convince someone to stay. That's the hook. And the fourth one, or I hope you understood everything about the hook. Let's talk about the fourth one, which is the script / the value. And this is again a twofold, because firstly, you want to deliver why people came to your content in the first place. And this is like solving a problem. This is what you need to do, right? But the problem is that if you do that immediately, like, why would they stay, right? And that's why while doing that, you continuously have to convince them why they have to stay. And that's the second goal, make them stay. And this is like, I don't know how much you paid attention in maths class, but like there is this, I think it's in English, the sinus graph, which is going up and down like this all the time. And this is what you're doing with your content. When they click, what you do is you get their attention, right? And you convince them to stay, then you give something for them, then you again somehow convince them to stay, then you give them something, then you again convince them to stay, then you give them something, then you again convince them to stay, and you give them something. And the next thing they know is that you're telling them to check out your next video, because that is what's going to solve their real problem. And so if you follow this structure, people are going to all the time get something which is get their problem solved. But on the other hand, get closer to their goal. Sorry, you actually convince them to stay, right? Like give something, stay, give something, stay. And this is your script. Like this is what you only do, and that's why YouTube is so funny. And we're like, you're all the time fighting on the two complete opposites. Give. And just don't give, basically. Sorry for the bad English right now. Next thing is call to action, and this is just way too simple, like get someone to take an action. That's the only thing that you have to do. And the next thing is the editing. And this is also something very much misunderstood. The only goal of editing is to add to the story you're telling. It's never about making people watch the entire video. That's not the purpose of editing. If that's how you think of editing, you may need to reconsider everything. Editing is never going to save your video / channel. Remember that. And if for some reason your videos perform well, then it wasn't your editing. It was your story. So focus on your story rather than your editing. So yeah, exactly that's that. But what I just told you right now is so important that if I would ever ask you on a call, like, hey, tell me right now, like, what purpose does XYZ serve? You have to be able to tell me exactly. Because if you will not be able, I just honestly don't think you will ever succeed. Like, honestly. So, with that said, let's go ahead and start talking about ideation. And let's talk about, firstly, what things you have to know and how the process/system actually looks like. Is the time where I am going to talk about ideation, going through the principles that you need to understand, then how I define or what conditions needs to met for creation of a killer idea, and the process of exactly how I do it. And then of course you have a real life example of me ideating. So let's start. The first thing is going to be the principles, and everyone must understand that an idea is a random thought that hopefully will work. There is no guarantee and you're basically guessing. And this is the first and most important thing to ideation. It's like archery. Like, some will hit the bullseye and your video just blows up, and some just won't, and that's completely perfect. It's okay. But the funny thing is this, like, the idea is the ceiling of your content's potential. If you have a trash idea, you get 0 views. If you have a killer idea, you can get unlimited views, of course, with boundaries. So question becomes, how is this true? How is the idea of the ceiling of your content's potential? And it's very simple. That when someone sees your title and thumbnail, they see your idea packaged. So this is really crucial, because yes, you're seeing a title and thumbnail, but there is an idea behind it. And that idea defines how good your title and thumbnail can be, or how good your script can be. And all of them revolves around the idea. And so that's why if your idea in itself is not curiosity inducing enough, then the title and thumbnail is not going to be good as well. So imagine it like this, which is, if you want to create a beautiful meal for yourself, like this steak. I guess this is a steak, I'm not a chef. But the only ingredients you have are half rotten or half molded. Like, this is how your ingredients look like, and this is what you want to create. Then how would you be able to do it, right? Well, you can perform miracles sometimes to make it look tasty and these sorts of things, but it's still going to be trash. Like, it's just going to be the trash. The meal is not going to be good. And neither you or anyone else would want to eat it. And it's the exact same with YouTube. If you have trash ideas, you can perform miracles that your title is so amazing, your thumbnail is so amazing, and your hook is so amazing, your script is so amazing, and everything is just so amazing. But it's not going to save your content. It's not going to. That's why the biggest creators like Mr. Beast spend the months like creating the idea first and then the rest. So there's another thing on YouTube, which is an upside. You can decide how good your content ideas are, because firstly, you're never ever forced to create a content based on an idea. Like, you're not forced. You can just change the idea. You can do something else. You're never forced. But still, if you really want to create just one idea for some reason, because it could happen, like, I sometimes want to create one specific idea, and because I think this is a good idea, but it for some reason doesn't feel curiosity inducing enough, then you can shape that into one that actually works when you will follow our process of ideation. But now you have a brief about ideas, right? Like, ideas are the most important one in your content creation process. Let's talk specifically about how do you know if you have a killer idea or not, because that's a question most likely will come up for you, because now you understand how important your ideas are. Let's talk, when do you know if you have a killer idea or not. So let's talk about what makes a killer content idea, because that's our topic today. And even if I could provide you a checklist, a guide, a template, or whatever, like no one will ever know. Like, remember, we are all just guessing. Like, what's a killer content idea? There is so many moving pieces that it's absolutely hard to nail like a killer content idea. Like, oh, this is a killer content idea, and this is not a killer content idea. It's very hard to say this because trends change, markets change, human needs change, and everything is changing. So you're never able to tell that this is a killer and this is not a killer content idea. But in this video, I want to talk to you about the 3 most important factors, and I call them the best practices when I'm thinking about content ideation. And you can think of this as a checklist when you're creating your content, but we are going to talk about more in the next module. And the other thing which I don't want you to get too in depth or too into is that, oh, this is a checklist, it has to be perfect, blah, blah, blah. This is not true, because we are still guessing. Like, this is just the best practices, I think, is the most important. So yeah, but what we're going to cover is in a priority list. Like, it's ordered by priority. The first one is the most important and the last one is the least important, and this is how you have to align it with your content idea. So let's talk about it. The first is the market alignment, and you have to deeply understand this. The closer you get to your market's most burning pain and desire, the more certain you can be of hitting a bullseye. And that's why this is the most important, because if this is not there, your idea is not aligned with the market, you can just throw it in the garbage. That's all. But there is one huge caveat to this, because even though it makes perfect sense that you need to align your target market's most burning pains and desire with your idea, or it has to align with that, not everyone is able to nail this because they don't understand this concept, which is the value creation is not value acceptance. Now, what do I mean by this? So as an example, let's start with an example and you will understand what I'm trying to say. If you create a video which is the best discovery questions in sales, let's say this is the video idea, and you get 7 views and you get really angry, like, I provided so much value, why is no one watching? Like, this is the problem of the market, like they don't have good discovery questions. Because only you think you provided value, while the reality is that value is not what you create, but what the market takes in. And you should write this down. Value is not what you create, but what the market takes in. This is why ideation is the hardest of all, but has the highest leverage. Because you can create a content around what you think their problem and desire is, but that doesn't mean that's their problem and desire. The content you create must perfectly align with what the market thinks is their problem or desire. And if you nail this, you will only have bullseye content ideas, which are going to be killer content ideas, which is going to blow up your channel back and back. And that's why you could experience putting so much effort into a video and it doesn't perform. Because yes, you thought that, hey, this is their problem, but the market doesn't think it's their problem. The market decides what's their problem. You cannot. That's why what they accept is the value and not what you give is the value. So I have to beg you to take this into account on every idea you're creating. This is crucial. And this is the most important one. And so now you understand, and potentially I've seen this in your niche, that some people create less valuable content and they get more views. But when you create more valuable content, you don't get much views. You don't get that much views. Why is that exactly? And this is the reason. Well, the content you created didn't align with what the market thinks is their problem or desire. But what they have created is aligned with that. So that's why it's not that, hey, this is what you need, but rather, oh, this is what you need. Okay, I'm going to give you what you need. Yep, let's go about the second thing, which is the unique factor. Now, what do I mean? Like, this is the second most important thing when you're creating your content idea to make sure it actually blows up. Because in reality, most of the times the market needs don't change. Like, it's not that from tomorrow someone, like let's say you don't want to close clients or you don't want to get customers. It doesn't change. You want always, like, as that market need doesn't change. But what will be rewarded with more views is the more unique perspective. So if you want to make sure you have a killer idea, you can assure yourself by bringing a more unique perspective to the market about the same problem or desire. And that's the game. But there is two huge caveats for this. And one of them is you have to know your market so well. Like so well you have to know your market. It's so crucial. And the other is that you're walking on thin ice all the time. And let me explain why. Because there is this concept called market readiness, and it somewhat aligns with the other concept I was talking about a second ago. But this explains how markets are ready or not ready for certain ideas. And why this is important for us is because extremely unique perspectives or ideas are going to be quickly rejected simply because the market is not ready for it. So you have heard this saying, which is small step for one human and like a big step for humanity. I don't know how it was said because I know it in Hungarian and it's not in English, but this is the same idea. One person may be like, oh, this is such a good idea, but as on a scale, it's not going to be changing that quick. And that's why 99% of YouTube advice is still what already works. Because if I tell you that, hey, come up with a unique idea, like that's a huge problem. Do not do that, because if you just come up with unique ideas, it's going to be most likely rejected. Like that's why 99% of YouTube advice is still what already works, right? And that's the thin ice you're walking on, because it's almost impossible to tell what kind of unique idea will sink you and what will blow up your channel. Because as I mentioned, the more unique ideas are going to be rewarded with better results from the market, like more views. But this is the thin ice here, which is, it's impossible to tell what will sink you and what will blow up your channel. And this is how I like to imagine it, like on a graph. So look, this is the uniqueness scale. So if your content, like this is the 0 uniqueness and this is the 100% uniqueness. 0 uniqueness means that you just stole someone's content like just like that. And the unique, like 100 uniqueness is just something never ever existed on YouTube. And so on this uniqueness scale, there are your content like here are your videos and how well your videos performed in views. And as you see, there is this breaking point. And this breaking point means how unique you can be, where the ice is going to break and you will sink. And as you see, the closer you get to the breaking point, and what I mean by this is the closer you get to the most unique ideas being accepted, the more results you're going to get. So this first is close to the uniqueness, right, on the uniqueness scale, and it got 1,000 views. This one is just well over it, and it got 200 views. This is much below it, but it has 300 views. Why is that? Why not less than 200? Because, like, it's a good video idea and the market needs that video, like market needs that solution, what you're trying to say. But this one just went too over, like how you're approaching it, and because it was so unique and so like different, people just didn't want it. And this one is like so close, so close that it just got 50,000 views, because it's like perfectly like aligns with the need. It's not too unique and it's perfect. And there is a problem with this graph, because you just don't know where is the actual breaking point. Like, no one tells you where is the breaking point. But that's why we do market research, guys. That's why I've explained the fact of how much we need market research. Because market research gives us the guidelines between what works and what doesn't work. And just as I explained in the bowling example, like, until we are moving between the guidelines, or in bowling the actual bumpers, we cannot lose. We will always hit the pins. And this is how, if I had to put the guidelines on the actual graph, this is how it would look like. Until we are playing between the guidelines somewhere here, we are always going to get good results. And here's the caveat, where somewhere is the breaking point, which you just don't know. And this is basically how you have to play around with uniqueness. But that's, yeah. Until I keep it aligned with my target, and the last sentence is like, until I keep it aligned with my target audience, I always like to push a little unique perspective into the idea, but never overdo it. Now, I didn't say here an example, and it may sound like so abstract, right? Like, this sounds so good, but so abstract. But let me make this clear. So, I will go to my YouTube video tracker, and I've created this video when I was thinking about launching my cold outreach channel. And this video's name was, I spent 1 year perfecting one cold outreach script, here's one thing most miss. And I thought that this is such a good content idea, like, oh my god, this is going to perform so well. And it didn't. It flopped like crazy. And why is that? Because the market is not used to these sorts of videos. So look, I come here and I type in cold outreach, for example. Look at the titles, look at the thumbnails, like Alex Hormoz's 100 million cold outreach strategy revealed, or this one, brutally honest cold email advice from Alex Hormozy, or this one, how to write killer cold emails that guarantee responses, 45.8% reply rate. If I started cold email, I would do this. This idea in itself was so good. Like, I think this is such a good idea still. Like, 1 year perfecting, one cold outreach contains one thing most missing. I think just such a good idea. But it was too unique to be accepted as that this is a good idea. And it just flopped. Like, I changed the title actually, and now it's like, had 50 views and until it got a flat line. But somewhere, yeah, I had one views from 33 impressions, and that's 1.59%. And it's like, not good. And yeah, I had to learn this, for myself, that here, this is not like, don't do this like this. Like, it's too unique. Or I will give you a different example from a different client, because I've just, no. We have huge problems on this channel, but, yep, look, on this channel, I was like, we wanted to change the title and thumbnail for one video. He wanted me to change it. And what I've done is created this title, which is, when you mute your brain, you will instantly speak articulately. And this is so good, like such a good title and shit like that. But look, it didn't get accepted, if you know what I mean, because of the results we got. And so, as you can see, how to speak like a 1% CEO is just much better reviews. Like, brother, like, the same thing. Like, this is what I'm trying to explain, the uniqueness factor. But yeah, I think I now, and just to finish this idea, like if you search like how to communicate or how to communicate, yeah, like just simple, everything is simple. Communicating effectively is shockingly uncomplicated. How I became articulate with my speaking, 5 secrets. How to articulate your thoughts more clearly than 99% of people. It's nothing crazy. So yeah, that's what I wanted to explain as putting this idea into reality. And now let's go to the next factor, which are our best practices I take into account with my ideation, and that's taste. So this is the most abstract one, I think, and I learned this from Dan Coe. So let me explain what he was talking about. He's a really good content creator and overall, like, I would say thought leader. He only creates content that creates a dopamine rush in his body. Now, what that means, like after he writes down the idea and rereads it like 5 to 10 minutes later, he feels a dopamine rush. He feels dopamine rushing through his brain because it's such a good idea. Now, this is what he was talking about as taste, I would say. Now, how I use this idea for myself is simple. In our ideation process, we will have multiple options to choose from and what angle we want to give to that video, but let's not rush ahead, okay? And what this will mean is you can choose from multiple variations, and which one gives you that dopamine rush is the exact one you have to choose. And yeah, the one that we really speak to, that's what you have to choose. And the question is, why is that, right? What is this dopamine rush and why should you choose that? Because something in that idea is just good. And also it's your taste. Then you should create that video to attract those viewers who have the same taste as you. Exactly. Now, this could feel intangible for you at the moment and abstract, but my point is that you definitely have felt this in your life where like, this will be such a good idea, like you're feeling that. And all I want you to do is listen to that at this point, because there's something in that feeling that's right. But yeah, exactly. We have gone through the 3 best practices to keep in mind while creating your content idea to assure yourself it will be a killer one. Now, of course, this is not a checklist, but you have to keep in your mind while doing your ideation as a priority. So how exactly does the process look like to ideate a piece of content? That's your question. Let's go and talk about it. So finally, time to reveal the ideation process that makes people go, wow. And I'm not lying. People usually after learn our ideation process, they're like, this is amazing, brother. Like I have many people who have been doing YouTube for a while now be like, Robert, I love you for this. But yeah, let's get into it. How I'm going to go through this is I will show you the process. There are, I think, 5 steps in this process, explain how the process looks like, then walk you through an example we have done with a client, and I will talk about some crucial information, some like things after the process. And in the next module, you will see a live walkthrough of me doing this for my own content. So let's get into it. What's the process looking like? But the first thing is to save content ideas, and this is self-explanatory. This is the first thing you have to do. And all the time, like not only when you want to create a YouTube video, but all the time you have to save your content ideas. And now you could ask like, Robert, okay, where should I save my content ideas? It doesn't matter for me. Like it doesn't matter. You can do it in the Notes app, you can do it in WhatsApp chat, you can do it in Cortex, you can do it in Notion, you can do it in the Success Hub. I don't care where you save your content ideas. Have it. And the question becomes is, what should you save? Like if let's say you will force yourself to save all the ideas that you have. Where should you save them? And what are worthy of being saved? And for me, it's always those ideas that make me think. And let me explain, which is, if you see a content idea or anything, not content idea, but anything, any idea that makes you think, save that for yourself. Because with our ideation process, we can use that for ourselves. It doesn't have to be a content idea. It can be anything. So let me show you an idea. Yes, it doesn't matter if it's aligned or not aligned with your target audience. You can save any content idea. And this is just only about the content ideas which you save. They can be anything, because our process will handle the rest. Just start saving your content ideas, because without good content ideas, you're not going to get results, guys. Save everything. Okay. For example, today I've seen this content idea and I was like, I have to save this because this makes me think. This is from Kurzgesagt. This is bad. Astronomy is in a crisis and it's incredibly exciting. I don't know what this means. I have no clue what this means, but this is such a good idea. Something is in crisis and it's incredibly exciting. I should have created this video when Gmail, like on my cold outreach channel, when there was a huge change in Gmail's regulations, meaning everyone was fighting to start landing clients. And I could have done this. Like I could have steal this idea at that time and use it for myself. And that's why I want to save these ideas for myself all the time. Yeah, I have basically dozens of ideas. How could I use this for my own niche? Because you could be like, Robert, this makes sense, but how could I use it for myself? Like, this is just an idea about astronomy. But like, you can just replace astronomy here. Like, that's all. So, yep, I save this for later. Yeah, this is my first step. Start saving your content ideas, and it doesn't matter where, and it doesn't matter what you're saving until you're saving them consistently. Perfect. Let's go to the next one, which is select and reason. Now, the second part of this process is choosing an idea from your idea list and explaining the reasoning behind your decision. And you might find this strange, like why should you reason why you decided to do that? But let me explain. The reasoning is so crucial because that helps both me and you spot flaws in your decision-making process. So, as an example, if you have to write down why you want to choose that idea and the reasoning doesn't make sense, you naturally throw the idea away. But if for some reason you wouldn't see a problem in why you decided to do that, then as you will see you will start using this video tracker, you will start saving why these content ideas. And if these videos don't perform that well, you will be able to spot the flaws within your decision-making process. And that's what we are trying to solve here, like getting you the most use possible. And it's better to start with the decision-making process first. So that's why when you selected an idea, reason it. That's all. And let me actually... Oh, why doesn't this work? Okay, we are going to continue like this. So yeah, this is a second step. Just select and reason. Now the next thing is the idea dissection, and this is the third step that make people usually go, wow! And it totally makes sense because it's so good. So let me explain. What we do is simple. We break down the big idea into its constituent parts, specifically into a problem, a goal, a benefit, an example, and the process. And this usually confuses people when I explain it to them first time, but imagine it like this, please. There is this big room filled with Legos, right? This is what's in front of you. And what your goal is, that you need to build a Lego dog like this. And this is what you have in front of you. Like, visually imagine, like, this is what's in front of you and this is what you need to do. Like, you would freak out because what the fuck do you do? Right? Like, what do I do? Like, I don't have a instructions. You don't know which piece goes where, and I just don't know. Right? But let me ask you this. If you would be able to categorize the Lego pieces into groups, which is group A, it goes for the hat. Group B, it goes for the body. Group C goes for the legs, right? And group C goes for the tail. How easier it would be. Like, just imagine, like, using categories like this is for the head, this is for the body, for the legs and the tail. Well, you could do it, no? Like, you could actually do it. How much easier? Much easier, right? And even if you don't have the instructions, you could build something fairly good to look like a dog like this. And this step for your YouTube videos is the idea dissection. So let me explain. Either you have at the moment a lot of ideas around the main topic, but you don't know how to use them to build a better video. And with this, we categorize them into groups that we can later use as firepower. I hope this makes sense until now. But if you don't have ideas around the main idea, we would create it with this process. So just as you want to create a perfect video, which is this dog, and this is what you have. If you categorize it into problem, goal, benefit, example, process related to the main content idea, you will be able to build in such an easier and better manner a perfect content idea. Because you have, and what I call, firepower. Exactly. In any shape or form, we have the firepower for a clear content idea, and now we need the instructions. So I hope this actually makes sense. This is how you have to ideate. And afterwards, we give it an angle, and that's the instructions. So let me explain. The fourth step is when we bridge the gap between your content idea to the title of your video, which is actually the real start of a killer content idea. And this is the instructions for building the Lego dog. So let me explain. Here what you do is, based on the groups of building blocks you have written down, you start to give angles to your YouTube video. And an angle here means a potential title or an angle to look at the content idea. I hope this makes sense until now. An angle to your YouTube video is either a potential title or an angle to look at the content idea. So what do I mean as an angle to look at the content idea? So think about you wanting to create a video, which is now on my mind is interior design, because we started working with an interior design niche. And so let's say an angle, you want to create a content about the content idea as how to get your first interior design client. This is your idea, as like the main idea is that you want to, what you want to do is, sorry for this part, but you wanted to create a video which is about getting your first client as an interior designer. And here you want to give angle to your video after you break it down into specific parts: problem, goal, benefit, example, process. So for example, you break it down. Well, interior designers don't have clients because they have this problem which holds them back from getting a client. Then you can create a video from this angle, which is, if you have X problem, this is how you solve it. And it's around the main content idea, which is the problem, which is getting clients for your interior design business. Or the goal, which is, my goal with this video is to get people their first interior designer client. Well, simple. Then you can name your video or just give an angle of how to how to get your first interior designer client. The third one is the benefit. So when we talk about the benefits, we can talk specifically about the benefit of using the system I'm going to teach them is going to allow them to get easily clients at the start. So then we could create a piece of content about what's the easiest way to get your first interior designer client. And this is what you need to understand as the angle. We have this idea which we broken down into small parts, and now we take an angle for that idea, which means that an angle to look at the content idea, which is getting interior design clients, and the potential title. Like, that's also potential title what we're doing here. And this is really, really simple. You create 5 to 15 variations of these angles, and you will see examples later. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure you guys really understand, because I tend to explain like abstractly, but I hope this put it into context. And now the next step is the selection of this piece of content, right? And this is the step where, based on the 5 to 15 angles you created, you select the one which is aligned with the 3 best practices, which is market alignment, uniqueness, and taste. And for me, usually, in between these 5 to 15 ideas, 1 or 2 I just really like and keep for that video. And I just take that to go to the title and thumbnail creation part. But the rest could be really good content ideas, and I usually just save them for the next round. So I hope that makes sense. Like, this is where we have 5 to 15 angles based on what you have written down and how it looks like for you, like how you broken down into problem, goal, benefit, example, process, and what kind of angles you have created. We select the one that ticks the 3 boxes. Yeah, but the other ones could be really good content ideas as well, as like the angle. You can just save them for the next round. So yeah, let's go through an example now, because now I went through the exact system on how we ideate. Firstly, we save content ideas, and we do this all the time. Second is we select and reason it, like why we chose that. The third is we dissect the idea. Like, we take that big idea and we dissect it into 5 different small parts. And how we do it is like, as we are taking the, and this is where I explained, sorry to cut in my own word basically, but this is where I explained that you don't have to worry if the content ideas you save are going to be aligned or not with your target audience. Because what we are doing with idea dissection is, when we are asking these questions or we are going through this process, we all the time talk about it from the target audience standpoint. So for example, as I was talking about, I could have this content idea, which is astronomy is in crisis and it's incredibly exciting. If I would write this down as my big content idea and I want to dissect it, like specifically for the interior design niche, because that's the example I was using, I could be like, well, what's the problem? The problem is this. And I see, like, as I write it down, I see something else that I can use for myself as well. Which is, for example, I write down that the problem with the current state of interior designers is AI. Bang, I have a unique angle that I can give to this piece of content, which is AI going to take your interior designer job and clients? Perfect, guys. Like, This is what I'm trying to say when we break it down and we try to give an angle for it. And now if I would have a goal, I would see something differently, I could then use that. Then the benefit, I could use that. But yeah, this is the idea dissection part. And when you do it right, like you do the angle and you just write them down and then you select. And when you select the best ones that you have, then we go to the title creation, and that's going to be in the next section. The next modules are going to be that. So let's talk about the example. So this is Jesse as our client, and we had 5 content ideas saved. These are the pre-ideas. This is what I call them. How to choose a marketing vertical, how to scale it to 300 appointments a month, how to use cognitive biases in your sales cycle, thinking in system for client acquisition, high ticket sales. We have 5 big content ideas. And we went with the third one, how to use cognitive biases in your sales cycle. Now you will think that, hey, this is a perfect title, you could create it, but no, we don't do this. I already explained to you a lot of things, like market alignment, what the market thinks is the problem, and the market for sure doesn't think is the problem that they don't use cognitive biases in your sales cycle. So we wouldn't title this. So that's why we went ahead and reasoned the content. So why did we choose that one, and why do we think that's a good idea for us? Because it aligns with our mission statement, which is helping agency owners, beginner entrepreneurs book appointments, close deals on efficient systems. And that's a really good concept to build authority around, because in our niche, not a lot of people can talk about in-depth stuff like this because they don't even understand. So it was a unique idea and really valuable. But the huge problem was, right, that if you would post that content with that title, no one would click. That's why we needed to make sure that we really dissect the idea well and we give a really easy title that people would just click on. And that's when we went to the third place, which is idea dissection. Now, guys, I want you to really follow through what happened here, because this was the poor turning point. Like, before I go and explain that dissection, why I use this example as showing the ideation process is because this is the exact example I've shown to multiple of my clients, and they were amazed how well this system works, because they understood abstractly how it worked, but when I put it into context with this example, they really understood it. So the idea dissection, and this is the turning point, this is the most important you should do. My goal was to understand the idea deeply. So I asked Jesse, what does cognitive biases mean for you? And he replied, inherent psychological errors that humans have by nature. I was like, cool. I want to do deeper. Like, what do you mean by nature? And he was like, well, through evolution. Like, we are talking about evolution. And I went deeper. Like, tell me, what do we know about evolution? Well, Theory of Evolution by Charles Darwin. I was like, stop right there. We have our perfect angle for the video. Now, this was only the ideation, but let me go to the angle and then we come back. I realized, of course, he didn't knew what I was up to, but I realized what would be the best way to angle this content. Charles Darwin made me fucking rich. This is the way I could angle this content and can talk about the same thing which he wanted to, which is how to use cognitive biases in a sales cycle, but this would actually get results. This would people click. And here was our exact decision-making process. I've written down how to use cognitive biases in your sales cycle. I wanted to break down their problem, goal, benefit, example, process. But firstly, I wanted to understand this idea. I went to this. Inherent psychological errors that humans have by nature. Okay, what's nature? It's evolution. Theory of evolution. Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin made me fucking rich. We can talk about the same thing in this video, which is this is the value they are going to get, but we can title it this because we can give this angle to the content. And this is why our system is the best system ever, because we are not forced to create any content which is not juicy enough. We can dissect it and we can come up with an angle which will actually work for it. And of course, we didn't stop here because this is not the title, but I wanted you to understand how we angle this content. And usually, I hope it's the same for you. When I explain this to the clients on our one-on-one calls, they're like, oh my God, Robert, this system is so good. Now I understand it. Because with an idea which is complex, we created something that agency owners just want to click on. Or the title is just better, but actually I will show you what's the title. Because I want you guys to completely understand every single part of this. The title, we decided to make it, I stole Charles Darwin's theory of evolution and it made me XYZ dollars. But I'm not going to explain how we came up with this, because that's for the new, the other part, the title creation part. So that's what you guys have to understand. Like, I stole Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, it made me XYZ dollars per month. But this is what I wanted to explain. We have the big idea, and he had this idea. We didn't steal this from anyone. This is a good idea. We reasoned why we should create this idea. And as you can see, I was here also brainstorming, like what could be, like what is this idea, or what is even this thing, like what are we talking about, cognitive biases, sales cycle. And then I went ahead and started to dig deep, and bang, we had such a good angle for this content. And then of course we selected it because I just knew we had a banger content idea, because it aligned with the mission statement and the target audience. It was unique but not too unique, and that is thanks to our title creation process. And the taste is perfectly for me and Jesse and the beginner agency owners, Now, as I mentioned to you multiple times, when I tell this story for my clients on a call, meaning how I realized the angle for the content to be Charles Darwin made me fucking rich, from the idea of how to use cognitive biases in your sales cycle, usually they are blown away how this system works. Because our system allows you to come up with the most unique ideas possible with the least input. You don't have to be a creative person to, like, this wasn't created by luck. It's not that I realized this is such a good content idea, bang, it's going to work. It was to step by step, small steps taken, and I realized it was such a good angle that we can create a perfect video around it. And that's why this is the best system that you can ever find about ideation. But now also, you should understand for your own niche why you need to do this. Because maybe this is for people like you as well. Because you have a sales cycle. If you're watching this at the moment, you have some kind of sales cycle, because we only work with people who are actually interested in selling something. So you have a sales cycle. So this video should be something that you actually want to watch. But you wouldn't click on this, right? But I'm not going to say this is closer because you're not our exact target audience, but this is getting closer to something you would actually click, if that makes sense. So that's why you need to understand how important it is to be able to have very good content ideas, which is aligned with your niche, which is unique, and the taste is good. So, yep, that's all about the system and how this works. I'm gonna disclose something because, yeah, this didn't become our angle or the title. This is just our angle. But I will talk about exactly how we came up with the title, because this is the title. I store chart on Mr. Revolution in $XYZ per month. But I want to talk about some things I must disclose with the system. So there are just a few things I'm going to talk about. It doesn't matter how you dissect the idea until you do it. So as you have seen with just this example, I didn't do the problem, goal, benefit, example, process framework. But I asked questions to understand the idea and came up with an angle. That's because the only goal for us to do the dissection is to reveal more about the idea that we can use to get a good angle. And sometimes it's not even required. Sometimes you have just such a good content that you don't have to deal with this. But 99.9% of the times, doing it leads to 10 times better angles and titles. And that's why I don't care how you dissect the idea, which is either following the problem, goal, benefit, example, process framework or not, but you have to get more out of that idea. Because Robert Greene said this, that he was asked on a podcast. You guys probably know Robert Greene. He written these books, or he wrote this book. Point is that what he was talking about is an idea. That he was asked the question, what is a dead and what is an alive idea? He said that an idea is only alive if you have discovered and approached it from multiple perspectives. And that's the dissection part of a content idea, where you break it down into multiple parts and you make your idea alive. You're not forced to create a video called how to use cognitive biases in your sales cycle. You have understood the content idea and you know what you want to talk about. You can give a different angle and talk about the same thing. So you must do this. Now, potentially you could be right now in the situation where you don't understand, let's say, how can I create the same title for this video, which is Charles Darwin made me fucking rich and how to use cognitive bias in the sales cycle, and still talk about the same thing in the video, but you will learn later. But I just want you to understand like why this is so important. I want you to understand. And the other is this: doesn't matter where you dissect the idea, guys, until you do it. Some people want to do it in a Google Doc, some people in a notebook. I personally prefer Miro boards, but it doesn't matter. Until you can write down things and look back at it, it works. But thinking about it is not allowed. The magic only happens when you write them down, because this is what we are doing. I don't want to get too in depth into psychology or like the human brain, but when we write these things down, we get more mental real estate back, meaning that those parts of our minds which are thinking about the idea, when we write them down, they are on a page and we have new room in our head to come up with new content and better ideas. And that's why I must emphasize the fact that if you do not write them down, you're not going to get results with this. You have to write them down, and when you write them down, your mind is going to come up with new, better content ideas, like new, better angles. And yes, so that's basically. But what I want to still say is that you will need practice. Like, this is not going to happen in 1 day or 2 days, but the more you do this dissection, the better results you're going to get. And it's not a must to dissect your idea only when you're creating your content. You can, at any single given time a day, take an idea and dissect it. That's what I've done for me to unlock this creative power. And that's the secret. So With that said, this was the ideation from top to bottom. Next module, you're going to see this live. In the next section, we'll be focusing on titles. So that's why I want you guys to understand how this is the best system ever, and it doesn't matter where you do this system, like whether you do the whole system on just one document or like in a Miro board, or you do it on notebook, it doesn't matter. The only thing that actually matters is you do every single step I told you to do. And after we've gone through the quality content creation, you will learn that why you need to put down, or how you have to write down why you created that specific video. But yeah, with that said, thank you so much for watching this, and we'll talk soon. Let's go to the next live module. Hello, this is going to be the live content idea breakdown and my ideation process basically. And I like to build it on a Miro board because I'm really a visual thinker, and I like to just draw and point and do shit when I'm ideating. And yeah, I wanna go and do it now. I'm a bit tired, so please don't expect huge things here. Like what I've shown you in the example, as with what happened with Jesse, one of my clients, that's really, I'm not going to say a rare case, but like huge transformations from ideas like that doesn't usually happen on every single content idea. But this is the point where we start, and whatever is in our minds, we just do. We just do, and what happens, and what doesn't happen, doesn't happen. So I had this idea and I've written it down. One of the days I just popped it in my mind, and I've written down in my WhatsApp group chat. And it was, if you want to book appointments from IG, don't make this mistake. Now, why I want to continue on this idea is very simple, because it aligns with my target audience, which is people who are really interested in cold outreach and getting clients from there. That's a YouTube channel I'm building right now. On the other hand, lately I posted some videos, and booked calls / appointments as the stimuli got some traction. And I was thinking about this, which is, I have to double down on this because this is what got attention on my channel, so I should keep doing it. Other thing is, and one thing which I have to say right now is, I'm going to stop talking to you and I'm going to focus on the content itself, because if I do this where I'm trying to talk to you what I'm doing and do it at the same time, I usually get very bad results. So rather I would go through this first, and after that I would actually create or explain to you guys what I've thought about or what happened. So why do I want to create this content? Okay, my accountant written to me that I have to get there, so I am going now. So let's continue creating this video. And yep, one thing I wanted to say is the fact that how you guys have potentially seen that I'm doing everything at once. For me specifically, this is not a line by line thing I am doing or going like step by step. I'm doing this dynamically, where if I have an idea for something, I write down. If I have an idea for something else, I write it down, and bang, 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 bang. This is how I go through the entire process. But yeah, let's continue.
next week, I'm going to be sending 7,000 emails per day, and I'm going to be documenting the whole process. See, this year alone, I've booked over 2,000 calls from cold email, but people still don't believe me when I say that it is the best way to generate leads. They honestly think that everything lands in spam, it takes too long to work, and that it could never compete with ads. However, to be honest, I completely disagree. Now I'm giving myself just 1 week to prove them wrong. As you can see here from Sid, we have a Let's Connect that came in 5 minutes ago. Scrolling up, would be happy to chat. What works for you next week? We have a thanks for reaching out. I lead BD at Silver Oak and can be your main point of contact. Let's hop on a call. And I'm going to be showing you everything live, including the messages I send, the replies I get, and every single dollar that it costs me. So by the end of this video, you'll know exactly whether or not cold email works, or if I'm honestly just burning money for nothing. I've mapped out everything that we need to pull this off. So real quick, exactly what we're gonna need. Obviously, step 1, we're gonna need to set up the infrastructure. Step 2, we're gonna need to get some leads. Step 3, we're gonna have to create an offer. Step 4, we're gonna have to write email copy, the follow-ups, Step 5, we're obviously gonna launch. And then step 6, we're gonna check in on the results. Now, first things first, if you wanna set up 7,000 emails per day without getting banned immediately, you can't just set up one domain. I need to make sure I build this out properly. So let me show you exactly how we're setting this up. All right, so let's just do some quick math here. Obviously, we wanna send 7,000 emails per day. I'm gonna focus on Outlook for this setup, specifically for 2 reasons. 1, we're seeing optimal results with Outlook right now. And 2, it's a little bit cheaper than sending from Google, which makes it a little bit of an easier choice when we're trying to hit this kind of volume right now. So with 7,000 sends, we are going to need, let's just do some quick math. So I'm going to be using mailer for this. 1 mailer order, which is Outlook, is 1 domain, and that equals 500 daily sends. So if we want to do 7,000 sends, that's going to be roughly 14 orders, which means 14 domains. So we're going to need 14 domains here, and that's going to be roughly 1,386 accounts, because each order from mailer is 99 accounts. All right, so next thing we're going to want to do is buy some domains. We mentioned that we're going to need 14 in order to get this setup going through Outlook. So I'm going to recommend using the bulk search function here in Porkbun. Essentially what this means is you can add 14 domains at once, add them all to your cart if they're available, and obviously the only logical next step here is figuring out what those domains are going to be. So I always like to use ChatGPT for this. It just makes it really easy. So what I'm going to do, get this setup going through Outlook. Offers different ways of positioning the first email so minimal. It's really easy just to take the second or third thing that you would have liked to include in the first email, or between like 7 to 15%. I'd say that's where you see the average, at least in Email Bison, because of the way that they calculate metrics, but obviously could be much higher depending on the front end offer. Regardless, over the next couple of days, I will be keeping an eye on everything, and I'll be checking back with you guys to share the results. All right, so as promised, I wanted to walk you through a couple of the responses that are starting to flow in as we launch the campaign. So today it is October 15th. We launched the campaign on October 13th, and we just had a reply come in a few minutes ago. So I'll show you that one real quick. And then we also had a few flow in the last couple of days. So I'm going to show you those. Percent reply rate is about like half of KPI. So you can see on a good week, we're almost doubling these results, if not more than that, because that's 1.5 is kind of like the minimum. If we got up to 3%, obviously we're tripling what we see here, which is awesome on the week. And again, 16 interested responses in 1 week from a campaign. You have maybe 50% of those book a meeting. Those are no small numbers. That's still really solid. It can generate some solid revenue, especially given the amount that we had to invest into this system for the month. It really isn't too much when you factor that in. If you have a decent sales system and responses the right way, but that obviously takes some time to master. So
Okay, now even though I've done more things than I explained to you guys about the ideation process, and I don't want to go ahead and talk about this because these things for you are not really there, but I wanted to prove to you like how this is dynamic. Like when you have an idea, write it down. Like don't try to force yourself to be creative. Creativity comes randomly, and use that for yourself. And so the idea was booking appointments from IG, don't make these mistakes. And why I wanted to create this is because it aligns with my target audience, which is I help people with cold outreach get more clients. And the stimuli, booked calls and appointments got some traction on my channel. And me personally, I've been suffering with IG a lot. Like I never was able to build a very good client acquisition system for myself on IG from cold DMs. And then it would be a good idea to focus on something like this because it's good for me and good for the viewers. Now there was one disadvantage, which I got some traction with the cold loom outreach idea. So I think it wouldn't be a good idea to now create a content of the best cold IG outreach techniques. I would rather try a challenge because if people somehow, like a little even, like they think of me as the cold loom outreach guy, I think just going, hey, this is the best cold IG outreach techniques, that really hinders my authenticity, my authority in the niche. And that's why I wanted to form it in a challenge. And that's when I had this idea of challenge. So let me move this. And as you see, guys, like I started to go and understand the content idea with the why, and I already had an idea, which is challenge, like why I'm not challenging myself on this. Or then I started to break it down to a problem, and the problem was this was also the challenge. A problem is really this, but yeah, I started to break it down. And the free value gave me the idea of I sent fake free value on cold IGDMs and booked 13 calls. Now this could be a interesting and funny angle to talk about this. And then it's like, what's the goal? I want to force myself to create stimuli that actually will book me calls. After this, like the problem with this idea or potential title, these are not finalized. We are going to finalize it when we go and talk about titles, because this content will be created together with you guys. From here, I didn't really have good ideas because I think this is a really good idea when it comes to creating that piece of content. But from that point, I was just writing down everything that I had in my brain, so I have it like completely empty compared to keeping everything in my brain and not having space to come up with new good content ideas. And that's what you need to do right here. So I hope this live ideation process together helped you, and let's go to the next section. Hello and welcome to the fourth episode of the YouTube Client Acquisition Mastery, where we are going to talk about packaging. And this is going to be a long one, like a really, really long one. So I hope you're ready for this, because this is going to change your entire view about packaging. We're going to talk about the underlying principles of packaging, then titles and thumbnails, and the process for creation of perfect packaging. So let's talk about the underlying principles, and it's going to be the pyramid. The first principle of packaging is this: the packaging pyramid. I named it the packaging pyramid. Now it's really important why I named it a pyramid, because in a pyramid, each layer builds upon the other. And if the foundation or a layer is missing, the whole is not going to work out, meaning it's going to fall down, it's going to crumble. So let me explain how the packaging pyramid works. This is how it looks like. What that means is that if your thumbnail has contrast
and your title opens a gap and your thumbnail validates that gap, you will get a click. This is how the packaging first principles work. So let me explain a bit further this, right? Because sounds simple. But as you have seen, it builds upon each other. The contrast, the gap, and the validation. If these, are not in place in this order, it's not going to work. This is what you need if you want to succeed with your packaging. Firstly, on the home feed, if your thumbnail has contrast, it stands out and people naturally look at it. Now, something which is really important is that if you don't have contrast, no one will look at your content. So it's not just important to put in contrast, it's important because then you will never ever get views if you don't have it. So, with that said, I will reveal a picture of a home feed and tell me which one you looked at first. Now, with that said, I'm gonna guess that this one, right? Hopefully, yes. It was in contrast to the other thumbnails. As you have seen, this one has all type of colors. This one is just pure white. It's like bang, you take a look at it. So, this is actually just one example of using contrast in your thumbnail, but this is how it works. Like, because of the contrast, it stands out and you looked at it. And if your thumbnail has contrast, people will look at it. And if don't, no eyeballs. Next one. They look at your thumbnail, and that naturally means they will read the title as well. And if at that moment you open a gap, they stay. If you don't open a gap, they scroll or they do whatever they want. And I will reveal right now 2 titles. And you have to ask the question, or you have to answer it in your mind, that which one opens a gap in your mind. So let's reveal the 2 titles. Which one opened the gap in your mind? Well, I think it's very simple. The world's deadliest obstacle course. Because this opens a curiosity gap in your mind. But actually, this is just one way of opening a gap. But this opened a curiosity gap in your mind, like, what is going to happen? What does this mean? How does this whole work? I want to know. And that is a curiosity gap. And now, because you have a gap opened in your mind, what you're going to do is that you will look back at the thumbnail again. Because thirdly, they are interested, they have a gap in their mind, and they look back at your thumbnail again, and if you validate the gap, you get a click. And if there is no gap validation, there is no click. So I will reveal 2 thumbnails for the Mr. Beast title. Which one you wanna click? That's the question. So, the world's deadliest obstacle course and the world's deadliest obstacle course. Well, I can guess that you want to watch this one. Like, there's no question in my head about this. Because this validates the curiosity gap in your mind. And even though in every possible way the other thumbnail is perfect, like there is no way you can tell me this thumbnail isn't perfect, you still wanna click on this one because this validates the gap that's been opened in your mind because of the title. So, with that, let's quickly recap this. On the home feed, if your thumbnail has contrast, it stands out, people naturally look at it. If you don't have contrast, you get no eyeballs. And this is done completely with your thumbnail. And it's important because No contrast means no eyeballs. Secondly, they look at your thumbnail, and that naturally means they will read the title as well. Like, if you have took the time to take a look at the thumbnail, you're gonna take the time to take a look at the title as well. And if at that moment you open a gap, you have a possibility to close them, so to speak, because they stay. But if there is no gap, they will scroll. And now, because you have opened the gap, they are interested. They have a gap in their mind. They look back at your thumbnail again. And if you validate the gap, you get a click. And if there is no gap validation, there is no click. So, the question becomes how to do this. Well, because the pyramid is put together from two different elements, the title and the thumbnail, and they interact together, I'm going to explain them one by one, starting with the title, because it has only one job. This is how I'm going to explain it. But it's really important to nail this principle into your mind. If your thumbnail has contrast and your title opens a gap and your thumbnail validates that gap, you will get a click. This is the principle. And it's each builds upon each other. Your contrast gets the eyeball of the viewer. The gap makes them interested or makes them stay at that content. And the thumbnail elements will validate the gap, and that will make them click the video. So with that said, we have covered the first principles. And if this didn't blow your mind around how thumbnails work, well, or packaging work, I don't know what to say. Because this is so nitty-gritty detailed that from here, there is no way you cannot create a thumbnail and a title combination which wouldn't succeed for you. So with that said, let's talk about the title. And the title has only one job. It opens a gap. Very simple. But what's a gap? That's the question. Well, there is two types of gap. There's a curiosity and an information gap. So let's talk about the curiosity gap before. What happened with this person's body? Where did it disappear? Okay. Curiosity gap. This opens a gap in the viewer's mind by opening loops. Other words, open-ended questions in the brain, which forces them to click because the mind hates open loops. So what does this mean? The world's deadliest obstacle course. You're going to be like, what does that mean? Like, what's gonna happen in that video? Like, is someone going to die? Like this, that, and blah, blah, blah. These questions, building upon each other, going to be forcing you to click because the mind hates these open loops. And you are right here at that moment taking a look at the thumbnail and the title, and you are right here after. If you would watch the video and get your questions answered, you would have the answer, and you would have the dopamine that you have the answer. And so this is how the curiosity gap works. And let me give you some examples. For example, in the entertainment niche, and this is Mr. Beast, lose 100 pounds, win $250,000. Like, what happens? This is gonna lose. No. World's deadliest obstacle course. And you're like, oh my god, what's going to happen? Is someone going to die? Blah, blah, blah. I survived the 5 deadliest place on earth. You're like, what does this mean? Like, I wanna know what's happening in that video. Let me know about it. Next, 7 days exploring an underground city. Like, an underground city. What's an underground city? And 7 days in there. I just wanna know what's inside. Like, you have these questions in your mind, these open loops around this story, and you wanna know it. But let's talk about in the education, because you may think from here that it's only possible to do it in the entertainment niche or the entertainment, but that's not true. In education, this works as well. For example, this was mine, which succeeded very well. it was never about cold outreach. And you're like, what? Why? What does this mean? Like, cold outreach, never about what? Man, I have to know. Other, work hard, you won't regret it. I've seen this title and thumbnail combination pop up on my feed. I was interested, like, what do you mean you won't regret it? But I had ideas because I made some connections in my head what this could mean. I was like, I just want to know. And this one, doing things alone. Like, what does this mean? Why? And blah, blah, blah. The aesthetic brand blueprint. Now, man, what does that mean? And no gatekeeping. Like, you want to know, like, what's inside aesthetic brand blueprint? Like, how does it align? And blah, blah, blah. This one. Quiet confidence is attractive. And, like, what is quiet confidence? Like, is quiet confidence this or that? And, like, you have these questions in your mind, which makes you click. And this is the curiosity gap. This is how it works. It opens a gap in your mind with opening loops around the topic. Meaning, so to speak, in a biological perspective, that your neurons starting to fire off because your mind starts to make these connections, starts to ask these questions around the topic. So let's go to the information gap. This is the second type of gap. This opens a gap in the viewer's mind through realizing that you will be closer to your goal if you watch the video. Because the mind wants to progress and it wants to get all information about reaching the goal. So, this is you before. Let's say you're right here at $0. Watching the video to get closer to your goal will lead you to make $10,000 per month. Or, this doesn't have to be this big of a jump, but if you feel like in any shape or form, this video will help me get closer to my goal, then you're going to click. This is how the information gap works. So some examples. In the education niche, or in the education, like, just did a 20K launch from scratch under 48 hours, just copy me. And you're like, man, wish I could do that. And think about, reaching the goal of making 10, 20, 40, 50K a month. Like, I want to know what's inside. Or $30,000 in 10 days selling AI to local businesses. And if you're in the business of selling AI, you're going to be like, what does this guy have? Like, this much amount in 10 days, I want to know. Next one. How I went from 496 to 807 testosterone in 3 months. Man, I've seen this video. I was like, I just want to know. Like, I want to increase my testosterone. Addiction hacking is the easiest way to make fuck you money. It's like, what? What is addiction hacking? I'm making fuck you money. Like, this is what I want to do. Like, I must know. Because you think this video is going to get you closer to the desired outcome you have. How I fulfill $4,000 per month SMMA clients. Copy me lol. Now, this is how the information gap works. Because of the information inside the video, you think at that moment you're going to get closer to your desired outcome if you watch the entire video, or you at least click on it. It's a bit in the morning, so I'm a bit crying. No. This is the curiosity gap, and this is the information gap. These were the examples. But with that said, now you know what are they and how they work. The question becomes how to actually do it, how to actually open a gap. Now, to be completely transparent with you, my title creation workflow is the idea generation workflow, because a killer idea is the killer title. Simple as that. Like, I don't have to explain anything else. This is the ideation workflow: taking notes, then taking a topic, dissecting the topic, taking a very good angle for the topic through outliers, which are already pre-validated ideas on YouTube, and see if there is any way I can make it more juicier. And this is my title creation workflow, because with this, I will lead back to a killer idea based on outliers, which are basically the killer titles. So this is how to create a killer title. Now there's one more thing I haven't talked about, and it's the idea generation. In the idea generation, which you must focus on, because your title must be believable. Simple example: how I scaled from $0 to 40 million per month in 3 days as a complete beginner. This is just unbelievable. You're not gonna believe someone scaled from 0 to 40 million a month in 3 days who is a complete beginner. So you have to make your titles believable. And there is no way I would click on this title, like how I scaled from 0 to 40 million a month in 3 days as a complete beginner. But besides that, everything is the same. Like, you have to align the title with the market, and you have to instantly hook them in. And if that's in your title, basically these principles are implemented in your title, you have won. And basically this is how you create a killer title. And I'm very happy that I realized that the idea and the title for me is the same, because it takes much less time to create a killer video, because I don't have to, take hours generating an idea and hours generating a title, because for me, the title and the idea is the same. So, thumbnail. Okay, let's talk about the thumbnail. The thumbnail has two jobs: create contrast and validate the gap. Very simple. But this is done through the different building blocks of a thumbnail. And the thumbnail has three simple building blocks. There is the background, basically the background of your thumbnail. If it's, a talking head video, it can be, you on the actual thumbnail and behind you the background. Also, it's like if you're creating my robot videos and my robot thumbnails, it's all about taking actually good background for it. Second, elements. What are the main things you place on the thumbnail, basically? So it's like text, pictures. What else can I say? Like logos or emojis, anything that you want to put on it. These are the elements. And the third is emotion / face. Like what emotion the subject conveys, because that's really important when you're creating your thumbnail. It's like what emotion the face of the person on the thumbnail actually conveys. And like me personally, I wouldn't really create a thumbnail where I don't put a face there. I think that's really crucial to success of a thumbnail, because people recognize faces more, and it allows you to get higher click-through rates because of you just simply putting a face on the thumbnail. So with that said, let's explain the contrast and the gap validation step by step. So the contrast simply means that because of a difference, it stands out. This is what contrast is. Because there is a difference, something stands out. That's all. If I'm gonna go talk about the different ways of people like to open contrast, how do they implement contrast so it stands out, but this is the basic principle. Contrast explains how a difference makes it stands out. And actually you can do this inside or outside the thumbnail with the background, elements or / composition. Now, there is one secret for this, and this is going to be funny, but this is a secret. Do whatever it takes to get someone's attention on the fucking thumbnail. I don't care if you write a big ass red text on it. I don't care if you put a random emoji that's just, what the fuck is that? Like, doesn't matter what it takes. get someone's attention on the fucking thumbnail. That's that. Simple as that, basically. Now, I don't care how you do it, but do it. Simple. But of course, here are the most common ways of creating contrast, and we are going to go through that. Reality is that creating contrast is easier than you would think, but I have to really emphasize the point that you need to create contrast, because if I don't emphasize the point and you miss this detail and your videos flop, then it's my problem. So really understand how contrast is the number one priority when it comes to everything, because that makes someone look at your thumbnail from there reading the title and from there validating it through the thumbnail again. So here's the most common ways. Home feed. If you know what type of thumbnail your competitors do, create the opposite, and that creates a contrast so you actually stand out. So you could just take a look at this picture, like which one stands out? Well, this, like I don't have to explain anything because everyone here looks the same, but this is completely different. This just stands out. I'm gonna take a look at it and read it. Or also, this one was a home feed difference. Black and blue and a bit, gray and like little shadow or, gray. And it's like, this is just pure white. So, okay. This is the first type of contrast. Now, this is a bit harder to create because you don't exactly know what your competitors do. And for example, Mr. Beast doesn't do this, but there is no way you couldn't test it. Like if you know your competitors are these types of people, you should test it. So that's the first one. Second is the color. Bright colors in a thumbnail always make you just take a look at it. For example, in this one, this big ass red and this big ass green, or the yellow here, red here. I just want to look at it. Also, this is Mr. Beast's technique, and as I mentioned, even though his competitors do the same, like every single Mr. Beast competitor puts, colors, like very bright colors on the thumbnails, Mr. Beast does this as well and gets millions upon millions of views, so this definitely must work. So with that said, this is Mr. Beast's thumbnail, which has perfect, bright color contrast. And this one is an information video about a guy, teaching ads, but this is also purely bright colors, like this pink, this orange, yellow, magenta, I guess, and I don't know what's this. But like it really stands out if you watch it from a higher perspective. So there's the second. Now let's talk about the third. Luminosity. Playing with the relationship of the highlights and the shadows create contrast in a thumbnail. So for example, this is very white and this is very, black. So what it means is that like you just want to take a look at it in the actual home feed, like why is some part of this thumbnail white and the other is black? I just want to know. The other is this, for example. This really catched my attention, which is like very white, very black, and it stands out. And like, I have to watch it. I have to take a look at it. Or for example, Tom Young, even though he has a color contrast, he plays with the luminosity and the highlights and the shadows. Like for example, this is the shadow, this is the highlight, the white, the black and white, and his face, it has higher luminosity right here. So this is the third way of creating contrast, playing with the luminosity. Fourth is big versus small. Create contrast with comparison between big and small in the thumbnail. And for example, Charlie Morgan's video where there is a big ass house behind him, that creates contrast because it's like there is a face. You can be on the home feed and you can see that there is a face, but there is something behind it which is bigger, so you are gonna take a look at it. But this one, for example, this really catch my attention because from the green, this person stood out, and I've seen there is another thing that catches my attention, it was this big ass, I don't know, castle or temple or whatever it is, and like this contrast between these two elements on the thumbnail made me wanna click on it, really. So this is the fourth one, big versus small. You can create contrast with that. Now, next one is a big ass text. Like, man, create contrast with putting a big ass text on the screen, and you get a plus point if you use a color that is bright. Like, don't tell me because of that big ass word you're not going to take a look at it on the home feed. Like, you are, because it's like, what is that? Let me take a look at it. And you take a look at it and you read what the title is, and if you're interested, you will click on it. So, next one is the white space. Is it the same? Man, I don't know how to count. Create contrast with leaving a white space on the screen. And also this is luminosity playing, like this is white, this is gray, and this is completely black, and this is similar like white and black, but like you have contrast because of the white space. Now what is white space? Is basically leaving the place empty. That is white space. And so you're like, I just want to take a look at it on the home feed. If you would see this thumbnail or this one, it's like biggest text, biggest text. I just want to know white and black contrast and like white space, which is like, it bothers your eyes how one part of the thumbnail is just nothing. And so creating contrast is actually easier than you would think, but it's very, very important. So literally, this is my best advice for you. Be creative. This is art. And like in a similar fashion, this person used a big ass text and luminosity differentiation. Simple as that. And also white space. So this person used 3 different parts to this thumbnail creation. Or in this one, this doesn't just have luminosity play. It has a bright color back here. It has also a bright color back here. And take a look at his face, man. Like, it's like, wow. So, yeah. Make sure to be creative. Now, I'm not going to say to create Mr. Beast thumbnails, but understand the underlying principle of contrast, because that's going to make someone take a look at your thumbnail. Now, we come to the next step, validating the gap. Exactly how do you validate the gap, which will justify the click? And this is very, very simple. You intentionally place elements and choose an emotion / phase which is in alignment with the gap you have opened. Let me state an example. How I made $10,000, or how I would make $10,000 a month ASAP if I had to start again. Okay, this is somewhat of interest to you. It opens a gap in your mind. How it is validated? Well, first of all, the emotion and the face. It's like an in-depth explanation. Like, I'm gonna explain to you exactly how to make $10,000 a month. It's like, oh my god, I'm missing out on value. This is the first idea in your mind because of the behavior this person does on the actual thumbnail. You feel you're missing out on information. The second thing is elements. So what kind of elements are on the actual thumbnail? There is a big ass Rolex right here. It's like, man, I wanna know, like Rolex, I wanna know, he has the money. This shows authority, and it justifies the gap, because how would make 10K a month ASAP? If you have a Rolex on or whatever watch this is, you're gonna be like, well, I wanna know. This person definitely knows it. And like the background view, like on the thumbnail in itself, you can see this beautiful background view. This must mean this person is rich or wealthy, so he has this kind of office, meaning if you watch the video, you're gonna have the same as well. And like how this thumbnail creates contrast is firstly big ass yellow watch, secondly the contrast between green and blue, white and dark, it perfectly creates contrast. And so with the gap they open with the title, the emotion and basically the fame, the indexed explanation is gonna deliver and justify the click, and also the Rolex and the background view. Now let me talk about a different example. I copied Iman Gaj's content strategy and it made me $151,000 per month. When I was watching my home feed, I was learning about thumbnails and titles. This video popped up on my feed and I wanted to click really badly. Like really badly I wanted to click on this. And what happened is I realized that, man, the emotion in the face, in the middle of explaining something. This is just a random picture took from the video, like the middle of explaining something. And the elements, which is like money. Iman Gaj's actual post you can see right here. Red arrows, like these red things and this hand, all these stuff make me wanna click because I see the value inside. I just wanna step inside and put this value into my head. This is what I thought. Like, man, if there is so many value on this thumbnail, I see it in the thumbnail, I wanna know what is on there actually. And like I've written here, like we'll talk about this, like the red arrows. This is about the details of the thumbnail which will help justify and validate the click. So with that said, it's like, this is how it validated it. They put, these sorts of stuff on the actual thumbnail which validated the title. Now, simply put, the brain wants justification around the gap you've opened, so it may finally click. For example, if you write made XYZ money, showing a Stripe screenshot is actually a very good justification. Or like grow your YouTube channel. Then a channel with dozens of subscribers where it's plainly visible, then it helps with, it justifies the title and the gap. Or for example, this funnel generates $50,000 per month and you show a funnel and a Stripe screenshot, but you have just validated the gap. So this is how it works. But there is one secret to this, and this is what I call it, the emotional leverage. And oh my God, guys, you're gonna get deep, because this is how you master thumbnails. Not all information gaps are created equally. What that leads to is that the validation is not the same. How you open the gap defines how you must validate it. So let's read these two titles. This is how I made $10,000 a month in 27 days with AI, and I made $10,000 in 27 days by selling AI, just copy me. Okay, these are the two titles. Now, what I'm going to do, of course, like after you read the title, you feel that what is required as validation for you to click is not the same. Like what you want to see on a thumbnail to click on on the video is not going to be the same in these two titles. So with that said, let me show you the same titles with one type of thumbnail, and I want to hear what you would click on. I made $10,000 in 27 days by selling AI, just copy me. This is how I made $10,000 per month in 27 days with AI. Which one would you click? Well, I guess the first one. And let me explain why. Let me explain my reasoning. Because the first one opens a status gap. I made $10,000 in 27 days. While the second one opens a process gap. This is how I made $10,000 a month. Even though the gap is the same, the gap in the form of open the gap with money and the numbers, how the gap was opened is different. And the status gap is actually validated through the Stripe screenshot. Stripe screenshot, big ass red circle, contrast, Stripe logo, contrast. It stands out. And it is validated. But the process is not validated. So this combination would work 10 times better than this combination. Of course, people would click on it, but fundamentally the gap opened right here is not validated in the thumbnail, meaning people are not that likely to click. So this is really, really tricky. Like, I was trying to define all the potential gaps an information gap could open, but besides the status gap and the process gap, I haven't found a lot. But the idea is this: I'm gonna teach you emotional leverage. And with that, you're gonna be able to all the time validate the gap as you would validate the gap as you open the gap. So let me explain. So firstly, you have to understand this. Every single stimuli you put in front of people's eyes creates an emotion, either negative, neutral, or positive. This is important. So take a look at this one. Maybe as you have seen this, if you're afraid of dogs, this would have created a negative emotion. Or if you love dogs, it maybe would be a neutral one. I don't guess it's going to be a positive for anyone, but this is the idea. This stimuli, which is basically just a picture, have created somewhat an emotion in your brain. And why this is important is what kind of words, pictures, and elements you put on your thumbnail will create emotions in someone's brain. And what you need to do in order to maximize the likelihood of a click is to, based on the gap you have opened, search for the stimuli that would widen the gap so you force a click. And let me explain when I've literally realized the secret for this. Because, man, the gap you opened, you have to identify the stimuli that would widen that specific click, which would force the click. That would widen that specific gap, which would force the click. So, let me show you a title thumbnail combination, which made me realize this rule. And then I'm gonna explain it further, the rule. Just delete social media and see what happens. You will feel like a kid again. Now, let's talk about it here for a second. Let's stay here. There is a simple gap open, like a very simple gap. Just delete social media, see what happens, right? Like you have seen a bunch of videos talking about, delete social media and, go on a 7-day trip or where you don't have your phone and these sorts of stuff. See what happens, like it's just written there. But the thumbnail, how it's validating the idea of deleting social media is crazy. Because the person reimagining the childhood written right here and validating by the picture led to a bunch of emotions, which in correlation with this gap forced the click. So think about it. If you would have written down, just delete social media and see what happens, you will be smart. Maybe some people would have opened some people would have, felt emotions about being smart, like, oh my god, I will be the smartest guy in the room, how much status I will get, these sorts of stuff. But the idea of feeling like a kid again was the highest emotional leverage. And what that led to is a forced click, because you're now watching this title and the thumbnail and you're like, I just want to know. And so, the secret is this: those kinds of stimuli you have to put on the thumbnail that doesn't just validate the gap, but widens it through making the end more promising. So for example, if you would create a video like this one, let's go back to this example. I made this much in this many times and blah, blah, blah. If you would have, say, possibly written down that make fuck you money with AI, you're gonna be like the end point, aka the desired outcome you're going to reach by watching the video is gonna be much higher. And so you're going to be more likely to click the actual video. Because the emotional leverage it creates by making the end more promising. And so, yeah, like this is what I wanted to explain for you guys. So that is everything you need to know about thumbnails. And I'm gonna actually tell you guys though how to do this specifically when you're creating your thumbnail. But like this is crucial. Like you have to really understand, like nail this in your mind. It's not just the validating of the gap by putting things there which validates the gap. That's easy. Like if you put money, put a Stripe screenshot or these sorts of stuff. But choosing those words, those specific things, which wouldn't just validate it, but widen the gap through making the end more promising, and that would lead to forcing a click. So there is two more things I really want to talk about to you guys. One is the familiarity bias, and the others are the details which I have talked to you about already. So let's talk about that. When you're creating the thumbnail, you must focus on placing stimuli, aka the elements, on it which forces them to click through an emotional basis. Like you validate the gap, but through emotional basis you force a click. But what creates emotions in the brain? This is the question. And that is association. Basically, you have seen something in your life and had an emotion with it, and the brain associated that thing with the emotion. So the question becomes, what is the best way to get emotions out from someone? Well, it's a familiarity bias, meaning what we actually recognize, we usually have emotions associated with. And familiarity bias is all about being familiar with something. That's all. And think in this way. Let me show you an example of a title and thumbnail. First one, I've closed my first client. This is a thumbnail. Like, this can have emotional attachment to it. Like, I've closed my first client. Those people who remembered for closing their first client, how good they feel and these sorts of stuff. But if you take it this one, and the title potentially is the same, like I just closed my first client, blah blah blah. The title for these two thumbnails is the same. Putting my first client and the Stripe screenshot of my first client, what it allows you to do? Well, because people do remember how it felt for them to see on the Stripe get their first money, this is going to get much more emotions from their brain than just writing, I've closed my first client. Because the Stripe screenshot is associated with the emotion they felt when they got their first client. This text is not associated with them getting their first client, but Stripe is. So, the second recreates the same feeling in people because they understand and have associated the emotions with that. And for some people, it creates the potential feeling of getting their first client. So that's why familiarity is so important, because you can get that juicy emotions out of these people. So the rule is simple. This is really simple. Don't put elements on your thumbnail which could be replaced with something they have already seen. Examples. A money amount. Well, you can put Stripe logo, a Stripe screenshot, these sorts of stuff. Booked call. Well, you can write booked call, but you can put Calendly right there, and Calendly is associated with booked calls. Or a Zoom link, which is a sales call, or Zoom logo. Traffic, like you shouldn't write down traffic, you should put a YouTube logo, IG logo, TikTok, LinkedIn, X, whatever it is, just put that. And especially, don't put things on your thumbnail which make people confused. For that, I am going to show you something which I didn't intend to, but I will, because I'm not going to gatekeep anything. And so, let me show you back in the day what kind of thumbnail I have created, which perfectly explains the familiarity bias. I thought the title and the thumbnail was very good and these sorts of stuff, and I was like, this is going to get so much clicks because it's unique, because it's this, because it's that. And no, it didn't get. So let me explain. So right here, take a look at this thumbnail of mine. Man, my face was somewhere right here. I maybe have this on my YouTube channel as well. I think I have. Maybe. And if not this one, maybe the other one. But I wanna see the title as well for this. But it doesn't exist anywhere. Fuck. Okay. Cool. But this is the idea. Like, do you recognize anything on this thumbnail? No. Then why would you click on it? Because you don't even know what is going to be inside. Like, you can take a look at this. Like, yeah, this looks clean and it's like unique and these sorts of stuff. But man, you don't even know what the frick is going to happen in this. You don't understand. Like, this thumbnail just makes you worried what is going to be inside. So, this is the rule. Don't put elements on your thumbnail which could be replaced with something they already seen. So one of the person who I coach created this, where it's like he drew a stickman figure, another stickman figure, and the idea was to how to turn dead leads into booked calls. This was the idea. And what he did is he put a, what is this called? What, not a tombstone, but like what people, are buried in when they die. Like, he put that behind the stickman, and that should have shown that this is a dead lead, and a booked call, which right here was a calendar link. And I was like, man, I don't even know what this should be. Like, a person in a random ass, almost a tombstone, and like, man, I just don't want to click on it because it just confuses me. I just don't want to see it. And like, you shouldn't really put things on your thumbnail which should make people confused. I was like, stop this, because I understand the transformation going from dead leads to booked call, but don't do this because I don't recognize it and it just makes me confused and I don't want to click. So just only put elements on your thumbnail which could be replaced, or just only put things on your thumbnail which can be recognized. Most of the times. Like, you can, draw a stickman figure. There is no problem with that because people can recognize that, but don't, put these sorts of, almost the dead lead sort of metaphor. Don't do that. Now, with that said, let's go to the details. Now, there is this law in psychology, sunk cost fallacy. And simply said is this: we continue doing something even though it's not likely a good idea because we have already spent our resources on it. Time, money, and energy. And we are continue to doing that action because we have already done it. So, we can use this our own advantage. What do I mean? The more time someone spends trying to decipher your thumbnail, the more they are going to click. That is how this goes. So look at these two thumbnails. From these two thumbnails, which one is going to make you wanna click? Well, it's very simple. I guess it's the second one, like this one. And why? Because the details on the second one makes you want to know what's inside more. Like for example, writing mastery, upsell, this randomized IG, this instant logo, this resell, this purely organic, these sorts of stuff is going to make you be like, I don't want to see this, but like, oh, I want to know this. Like, what's inside? Like, man. So that's the secret. The more details that you put on your thumbnails that shows depth to the content, the more someone wants to click it. And there is two reasons for that. Because they spend more time understanding the actual thumbnail, and it shows competence and authority. So be aware of this, because if you miss this, well, man, I cannot say anything for you. Don't create confusion. You can create details, but don't create confusion. Confused minds don't buy. They're not going to click. Just as how I mentioned, drawing a stickman figure and putting it into a tombstone doesn't work. Stop that. It's confusion. But you can put details onto your thumbnail. But the secret is this, basically. Create clarity by showing more information from the video. So that's why it's a good idea to have an understanding of what you're going to talk about in the video before creating the thumbnail, because you can give out more information on the thumbnail, which is going to make them be like, I wanna know what's inside. So, with that said, you have now everything about thumbnails and titles and packaging. And my mind is just almost fried. But we have to go through step by step how you create a banger packaging. So, with that said, let's talk about that. The process. The process is fairly simple. There's only 6 steps. First is you need a killer title, which is have a killer title ready. Simple. Don't even bother creating a thumbnail until you have a killer title, because you need to validate the information gap. So stop the cap right there. Of course, how do you do that? Well, you create a killer idea, which is going to be your killer title. Now, second one is the type. So understand this concept, which is pre-framing. So what people see on your thumbnail will decide what kind of mental state they will come to your video. So that your best guess to succeeding is creating a similar type of thumbnail to the type of content you're creating. Simply said, if you're creating a Miro board video, create a Miro board thumb. If you're creating a talking head video, create a talking head thumbnail. If you're creating a vlog video, then create a vlog thumbnail. But don't create a Miro board video with a vlog thumbnail, because then people are going to have the wrong associations, wrong assumptions. They click on your video, it's not what you have, so to speak, promised them, and they're gonna leave. And also, people right now can see the first 5 seconds of the video, and if they, put the mouse, on the thumbnail, they can see what's inside the video. And if the thumbnail is completely different from what's inside the video, they're not gonna click. So that's why it's important to pre-frame people with your thumbnail. Meaning that you have to create those types of thumbnails, which is what kind of content that you're creating. So secondly, when you go to create your thumbnail, you have to know what kind of content you have created, so you can actually have an understanding of what kind of thumbnail you should create. Now, this is the next one, the contrast. You have to lay out the groundwork for how you will create contrast. But really don't overcomplicate this. Don't fall into a problem of overthinking creating a thumbnail because of you fear you don't create contrast. I usually know that I have a white background because I create Miro board thumbnails most of the time, which stands out from on the home feed on a dark theme. And I will usually use a red marker like this to emphasize things, which also stands out. And I use saturated colors for my, so to speak, process thumbnails, which makes them pops out. Maybe it makes it pops out. And I understand how I'm going to create contrast. It's not what I'm gonna start with, but I know I must do it, because if it's not there, I'm gonna fail. So the idea is to have the groundwork for you to create the contrast. And if you have it, you can go to the next step, which is the emotional leverage. Now, this is very crucial because this can decide whether you win or you die. Before you would create anything, literally, you have to write down 5 to 10 elements you can place on your thumbnail that will have the highest emotional resonance based on the gap you're creating. So for example, if you created a process gap, meaning you read the title and you want to know the process, you can write down 5 to 10 elements which would make people be more interested in your video. This is very simple, but very, very important. In a similar fashion, being aware of trends can help a ton. Because for example, the phrase of fuck you money was trendy, and it means it has a high emotional leverage. Meaning if you're talking about I made $10,000 a month and you really try to understand what would have the highest emotional resonance with the people who you are talking to, you understand that, if I put fuck you money on the thumbnail, it's going to make people more emotional because this is what they want. So I'm going to put it right here. So I really hope this emotional leverage is understandable because this is the secret when it comes to creating your thumbnail. You validate the gap, but you validate the gap with those kinds of elements, which is going to have the highest likelihood through emotional basis to get a click. So if you have that, like really, if you've written down 5 to 10 elements, that is going to have the highest emotional resonance, meaning it widens the gap the most and makes the desired outcome more promising for the potential viewer, then you have got the right things written down. It's time to create variations. And I would really lie if I would say I have a system for this. I don't exactly know how I'm going to create variations. What I usually do is Miro board thumbnails for myself and my clients. And after I have understood what are the emotional leverages, I do two things. I either lay out in the composition, or I lay out in the composition where my face will be, and I start putting shit together. Like literally, this is what I do. These three things. And from there, I iterate and change. That's all I do. Like, I put stuff there, I don't like it, I change those stuff, do it again, until I have something I like. And really the goal is to create 2 to 4 foundational variations. Now, why? Because, creation is actually art. And sometimes the fourth iteration / try would be a banger one because you have much more ideas, much more iterations. It would be just a banger one, but you never ever get there. Now, of course, there is diminishing return. If you try to make your first thumbnail the most perfect one, of course, it's not going to work. But the idea is to create multiple ones so you learn more, you iterate more, and the more likely you're going to get a banger one. So what I will do is I will force you to do them. So do as much as you can. Of course, don't do 10 thumbnails for one video, but at least 2 to 4 foundational variations, which is like, I like this, I like this, I like this, and also I like this. You have 4 which, looks good, but of course, one is going to be much more promising. And so when you have the 2 to 4 foundational variations, what you're going to do is do the finishing touches. The one that hits you the most, really like the one, you will choose it and double down on the iterations by comparing it to other thumbnails. And this is also a secret when it comes to creating good ass thumbnails, which is comparing it to other thumbnails. If it looks better, you win. If it's not, you lose. And basically you understand where it fails. You can fail on a contrast basis, you can fail on a composition basis, like for example, fonts, words, colors. You have to understand comparing it to other thumbnails where it is failing. And for example, I'm gonna show you how mine looks like exactly, but this is what you're going to do. You're going to compare it to other thumbnails and you change what is required. And if you change what is bad, then your thumbnail is going to be a banger one. So if I come here, what I usually do is I create a thumbnail right here. Then I usually come here to my board and for example, put these things together and I see where my thumbnail fails. I put it into a context of a bunch of thumbnails and see where it fails. What should I, make better about it? And I guess this is I don't know how much iteration, but I'm trying to understand, okay, where it fails. This fails because it doesn't have enough contrast. Okay, let's change it. But this has contrast because it has bright colors. Also, does it, validate Iman? Yeah, Iman right there. It validates it, but cold traffic conversion mechanism made 7 immediately. This is more of a process gap which I opened, and I'm like, okay, this is the process. And so this is how I do the finishing touches to my thumbnails. I really just sit down and do it. And usually the process will look like this. So this is the first iteration, this is the second iteration, this is the third iteration, this is the fourth iteration, this is the fifth iteration. So it's you can see how much it grows and gets better as time passes. And this is how you get a banger thumbnail. I cannot say anything else. Or this is the other one. The first iteration was this. Second iteration was this. Third iteration was this. And now actually I can show you in my thumbnail board because we are here and how that exactly looks like. So if I come here, I have to now take a guess where the thumbnail which I have this one. So as you can see, I have right here a bunch of pictures. What is this? Which one? Okay, so this was the first one. This was the second one. This one was the third one. And this one was the fourth. And this one was the fifth. So do you see how much difference it made? And just compare to the first one. A lot. In this context, you can see how much it progressed. And so this is really the secret. You start creating, you put shit together and create something that works. And of course, this is why I've taught you validation and emotional leverage, because now you understand how to do it. I have to teach you how to put things together on a thumbnail because you fundamentally understand the principles which is important to create your thumbnails. And so this is a simple, harsh truth. You have to start creating it and it will sort itself out. Simple as that. Stop overthinking it and you win. Hehe. So, with that said, let's just quickly recap packaging because oh my days, man. So, let's talk about the underlying principle. If your thumbnail has contrast and your title opens a gap and your thumbnail validates the gap, you will get a click. And as you have seen somewhere, on the home feed, your thumbnail has contrast, it stands out, people naturally look at it. They look at your thumbnail, that naturally means that they will read the title as well. If that moment you open a gap, they stay. Thirdly, they are interested, they have a gap in their mind, they look back at your thumbnail again. If you validate the gap, you get a click. And remember, no contrast, no eyeballs, no gap, scroll, no gap validation, no click. This is why each step is very important. So how do you open the gap? That is either a curiosity gap or an information gap. Curiosity gap works based on opening loops in your mind, which your brain wants to solve, meaning, and the information gap is you realizing that you will be closer to your goal if you watch this video. And so some examples and how you do it basically is you create a killer idea, but make sure that your killer idea is believable. Of course, that's in the success framework right here, the credible, but it's important. So thumbnail. Thumbnail has two jobs: create contrast and validate the gap. So what you're going to do is create contrast, like with whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to get contrast, like home feed contrast, color contrast, luminosity contrast, big versus small contrast, big ass text contrast, or white space contrast with luminosity and big ass text contrast. So creating contrast is easier than you would think, but it's very important. So be creative with this. Now, validate the gap. How you exactly validate the gap is you put those elements and emotions on the actual thumbnail, which is alignment with the gap you opened. So in this thumbnail right here, emotion in-depth explanation and Rolex/background view validates with the elements of this thumbnail. So with that said, next one, the emotion of the face in the middle of explaining something, elements like money, Ivan Gadget's posts, red arrows, and these sorts of stuff. So simply put, the brain's vast justification on the gap you open so it can click. Like put those things which you have opened the gap around. So the next thing, which is the emotional leverage. So you have to choose those kinds of stimuli to put on the thumbnail, meaning those kinds of elements that doesn't just validates it, but widens the gap through making the end more promising. So as you have seen, if I have the gap, just delete social media, see what happens, there is a small gap. But if I see, you will feel like a kid, it validates it. It validates the social media, it validates see what happens. And it doesn't just validate it, it widens the gap so much because I will feel like a kid again, and I remember the emotions I felt with feeling like a kid again. This is emotional leverage. Make sure you only put on those kinds of things which people do understand, and it's not something they don't. This is crucial, so please don't make this mistake. Put on elements on your thumbnail which something they have already seen, because it's familiarity bias. And details, so put more details on your thumbnail while you're creating clarity by showing more information which implies depth. And depth, implication of depth means competence and authority, and they spend more time understanding it. So don't create confusion, because confused mind don't buy, but create clarity by sharing more information. And this is the thumbnail understanding. And let's talk about, you have to have a clear idea. You have to create the type of thumbnail, the type of content you have. You have to create the contrast or lay out the groundwork for your contrast. Then go and talk about the emotional leverage. Write down those 5 to 10 elements based on the gap you opened, which would have the highest emotional leverage, meaning it would widen the gap by making the end more promising. So if you open a gap which is like, I made $10,000 in just 1 month, you can widen the gap with, for example, a huge element would be like, it's not like how gurus said. Or another element would be like, this element is basically a text, but this text would be very high emotional leverage, which is like, it feels better. And like $10,000 a month, I don't have it. Like, it feels better. Man, I wanna know what's inside, man. And this is what I talk about emotional leverage. You have to find those things, which is going to take time, but this is why, some succeed and some don't. You put those emotional leverage things on the thumbnail, which make people be like, I just want to know. I just want to know. So the next one is, after you have these 5 to 10 elements, what you're going to do is you're going to pick these, some of them, and create variations. Simple as that. And then you create the finishing touches, which is basically you put it into context of other thumbnails, see where it fails, contrast, composition, fonts, words, colors, whatever it is, like how it looks like, the logos, familiarity bias, and you just make it better slowly but surely. And this is the simple harsh truth. Stop creating because it will start creating because it will sort itself out, and stop overthinking. Thank you. Any questions? You know where to reach me, and I will see you in the next one.
So this video is going to be me teaching you exactly how to create an amazing thumbnail, because that's our biggest bottleneck right now. And yes, this shows perfectly like our click-through rate on videos is really low. So about that, how are you going to create a really good thumbnail? So the first problem with this thumbnail, let me show you this. So the first problem with this thumbnail is that there is a bunch of text and just a small U, which I don't know what it buys here. It's like what is this? Like I just don't know what to think about this. But that's why I'm going to teach you that. So in your specific scenario, what kind of thumbnails I would focus on if you want to do it like this, because all your thumbnails are similar to that, where there is something like a picture and some text, right? Like a background, some text, and a picture of you. But what are we working with here? Okay. This is one good picture. Um, this is hard. There are not a lot of good pictures here. Like you cannot put that. This could be good as well on a thumbnail, because it just doesn't make sense there. Especially for this video, which is entrepreneurship kind of sucks unless you do this. We wanna have a this is not bad. We could use some of this. We could use this. So what we are trying to do with a thumbnail, right, is
create curiosity so people click on it. That's our goal. And so where is it downloaded? We have 2 pictures here. Oh my days, please. This, that, and this. Okay. I like this the most. Like we could create from this a thumbnail where you are seen in a podcast, right? And so we could use this and write something on the lines of entrepreneurship kind of sucks. And that would create this curiosity. Now, one problem is that this picture is only this big. So I have to find a solution for this. So what I would do is I would place it right here. And potentially overlap it with something else. Like how would that would look like? How can we create a good content like this? Usually or good thumbnail like this, what I do is I take a look at other ones as well to see how they work. And if there is a way we could make it better, this is something that we could do. Okay, we could use a similar idea, which is going to be the thumbnail here with a whiteboard, but that wouldn't work for you because this topic isn't what a whiteboard. Okay, let's define what we wanna write on your thumbnail. Entrepreneurship kinda sucks unless you do this. I would write on your thumbnail, I wish I knew this sooner. Because what you're doing with this is that this text opens up more curiosity about your video, about your title and thumbnail. It opens up and so how are we going to place you here? Okay, I have an idea for this where I'm going to select you from this. Yeah, that's no. I also want this. No, I don't want this. So what I'm going to do is make a layer and I'm going to draw okay, the idea was that
I do something like this and I overlap you there. Maybe a different color would work better. We can't place a color that that would go well with this color. I would make you a bit bigger. And the background could be blurred a bit. This is not the background. Okay, here we could make another too much. And let's check if it would look better. Nope. Okay, also we are going to do something interesting to make it look better. How do you call this? This is what I need. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Of course, below that, what is this? Below that, and the opacity I am going to decrease. But now this has some kind of unique touch. Now your drop shadow, yeah, that just to differentiate that part. And oh, and for you, I want to add some outer glow. Much, but something like this. Maybe make it even a bit bigger. And now we have to just do something with the text.
I wish I knew this sooner. Make it huge and decrease the distance between the words. It's okay. Let's make sooner a bit bigger. Even increase. This. And potentially let's do something on the lines of a okay, where what we are doing is bro, this isn't how you write sooner. Oops. Okay, we have to make this a bit smaller. Or we can make this a different color as well. Something like yellow, potentially. And then change it to black. Okay, but yellow doesn't work with this color. So we have to make this color like something like this. Would it work? Let's see. Let's make a duplicate of this. Okay. Okay. For this part, I wouldn't need a drop shadow. Oh, it can remain like that. And I would put a drop shadow on this. Aha! Amazing. No, I don't want to transform it. I want to transform this. Bang! We have an amazing thumbnail. Okay, now we add the last touch, the last details, which is some exposure, some contrast, a bit temperature, a bit of saturation, texture, clarity, vignette. We want a bit of vignette, a bit of grain as well. Maybe highlights we could get a bit down. But yeah, this is an amazing thumbnail. And the question becomes, what did you learn about this? Well, you learned how I do a thumbnail, right? Or not how I do it, because this is not just a, like, this is not how I do every single one of my
thumbnails. But this is a really good presentation of how you can use the most to create a thumbnail. And the what you need to think about when you're creating your thumbnail is, okay, what is the topic? How can I prove that topic when I'm creating the actual thumbnail? And how can I widen the gap? That's why, I given you the info, because everything like this was or is taught in the info product right here. You can look into these like packaging that will explain how that works. Okay, but this is your thumbnail and I hope you learned a lot about it. Hello and welcome to the 5th episode of YouTube Client Acquisition Mastery, where we are going to talk about what to say, and how to create anything and everything inside the video. So with that said, we are going to talk about what to say in a video, hook, value delivery, and call to action. So let's just get into it. Hook. Man, I really hate to say this, but a lot of people just overcomplicate hooks on YouTube. Because on short, yes, it's number one, like this is what matters the most, which on YouTube is barely a second. Now, with that said, why do people overcomplicate it? Well, the truth is because they don't understand first principles, but not just that, because the only thing a hook must do is convince a viewer that it's worth watching the rest. And if your hook does that, it's going to work. But because people don't understand that, they don't understand the underlying principle, they do not know how to create a hook that would work. So with that said, all the thing your hook needs to do is convince a viewer that it's worth watching the rest of the video. Simple. And I personally believe that how you say it is as important as what you say. So when we are talking about hooks, you can have the perfect written hook, but if you don't really believe in what you're saying fundamentally, I'm not gonna listen. But you can have a minimalistic / average hook with an inner confidence, like the alpha male mindset, that basically you want to teach them something and you have this alpha male mindset, well, you can obey by my rules that I don't care if you watch or not. I'm going to explain my value either way. If you use that mindset and you really want to teach me something and I feel it on the video, it will work. I don't care what's the hook. So, with that said, if you want a picture perfect hook, you need 5 building blocks. 5 simple building blocks that you can use to create a perfect picture hook. So let me explain these, okay? One by one. Let's start with the most important in my opinion, which is the big idea. It's basically an overarching idea / concept that makes viewers emotional. A simple example would be this. How you do business has changed. This big idea makes you emotional, hooks you in on an emotional basis. Or another one, like from the top of my mind. Copywriting is the new dropshipping. Like, even though this doesn't make sense at this moment, it is so big in the forms of what I'm explaining that it makes you emotional and you wanna know what's happening. And basically, it's a statement that drives people to sit on the edge of the seat. And this is what grabs them by the neck and forces them to stay on your video. This is the big idea. Next step is the validation. So basically, a simple sentence / and visual that validates the title and the thumbnail. People want to make sure that what they clicked on is what they get. Very simple.
And for example, if the title is "I beg you to read some fiction, bro," the hook is like, "Bro, non-fiction kills your neurons. I beg you to stop reading it." Like, man, it validated the title and the thumbnail. Now, with that said, as you can see, this is also a big idea. Like, bro, non-fiction kills your neurons. You're like, what the frick? I want to hear what's inside this video. Like, I just want to know. This is the validation. The big promise. Basically, what you promise to the people who watch until the end. And I have 2 examples right here. In this video, I will teach you how to sell anything to anyone. So finally, your confidence level in sales, in a sales environment, is in -10. Instead, the principle I will teach you allows you to be fully confident like Harvey Specter from Suits without feeling you're a jerk that you have to sell something. Now, the flow isn't perfect in this. I have to agree with that as I'm reading this again. But you understand my point. I will teach you how to sell anything to anyone, and these juicy words right here, like your confidence level in sales environment isn't going to be -10. Instead, this principle I will teach you will allow you to be fully confident like Harvey Specter, and you don't have to feel that you're a jerk when you have to sell something. But another example. Today we are going to pull back the curtains about the most successful real estate agent and reveal the #1 skill that allows them to negotiate the best deals in town. Simple. This is what you're going to get if you watch the video. This is the big promise. Next one is credibility. It answers to this very simple question. Why should I trust you? Simple as that. And I usually place my credibility after the big promise because it flows perfectly. So these were the big promises, and I want to continue on these ideas. So for example, without feeling you're a jerk that you have to sell something. And trust me, I know how that feels like, because I've been doing sales since I was 17. Now I'm 35, and I can say that collectively for my and other businesses, I generated around $325 million in tracked sales. And it's like credibility. This definitely answers why should you trust me. And so the next example that allows them to negotiate the best deals in town. I know this for a fact because I am that person. In XYZ city with 200 real estate competitors, I've been doing real estate for almost 8 years now, and consecutively the last few years I've had the most deals, most revenue, and most profit. Netting over 2 million, like for example, doesn't matter. But this is the idea. I had a big promise and I juiced it up with credibility. Now, there is one more thing, which is a loop. Basically, it's a sentence that hints about the future while revealing nothing. So it can be either direct or indirect. So let's take this example and continue with the direct one. So $325 million in track sales, and we are going to talk about that principle in a second, but blah blah blah, you want to say something right here. Or an indirect example, which is like from here, most revenue and most profit. And no, getting the best deals isn't hard. It's actually a very simple skill. So what you're doing here is you're directly telling people that we are going to do it, but later. So you hint about the future, making them curious, but you reveal nothing. And an indirect example is similar, where it's like, no, getting the best deals isn't hard. It's actually very simple. It's actually a very simple skill. And you reveal nothing basically with this. It's a very simple skill. You reveal nothing, but you're hinting about the future, and that makes them that makes these people be in the loop of they want to know what's inside. And so these are the 5 building blocks that allow you to create a perfect picture hook, a picture perfect hook. Simple as that. Big idea, validation, big promise, credibility, loop. Now, you have the recipe for the perfect hook. So I need to explain 3 things about this recipe, because you may overthink, you may have some questions, so let me clear them. With these 5 different building blocks, you build your hook however you want it, because there is no order to this. You can start with a promise, use loop, then credibility, then validation. Doesn't matter how you do, like validation, big promise, big idea, bang, bang, doesn't matter, or this, doesn't matter. doesn't matter. You can go this way. The idea is to use this as a checklist in the first 30 seconds of your video. Second, they overlap. Now, what I mean by that is, don't think that if you don't have a big idea, which is like the perfect idea ever, your hook is not going to work. So you don't need a perfect picture idea like copywriting is a new dropshipping, blah, 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 to have a good hook. These building blocks overlap. Your title and thumbnail validation can be your big idea. And why I'm saying that is because if you have such a killer idea, which is your killer title, then basically your big idea can be that, because it's already a killer that hooks people in emotionally. And so you don't need to, create a big idea from scratch right now. You can, do two birds with one rock. Or the other thing is like your title and thumbnail validation can happen in the promise. So for example, if you validate the title and thumbnail in the big promise, if your video is like how to make $10,000 a month, in the big promise say, I will teach you how to make $10,000 a month. You don't need to then again validate your title. But if you say something like, I beg you to read some fiction, bro, it would be a good idea to validate your title. And yeah, they overlap, like all the time they overlap. And really the main thing is this, guys. Like when someone opens your video, explain what you're going to talk about, explain what they will get, and explain why they should listen to you. And if this is met, you won't have a problem. You can really be, nitty-gritty about these details. And why I, don't use that framework instead of this framework is because I've been studying a lot of organic VSS. And organic VSS needs to be picture perfect if you want to get real success with that. And so this is the secret to a good hook. There's a big idea, there's validation, there's big promise, there's credibility, and there's loop. Now, with that said, if people understand what you're going to talk about, what they're going to learn, and why should they trust you, they're going to listen to you. There is no real reason to overthink this in this manner. I teach you this because I know this, and I know for a fact some of you will use this, but it's not the most important one. The most important is to explain what you're going to talk about, explain what they will get, and explain why they should listen. With that said, let's go to the third idea and to talk about, which is making it juicy. Do you remember the stimuli creates an emotion idea, which is with the dog? Where was the dog, man? Somewhere here, like this one. The stimuli creates an emotion. Now, this is the same thing. In a similar fashion, when you're creating your hook, you must make sure that what you're saying is in perfect alignment with the market's problems and goals. And this is what we call basically the customer bubble if you studied copywriting. Your words must align with the problems and the goals of the market. Because why should they care about what you're talking? Why should they care what you're talking about? Well, they should care about it because it aligns perfectly with what they're saying. So look, in this video, in this one is the perfect example. I will teach you how to sell anything to anyone. So finally you can have confidence level in a sales environment which isn't -10. Like this talks to the problem of that specific person. And I can only use this if I understand the idea and if I understand the market. Other one. Instead, the principle I will teach you allows you to be fully confident like Harvey Specter from Suits. Most of the people know Harvey Specter from Suits, and they are not confident when it comes to sales environments. So that's why I say this. And we also say that without feeling, you're a jerk, that you have to sell something. Because a lot of people do fear selling something because they fear they're even going to be a jerk. So with this, I literally align my hook perfectly with the problems and the goals of my market. Simple as that, like very simple. And this hook, I know for a fact would perform really well because it aligns perfectly with the market. So in simple words, like if your words, what you're saying, align with my problems and goals, I listen. If not, I don't. Simple. So the real secret is understanding the market. Again, like this is every time the real secret, understanding market. So what you're going to do is when you're creating your hook and your promise and your credibility, and credibility, no, that's about you, but all these things that you're creating, make sure to be able to use the market's problems, goals as firepower. You're like, aha, this is what you want, bang, 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 use it as firepower when you're talking about in the hook, because they are going to be listening to you, because that stimuli creates an emotion. Because these people do face these problems, and when you say to them that, hey, like, I'm gonna solve this for you, they're going to be like, I wanna know. So that's basically the secret. Like, in really simple terms, explain what you're going to talk about, explain what they will get, explain why they should listen, and make sure to align perfectly with the customer bubble, meaning the market's problems and goals. Simple as that. Now, this is an example of a perfect hook from Iman Gaji's $20 million VSL. Basically, this hook created $20 million in tracked sales just from selling a digital product. Very simple. So look, we are entering a new era. This is the big idea. Everything is changing, the way we buy, the way we work, the way we live. Simple. And so do the way people do business. We are entering what experts are calling the new arbitrage economy. And there are a bunch of 20 years olds taking advantage to get paid as much as a doctor every month without having any previous work experience. So have you seen it? This is a big idea. And this is explaining this big idea, but it aligns perfectly with the target audience. Bunch of 20-year-old kids taking advantage, getting paid as much as a doctor every month without having any work experience. Perfectly aligned with the market. More about that in a minute. Loop. Open the loop that we are going to talk about in a second. So look, if you click this short video, it's because you want to create an online business. Market. This is exactly the market. So pay attention, because I'm about to show you how can you take advantage on this new arbitrage economy to start a business without virtually no startup capital, and that can get you paycheck like this in a matter of weeks. Have you seen it? This is what he's going to teach you. Big ass promise. Simple. The biggest promise is done. Then, I would like to be 100% transparent here. Just because I got these results doesn't mean you will. After all, I am the creator of this system. Again, this is credibility. So I like to always make this clear at the beginning of any training, because my reputation and success are built on how transparent I am. I certainly cannot guarantee that you will get results like this once I've got them. What I can 100% guarantee is what you're about to see are the results of other regular average people who are using this simple beginner-friendly business model that I'm about to show you. So with that said, we have credibility right here. We had the big idea, and actually we had the validation of the title in this line, because the title of this video was the best online business to start as a beginner. So it's because you want to create an online business. It validated the title. So also here it continues, like Joseph here, who wasn't making any money in September, and now in December are the 6 figures year run rate with no prior experience. Or Michael, who just completed his third month with his new business model, total revenue, okay, this is credibility. So in case we have a match yet, my name is Iman Gaji, and if you're looking for the best business model to start as a beginner, also this is validation. And do it without spending years having to work 10 plus hours, days, and get some decent income without having to sell hundreds of units of products just to pay for the cost of stock. And finally, without having to invest your hard-earned money in some risky opportunity that might end up costing all of your savings. Then this short video is for you. I'm gonna show you the 4-step plug and play business model that 20 years olds all over the world using to get paid as much as a doctor. And I'm gonna deliver all that to you plus more in just the next 33 minutes. So if you don't have 33 minutes to invest in your financial future, then I guess this business model wouldn't be a good fit for you. Anyways, now if you stay here and watch this to the end of the video, I'm gonna send you a plug and play step-by-step tutorial specifically for the first step, which is usually the one that people start with the most. This is again a new loop. So that plug and play actually includes a live examples of me doing it myself for everything I want to show you guys here today. Simple as that. Of course, this is going to need some more practice, but this is the idea. This is what they did in a picture perfect hook. They had a big idea, they validated the title, they had big promises, they have credibility, they have loops, and just rinse and repeat these. Simple as that. Now, this is the picture perfect hook. So let's talk about a chill, very nonchalant hook. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120,
Hey guys, it's Will, and in this video I'm going to share with you what I would do to make 10k per month ASAP if I had to kind of start again from scratch. Now, what I'm going to share with you is, well, it made me multi-millionaire. About 90% of the millionaires that I know, this is what made them a millionaire as well. And it is, for many people, they just kind of don't know about this yet. You know, they don't even know that this exists and that they can actually do it, and how easy and simple and fast it actually is, right? And I'm gonna share that with you. I'm gonna prove that to you in this video. So keep watching, right? And let me explain. Now, the thing that prompted me.
Really simple. Have you heard? There was a big idea, there was a big promise, there was credibility, there was a loop at the last second, and yeah, there was a validation in the big promise. So with that said, like, this is how a good hook works, and whether you're doing it like a nonchalant version or whether you're doing a version which is like picture perfect, this is how to do it. Now with that said, we have went through the hook. Now you perfectly know how to create a hook. Let's talk about value delivery. Now, do you remember this idea which is like input equals output? With that said, the KPI with our value delivery is getting comments praising you or the info. And this is what we want to reach, because this means that we are giving so much input, so much value that people want to hear it from us. That people just love us, and people just are in love with us. This is the idea. And we need three things for that, like to get, people praising us or the info. And this is our KPI with value delivery. We have to have a good value, which is a killer idea. That's all, like simple. You have to have good killer ideas. Then second is ability to teach. You need to give value in a structurized way, because if you don't, and I'm going to talk about why and how, but you're going to mess it up. You have to have the ability to explain your knowledge and your value in a form that people actually understand. And also, if you know how to structurize your ideas, your knowledge, then you have to have the ability to explain all that you have in a proper way so people can comprehend it, which is communication skills. And so that's why in this exact section, we're going to cover the ability to teach and the ability to explain. And if you have these three things, average view duration will be high as fuck and people will be praising you. Now we already covered, the good value, so that's why we're going to start with communication, because teaching is more convoluted and we have to start with understanding how to actually explain what we want. Then we are going to go and not just explain what we want, but give it in a form where people have 100% comprehension level. So let's talk about communication, guys. You can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you cannot explain it in a way where others can comprehend it, it's worth less. As simple as that. That's why I will give you right now a framework to be able to explain anything. Simple as that. It's the WWEJ H and S framework. What stands for what, why, example, how, and story. When you have to explain something in your video, start with explaining what that is, then explain why that is important, then show an example, then tell people how to do it, if possible, then tell a personal story around the topic. So, for example, I create a video named 10 tips to make $10,000 per month this year. And I have a tip about choosing an idea. This is how I would explain it. So tip number one is about choosing a niche. And if you don't know what is a niche, it's basically a group of people who share similar traits / lifestyles. For an example, yoga trainers, gym owners, agency owners, coaches, these are all niches. But why it's so important is because when you pick a niche, you can find one problem all of the people face, and if you learn the solution, you can fractally sell it to all of the niche members, leading to quickly scaling. Now, how to pick a niche is simple. You just simply do X, Y, and Z. And me personally, when I started my agency in 2017, I just finished my internship in a gym, and so I was kind of used to the environment, and so I decided to go with that niche. Simple. And with this framework, whatever you need to explain will become easy and everyone can comprehend it due to the structure of the explanation. And so, if you had a problem around explaining stuff which makes people understand, this is what you need to do. So, the the 5 things right here, the what, why, example, how, story, how it all aligns is that this is only for explaining the knowledge, and the story is to make a human connection with you. So there's a quick disclaimer right here. Also, I forgot to say this, while they personally connect to you, creating a real human connection because they listen to your story. So this is what everyone can comprehend due to the structure of the explanation, while they personally connect to you, creating a real human connection because they are listening to your story. Now, this is simple. Like around communication, the first thing you need to understand is to be able to convey your ideas. And this is how you do it. With this framework, whatever you need to explain will be easy because you're gonna have a simple structure that you can follow through, and the comprehension for people will be 100%. What, why, example, how, story, and not just they understand it all, but they relate it to your story. And what this allows them to do is because when you teach someone something and they know for a fact they learned it from you, they're gonna deem you or take a look at you that you're so much better than everyone else because you taught that damn thing. And so that's why a story is really good, because you teach them something and you connect it to your story, your own story, and that will lead to higher comprehension and people just loving you. So with that said, this is a quick disclaimer. Not everything has to be said always. There is no reason for every single time to have what, example, why, how, and story. Also, not everything has to be explained in depth always. For an example, in this example, I could have said like, so tip number 1 is about choosing a niche and going from examples. Because most people already know what is a niche, but I wanted to explain it because if some person doesn't knows it, I'm gonna, so to speak, give them so much value with just simply explaining what is a niche that they are going to be more likely to like my content more. So this is the idea, like you don't have to always explain everything in depth, but it's really, really a good idea. And now, this is not the only way you can follow the framework. Like for example, a lot of times the why and the example can be switched up. Just in this example, I shouldn't have, from here, when I explained what is a niche, going why it is important, I think was not good. That's why I said an example. Like these are the niches. And so you can switch up, like there is no problem. They can be switched up as the explanation requires it. And they can overlap. You can easily explain the how with your story. So it's like, if you want to explain like how to do something, you shouldn't just do like, this is step number 1, step number 2, step number 3, but you can be like, yeah, I'm gonna explain it with my story. So basically when I was this much, like 2017 when I started my agency, how I picked my first niche was X, Y, and Z and blah, blah, blah. So you can, overlap this. And this is the idea. This is how you explain it, like completely in depth, but these are some quick disclaimers. Not everything has to be said always, not everything has to be explained in depth always, and also you can switch it, the framework up as the explanation requires it, and they can overlap. Now with that said, you understand how to communicate correctly your ideas. You have a method, a framework to put your idea into a format where people are going to understand it. So that's why we're going to talk about teaching, like what and how should you teach with your idea. So with that said, this is where we actually come down to giving value. Because we have a structure to explain the value, now we have to give the value, you have to teach people. But the question becomes, what does giving value mean? Yes, giving value means solving problems, but how do you solve problems? And I personally identify this in this form. It's about increasing awareness. So if I give value to you, I increase your awareness. Simple as that. When I'm providing value, I'm increasing the awareness of the viewer. But there is two ways I can actually do that. One is increasing their awareness by explaining something that was unknown for them, or secondly, increasing their awareness through giving them implementable advice for problems they know have. So there is these two ways to increasing awareness. I tell you that you have a problem, or I give you the solution to that problem. These are the two ways. So let's imagine, for an example, we are in a video game and you're given a map to follow. The number one way of increasing awareness would be telling you there will be a big locked wooden door at the castle. The second way of increasing awareness would be telling you how to open that big locked wooden door. Now, why is this important? Because why is this whole increasing awareness thing is important? Because if you wouldn't know that there will be a big locked wooden door, you wouldn't be interested in learning how to open it, right? It doesn't make sense. So with that said, truth is that 90% of creators do this. Let me explain. They give implementable advice for people who don't even know why they would need it. So if you don't know there will be a big locked wooden door on the map you are going to follow, you don't need to learn how to do it, right? You have to open it. And so what a lot of creators do is, when they are giving value, so to speak, like giving value, is that they take implementable advice, which is like how to open that locked big wooden door, and give it to someone who doesn't even know that there is going to be a big locked wooden door. And then they wonder why no one is watching till the end their videos, or praises them, or hits the link, basically the call to action, or the link in the description. But there's a very simple solution to this, because this is number one priority when you're creating value. You have to map out the transformation for your viewers. You have to map out the transformation your viewers need to go through. Yes. So what do I mean by that? You pinpoint where you want your viewers to end up after watching the video. You identify where they are at when they click the video, and you map out everything they must know to get there step by step. So let me give you the example. So if the example is this: title, the most valuable objection handling training you will watch. Where you want to take them is that I want them to never face an objection with implementing a commitment phase. And where they are right now is they face dozens of objections and they can't handle it. Okay, and I'm gonna map out in my mind or in paper how I'm going to get there. What I need to do to provide this transformation. Well, firstly, they need to understand that objections only exist if you pitch the price. If you don't pitch the price, they are just simply questions. This is the first type of awareness increase. I'm showing that you have a problem, which is because you pitch the price and then you answer the questions. And then, how to implement a commitment phase that will pre-eliminate objections by handling questions. This is the second type of awareness increase. So what I've done is I wanted to teach people to never face an objection with implementing commitment phase. And I didn't just, told them like, hey, implement a commitment phase. I showed them why they need a commitment phase. And because they know why they need a commitment phase, my implementable advice of creating a commitment phase for yourself, which will pre-eliminate your objections by handling questions, is going to be of value for the people. But hypothetically speaking, you wouldn't map out the plan. And with the same title, like the most valuable objection handling training you will watch, you would go on to explaining how to implement a commitment phase. People have no clue why they would need it. So your video would simply fall flat because you're providing value in, you're providing value, just it makes zero sense for them because they have no context, they have no understanding why they need it. So that's why to teach, aka to provide value, aka to increase awareness, you need to firstly map out what they need to understand so the implementable advice makes sense. This is the truth. Whatever video you're creating, you need to map out what are the information these people need to know and also how to implement the information. It's not only about, as you've seen in this example, implementing a commitment phase. It's about understanding why they're in the commitment phase. And in a similar fashion, in the video game, you would tell someone how to open a big locked wooden door, which they don't know even exists. Why they would need it? They don't need that advice. That's why when you're creating your content and you're giving implementable advice, but they have no clue how it aligns with their current situation, because they have no clue why they would need it, because they are missing the information that is a prerequisite to understanding the value that you're trying to provide, aka the actionable advice, it's just not going to work. So the secret to teaching and giving so much value is understanding where you want your ICP to go after watching the video, understanding where they are right now, and what needs to happen until they go there, what they need to understand, and what actionable advice you need to give. Now, this can happen in multiple ways. A lot of people do it in this form, where they create a video which is just about the first type of awareness increase. A lot of people do a video which is the second type of awareness increase, which is like how to create something. And to be completely honest with you, I think the easiest way to do it is this. Write down what they need in order to get there, meaning where you want them to end up after creating the video, after watching the video, sorry. Because you can get convoluted in this shit, like awareness and like what title, what kind of level of awareness, these sorts of stuff. It's just a lot of BS that can really get you confused. So what you do is very simple. You understand where you want to take them, where they are right now, and what they need to understand, and what kind of actionable advice you want to give. And yeah, it's like, if they understand everything about the actionable advice, go and create the actionable advice. If you don't want to give actionable advice, or you want to, increase their awareness about something they are going to face in the journey of entrepreneurship, then create that video. Simple. Then that is also value. Like providing him, like the value is awareness increasement. So I hope this is perfectly understandable. If you have any questions, you know where to reach me. So with that said, you know how to provide crazy value. You have a communication framework to exactly explain what you know, and you have a teaching framework so the viewers can comprehend what you're teaching. So from here, there is no way you cannot give the value your viewers need. So with that said, let's go to the next one, which is call to action. Yeah, as you have seen right here, to be honest, they don't matter. If people like you, if they trust you, if they feel that you care, they will naturally find a way to start working with you. But if you want to use call to action, there is two things to know. One is the 20 to 40% rule, because if you want to use a call to action, the best time is at the 20 to 40% mark of your video. Meaning that if your video is 10 minutes, put it in between the 2 to 4 minute mark. But if it's like 20 minutes, put it in the 4 to 8 minute mark. Why? Because this is the best one, because those people who don't like you already left the content, they are not interested. But those who are on the edge of, should I do the call? Like, should I like this guy? Should this, should that? Like, I'm on the edge. A simple and small, easy call to action, which sounds promising, would get those people who are on the edge do the call to action. Because those people who are on the edge about you, about your content, and around what you're basically doing, a small and easy call to action which sounds promising would get them on the 20 to 40% mark, because then they will still be there, and there will be some people who would definitely click that. But you have to make sure that your call to action, simply said, aligns what you're talking about. Like, that's all. Like, if you do a call to action 20 to 40% mark, align it with what you're talking about. Simple. Now, this is the first idea, which is, 20 to 40%, like put your call to action there, because those people who are on the edge will be the people who it will convert. Those people who don't like you or the left, and those people who just want to work with you, they will find a way. Don't worry about that. Next thing is the offer validation. And I know for a fact that I have to teach you how offers work, but we both know offers need to be validated. Simple as that. And actually, there's a very, very easy way to do that on YouTube. And this is what I call the description offer validation. And what it allows you to do is test those kinds of offers which make people want to work with you. So how does it work? You test which offers sounds more promising for your viewers in the first line of your description with a simple Calendly page. You have here an offer, and you have below that a simple Calendly page. Here, 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 here. And what it allows you to do is get an offer which is validated, that people want to use, that people want to be interested in. And then from there, you can use this on any kind of platform, any kind of funnel, and you're going to have an advantage because you don't have to test your offers, because you know which works. And of course, it will take a bit of time until you get one that's converting with a high percentage, but it will be worth it, because you can increase how many leads you're getting on any kind of social platform that you have. You can put this into your IG bio link, or in your bio, pointing down to your link. You can put this into your IG code. What is that? In your IG ManyChat automation and these sorts of stuff. It's very easy. It's very, very easy. So with that said, this is call to action. Put it at the 20 to 40 minute mark and validate your offers by testing it with the Calendly and a simple one-liner offer method. Simple as that. Now, with that said, you have understood what to say and how inside the video looks like. The hook, the value delivery, and call to action. So the hook, basically, you have to convince a viewer that it's worth watching the rest. Simple as that. These are the 5 building blocks: big idea, validation, big promise, credibility, loop. You can use it in any form of direction. They overlap. You know the rules. Also, you have to make it really juicy. This is the most important thing. You have to make sure that what you're saying aligns with what the market wants to hear. Simple. So some examples of perfect hooks. You can study them on your own. Now, value delivery, there is 3 things to, really get the KPI, which is comments praising you and the information that you're providing. A good value, meaning a killer idea. An ability to teach, giving value structurized, making sure that's, they understand. An ability to explain, which is communication skills. And the communication skills comes down to this framework: what, why, example, how, story. Then the teaching skills comes down to understanding where you want to get your viewer after watching the video, where they are right now, identify that point, and map out everything they must know in order to get there. Whether that's actionable advice, whether it's just increasing their awareness about a problem that's going to come, doesn't matter. You have to teach them. So that's what you need to do about the inside of the video. From here, there is going to be one more video, which is about what are your next steps, and also a live video where I create a content for myself. See you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the place where we're going to talk about the ultimate guide for writing copy, scripts, organic VSLs, whatever you need in order for you to persuade someone. This can mean taking an action of watching your entire video. This can mean of taking action to buying your program. This is where we are going to talk about exactly how to do this. And we are going to place it into 2 different sections, basically. One is going to be the actual foundations for it, which is what I'm going to walk you through right now. The foundations for writing actually good copy and these sorts of things. And the other is going to be
exact steps of me writing this. For example, writing an organic VSL, writing is script, and how I use AI to do this and all these good stuff. But before I could actually teach you that, I have to teach you that until you know the foundations, you're just not going to succeed. And the reason for that is because, for example, you can use AI, you can use a different copywriter, you can use whoever you want to give you good copy which will persuade. But if you fundamentally don't understand what's good or bad, you're just not going to succeed. Because, for example, you can have a copywriter write your scripts, but if they're just trash and you don't know it, well, you're not going to succeed. And that's why first thing is understanding the foundations for writing. And I decided to cut up on how I'm going to teach things. It's not round that I'm going to go through the entire foundations like before, like I went through fundamentals and everything in just one video. I'm going to walk through one by one. So with that said, let's talk about it. So the foundations for writing. We are going to talk about the foundations to write good copy, banger scripts, pre-selling organic VSLs, everything. And let's start with the first and the most important thing, and that's latent conditions. So let's start here. Now, writing a banger copy is like giving a gift for someone. So if there is a person and you're going to give them a gift, there is going to be a reaction. And that reaction is usually happiness, right? Now think in this way. YouTube is exactly the same. Like there's a person and that person is going to get a YouTube video and they're going to have a reaction. Either they're happy, either they don't like it, either they are like, oh my God, I want to buy. Or they're like, oh my God, you're a scammer. Some kind of reaction is going to happen after they watch your video. And so question becomes, that for example, you want to create the best video for someone, meaning like you want to create the best gift for someone, like what would you do? And I will tell you the truth, like you would try to understand what that person actually wants. No? And like obviously, yes. So let's talk about two cases. Case number one is where person gives a gift to someone who is, something that actually they need. And the reaction from this person is going to be happiness. Oh my God, I got a good gift. I can use this for myself, blah, blah, blah. I love this. I wanted this. This is a good reaction. And just as you would get a good YouTube video for someone, they're going to be happy. Oh my God, just what I wanted. I love this guy. Let's subscribe, blah, blah, blah. And the other thing is case number two, which is like a person gets a gift which is not something they need. And the reaction is going to be like happy outside, but inside they are crying, the meme. And this is the reality. Like, why would I be happy about a gift which I don't want, I don't need? And this is where we are going to talk about and touch everything together with writing good scripts, good copy, and just good stuff overall. Because how can you get your viewers to take the action you would want from them? So like giving them a gift and you want to get the action that you actually want. Well, for example, this would be the correct order for an action. I wanted to, write down here something so we are aligned here, is that you don't want them to buy ASAP. Like this is what you want to do. This is the correct order that you want to see. You want them to stay more than 30 seconds. You want them to watch the entire video. Then you want them to use what you actually told them. And you want them to subscribe and, blah, blah, these stuff. And then you want them to book a call and buy your program. So these are the actions you would kind of want from these people, right? And so like, how can you convince these people to take 1, 2, 3, 4 or more actions? Like, how do you convince these people? Well, basically, you would talk to their exact needs, right? Like if you give a gift, which is something they want, you're going to get an action or basically a reaction, which is good. So this is what we call latent conditions. And what that simply means is a specific niche's psychological pre-programming. This sounds complex, but it's not. It means their goals, their desires, their fears, their pains, their problems, their suspicions. Basically all those things which end up in your psychology, in your psyche after experiencing life.
So as I already mentioned in this course, when we were talking about thumbnails, that if someone is afraid of dogs, and you know that they are afraid of dogs, if they get a specific gift, for example, something to save them against the next dog attack because they're afraid, they're going to be happy. In a similar way, people have experienced something, and because of that experience, they have their goals, their desires, their fears, their pains, their problems, their suspicions. And when you align your video, your stimuli, your copy, your script with these people's mindset, they are going to be happy and they are going to do what you want them to do. This is latent conditions. And when you understand that, I actually promise you that you don't need anything else to retain viewers and get them to take action. If I'm talking to specifically your goal, your desire, your fear, your pains, your problems, your suspicions, you're never ever going to need persuasion. You're never going to need anything else. If this is not math, you can forget. Like you can forget just getting someone to take an action that you want them to take. But of course, the question becomes, how do you actually do that? How do you actually understand the specific niches, psychological pre-programming? And that's why we have the Sales Copy Blueprint. And the Sales Copy Blueprint in our program is basically your sanctuary for understanding your niche. Simply said. And that's why this is what I want you to do. Figure this out with as much depth as possible. And from there, be able to talk to your niche. The truth is that you're never going to be 100% certain what exactly your niche wants, because you can never know exactly what a person wants, because from one day to another, life can change, your mindset can change, things can change. And that's why you critically think out what these people's pains, goals, problems are. And from there, you're going to have basically assets for you that you can use in your copy, in your script. And that's going to make them take the action you actually desired, like you want them to take. And so the questionnaire basically will make you realize that, man, I know shit about my audience. But when you will understand your audience, that's when you're going to just crush, guys. Like, no matter how much of an expert you are, if you're not talking directly to your audience needs and wants, and not talking directly to one person, you will not succeed. And we will talk about this just in a second. So the next thing is going to be the 4 levels that if you don't pull, your copy is never going to work, of course. So with that said, I hope everything is understandable about latent conditions, how you need to make sure that you talk in your content, in your script, in your copy to your specific niches mental pre-programming. Because if you're not doing that, they're not going to listen, they're not going to care even for a second. So this was latent conditions and the first video in how to write, like the foundations for writing and the ultimate guide to writing the perfect copy. So let's go to the next one. So let's talk about the second thing and almost the most important one in the foundations for writing in order for you to write good copy, banger scripts, pre-selling organic via sales, amazing funnels, and perfect copy basically. So let's talk about the 4 levels for persuasion. So when it comes to writing a script, besides the latent conditions, like what is important for you to actually win? And winning here means that you get more views and you just make more money, right? So I will walk you through right now the 4 most important things when it comes to writing a winner YouTube script, a banger, organic VSL, and yeah, exactly. So I will call these levers because if you switch these 4 actually on, you will literally succeed. There is no way you wouldn't succeed if you switch these 4 levers on. This is why these are called levers. They are sensory input, specificity mixing, the 5 leverage builders, the non-silo thinkers, success. So let's go. This first one, sensory input. I have a very simple question at the start. which sounds better to your ear? The first one is going to be the soup was hot, versus when you say the soup steam curled into the air, stinging my nose as I leaned in for a sip. Which sounds better? Well, obviously the second, right? But why is this actually? Well, let me explain. Because your brain at this moment is right now understanding the world through your 5 senses, which is your eyes, your nose, your ear, your mouth, and your finger. So it's like, I don't know how you say it in English, but it's like when you see something, when you smell something, when you hear something, when you taste something, and when you touch something. This is how the brain is understanding the world at this current moment. It doesn't have any other way to understand how the world works because your brain is in your skull, and the only way the brain understands the world is through your sensory inputs, like your senses. And so if something is more aligned to our senses, then what happens is like our brain turns on to visualize and feel it. As you have seen, these examples here, one is like the soup was hot, there is no sensory input, right? But when you say the soup steam curled into the air, stinging my nose as I leaned in for a sip, you can see the steam curl. Stinging my nose, you can kind of feel the or taste it, like feel, how the steam is hot, as you lean in, and you have this motor senses, which is like moving, which you understand visually, and like this just creates this visual feeling in your brain. And so the words, the sentences, the script that aligns more to our senses will lead to a better comprehension and basically unfathomable connection to the viewers. Because it's like when I'm saying that, hey, the soup was hot, or I explain this very beautiful picture where they understand, they feel it, they're going to connect to you more. So let me give you a very direct example I wrote for one of my clients in an organic VSL, and you can tell me actually which is better. I hope they are blurred. They are not blurred. So let's go with this one. This was the first idea I wrote. My bank balance was $0. And so if you would hear this in an organic VSL that my bank balance was $0, I don't know exactly how much you could connect this, right? And that's why the next thing is going to be the one I then switched to. When I pulled out my phone from my pocket, I got a notification from the bank saying, next Netflix subscription declined, insufficient balance. Do you feel the difference between how much I am explaining and showing to the viewer with these two different examples? It's the same idea, but one is just telling the fact, and one is showing and telling how it happened with me, and I'm creating a story from this, and I'm creating a visual sensory input people can feel. And so which one would create a better connection with me and would later down the line make these people buy from me? Well, of course this one, of course, there is no questions about this. And so when you were listening to the second one, it's like your brain turned on, like you imagined exactly what I'm talking about. You could literally visualize the entire story, and it, talked exactly to your visual sense. But also, it used the second principle, and just wait for a second until we're going to go there. But the bottom line is this. The more your words/sentences align to the human senses, the more it will resonate and create a positive feedback. And truth is that you have to practice writing these, and it's just going to work. So what's the second principle? Let's go and talk about that. Specificity maxing. This sounds amazing, right? So which sounds better? I want you to listen to this. Well, I bought an apple, right? Like, I bought an apple. Or when you say, I bought a red Fuji apple, freshly picked by the farmers, with still a little dirt on it at the local market exactly at noon. Well, I can again talk to you about how this one brings in much more emotions, but brings in much more, how can I explain this to you guys? This people can relate, people can feel, people can visualize. They can just get closer to you through saying something like this rather than explaining, hey, I bought an apple. Now, it's really important that what we are going to talk about specifically maxing is like, don't overuse it, but just 1 second. Can you tell, realistically speaking, what's the difference here though? Like, what's the difference? Like, it's not visual senses, what's the difference? Well, it's going to be this word, specificity. The more specific language you use, the more believable your scripts becomes, the more it resonates. Like, if I would talk about something which is like, yo, yesterday I bought a new car, or I would talk it as an example, like yesterday at 12 o'clock, I was at the dealership and a random guy came, random, salesperson came up to me and like, what the frick are you doing here at the Mercedes-Benz dealership as a, young fellow, a young kid? I got freaking angry and I basically bought a car. Which one is more believable? Which one resonates more? But of course, the more specific one, because it's more, you just want to hear that. And so this is why it's important that the more specific language you use, the more believable your script becomes, leading to more trust being built with the audience and people more believing what you are talking about, but also the more it actually resonates. So I want to go quickly on a tangent to prove how you can use still the sensory inputs in the second example. So this is the original one. Like, I bought a red Fuji apple, freshly picked by the farmers with still a little dirt on it at the local market exactly at noon. And I can say some more sensory language here, which is like, I bought a red Fuji apple, freshly picked by the farmers, with still a little dirt at the local market exactly when the watch on my hand showed 12 o'clock noon. Of course, like I'm kind of writing a novel now. But you understand the point of, okay, this is specific, but what if I put in a bit of sensory inputs, which is like when the watch on my hand showing is a visual word, 12 o'clock noon. You can also visualize this. And this is more specific again. And this is basically the end of the tangent. So if you want to persuade someone to buy your program, do whatever you want, you need to use specific language. Because if you tell me right now that, hey, Robert, after watching this video, you can have your dream body, I'm not listening. I'm not going to stay on your video, and I'm not going to, be interested in what you can sell later down the line. But if you tell me that, hey, Robert, after watching this video, you can use 15 pounds of fat and gain 13 pounds of muscle every single month, I'm freaking listening. This is much more specific. 15 pounds of fat lost and 13 pounds of muscle gained every single month. And you have to feel the difference between your writing scripts, your writing copy, which is generic, like, yeah, if you buy this program, you're going to have your dream body, blah, blah, blah. No one cares. No one feels that. Be specific, talk to them. If you know let's say you have an entrepreneurship audience and you're talking about dream body, explain to them that you're going to look like the most baddest person in the meeting room. And this is a bad example. And people are going to be like, oh my God, who is this guy? The aura is going to change, blah, blah, blah. You explain visually, you explain specifically of what you mean with your program. This is why it's crucial to understand this, because you are not really going to sell to anyone if you're not using specific language. But actually, guys, when to use specificity? This is a really good question. Like, when to write so specific that you're persuaded by your own script. Like, you actually feel your own script being persuasive. The answer is very easy. When you're building pain by painting their current situation, and when you're building the crave for their desired situation. So I'm right now creating a content and I'm writing the hook. We are going to go over an example in a second. And I want people to watch more of my content, right? I can paint more their current situation, paint it more painful, paint it worse than it is. They're going to be more likely to listen to me because it's specific, it's painful for them, it's building emotion. And when you're building the crave for the desired situation, it's not that, hey man, you can have your dream body. Hey man, you can have a 6-pack.
with the most beautiful beaches on, no, the most beautiful girls on the beach. You can just enjoy life if you just simply watch this video and if you implement the workout program I have. Sounds specific, sounds better as a desired situation. So you use specificity to the max when you're building pain/desire. What this means is you need specificity always. You're never leaving out. You're never saying dream body, but you go really, really in depth when you're building pain/desire. So let's go through an example, okay? So this is the wrong example. Think it this way. So if you're overweight and want to lose fat, this workout I will show you today will allow you to do that. This is a very atrocious example, so generic, no one wants to listen. But if you say the right thing. So if you're out of breath after 10 minutes of walking, hate to look in the mirror, had enough of packing away your favorite clothes, you're the perfect place, because today I will walk you through a simple workout program that will allow you to lose 5 pounds of muscle a week without giving up your favorite meals or hopping on a new diet. And I promise you, after 3 months of doing this, when you will look into the mirror, you will find a big smile on your face and you can unpack those clothes. So let's jump in. Do you feel the difference? Do you? Like, this is the same thing, but more specific, more aligned with the actual people's pains and problems and desires, just as I talked to latent conditions. Like, this is why it's better. Latent conditions. Like, most likely these are their pains, like out of breath after 10 minutes of walking or running or something, you know. Hate to look in the mirror and had enough of packing away their favorite clothes and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, their desire is to look in the mirror and be happy about their body. And, you know, unpacking those clothes, these are their desires. And like specificity, look at this, like this is really important. I specifically explain their experiences, because I could have written right here that, hey, if you can't work out too long, but this is again generic, even though you say more pain points right here, it's just generic. Like, if you cannot work out more than 30 minutes, this is just generic language. But if you say out of your breath after 10 minutes of walking, it's very, very specific. Like, this is talking to a very specific, you know, person. And the other thing is sensory input, like using these words, like looking in the mirror, packing away your clothes, unpacking those clothes. Like, it just sounds perfect to them. It sounds something they just want to hear. And this is why it's crucial for you to understand specificity, latent conditions, and sensory input. But we have still more things to go over, okay? Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to talk about. This is specificity. I hope you understand this, like to the point, how specificity directly works. But there is one more way we could actually make this copy better, even though I hope some of you will think that, wow, Robert, this is just a really good hook. How can I make this better? How can I make this copy better? Well, let me show you something. Wanna hear it? So if you're out of your breath after 10 minutes of walking, hate to look in the mirror, had enough of packing away your favorite clothes, you're at the perfect place, because today I will walk you through a simple workout program that will allow you to lose 5 pounds a week without giving up your favorite meals or hopping on a new diet. And I promise you, after 3 months of doing this, when you will look into the mirror, you will find a big smile on your face and you can unpack those clothes. Because just as much as you hate hearing all the scientific breakthroughs about losing fat, I do as well. That's why this is not going to be some tips and tricks. A non-fat people, you know, researched out in a lab. This doesn't sound like taught out, like researched in a lab, but it's going to be the program that helped me go from 300 pounds to 174 in 6 months. So let's jump in. Again, this is just much better again. So let's go through what happened. I don't know if you actually feel the difference, but what I implemented right here, as you can see in bold, is one of the 5 leverage builders. So what are the 5 leverage builders? The 5 leverage builders basically come from the one sentence persuasion. There was this guy called Blair Warren, if I remember his name correctly, who studied his entire life persuasion.
and he came up with one 27 character long, if I remember right, sentence, one 27 character long sentence to explain perfectly how persuasion works. And these are the 5 leverage builders. So let's go through them. So people will do anything for those who encourage their dreams, justify their failures, allay their fears, confirm their suspicions, and have them throw rocks at their enemies. Dot. Oh, this is all you need to know about persuasion. Simple as that. And so, meaning, if you want to persuade, meaning to convince someone, persuasion is not wrong, guys. This is what you do. You encourage their dream, as you see right here. You justify their failure, as you see right there. You allay their fears, as you see right there. You confirm their suspicion, and you have them throw a rock at their enemies. If you use this, if you do this, people are going to do whatever you want them to do. And can you tell me what I've said in this example? Like, because just as much as you hate hearing the scientific breakthroughs about losing fat, I do as well. That's why this is not going to be some tips and tricks a non-fat people researched out in a lab, but it's going to be the program that helped me go from 700 pounds to 300 pounds to 174 in 6 months. So let's just be. So what did I do right there? It's very simple, guys. I helped them throw rocks at their enemies because, simply said, because of this, they are more likely to trust me and they more likely want to listen to me, because these people most likely had heard about, scientific breakthroughs and, things about losing fat, and potentially they are angry that they tried all of them and nothing worked for them. And that's why I have them throw rocks at enemies. This is again just I'm hypothesizing. Like I'm thinking that this is something they have already experienced in their life. This is latent conditions, and I use that against them. It's like, or for them, because potentially they hate it. They hate to hear the new scientific breakthroughs, and I'm like, okay, if you had that, like here, and I'm helping throw rocks at enemies, they will like me, they will trust me, they wanna listen to me. And how do you exactly, use the 5 leverage builders? Because thing is that yes, okay, these are, okay, that's cool, Robert. How do I use it? And the truth is that you just simply plug it in where it would make sense. And I'm going to give you examples and explain how this works in very kitchen language. And of course, at the start of writing copies and scripts, it's not going to come naturally. But the more you force it, the more you're going to learn where it goes well. That's how copywriting works. So it's like there are these 5 different things you're going to go through. And what you need to do when you're writing your copy, you're writing your script, is that you just do more. Like you just try to force it into the script. So let me give you some examples. The first thing, encourage their dream. What that means is that they simply encourage them to take the next step because they can do it. Like you encourage them. So think in this way, you can write it somewhere in the text, which is like in the script or in a copy, which is like, and if you think this wouldn't work for you, I will let the program speak for itself, because specific person went from A point to B and another specific person went from C to D. So believe me, you can do the same. I'm encouraging their dream, so they want to listen to me, they trust me more. This is the first example. Second, justify their failures. Lift the weight from their shoulders and pat them on the back, say it's not your fault. People always blame themselves, or if they not, or like those people who blame themselves just hate it, It's like all the pain, the problems are all on me. So what you need to do is be like, it's not your fault. And say something like this in a script. And if you already tried 22 different diets, programs, mentors, and you still didn't lose weight, let me tell you, that was the real problem, because it's not about you or that you're not able to do it. It's about blah, blah, blah. But look, I'm justifying their failures. It's not about you or that you're not able to do it. And I talk to them what they, have tried and it didn't work for them. And these justifications about their failures want to listen to me more, and they just want to buy my stuff. Third thing, allay their fears. People are afraid, like always. People are always afraid of doing new stuff. So you just have to handle those fears. For example, you can say something on the lines of, this will allow you to, oh, this is actually in the script. Sorry, this is in the script right here. I will walk you through a simple workout program that will allow you to lose 5 pounds a week without giving up your favorite meals or hopping on a new diet. What this means is I'm allaying their fears of favorite meal. I have to just, stop eating my favorite stuff. This is what they are afraid of when they are thinking about a new workout program. Or, hopping on a new diet. I can say to them exactly that, hey, you don't need to hop on a new diet. Like, this is going to work nevertheless for you. And I'm allaying their fears. They want to listen to me more. And the next thing is confirm the suspicion. This is the easiest to explain with a example. So, for example, you think that you have an XYZ neighbor. Let's call this person family, I don't know, Caitlin. I don't know, this name came to my mind. This is a woman name, right? I don't know, I'm not cool. XYZ neighbor. And you just hate them, like you specifically hate them, right? There is always a car, after the husband leaves the family house in the morning to work, there's always a car approaching at noon. And you think to yourself, like, what if the wife is cheating on the husband? Oh my God. Then, this was a thought for yourself. This is a suspicion. Now someone tells you a week later that, did you know that XYZ person, meaning that this neighbor's, woman, wifey, whatever you want to name it, is cheating on their husband. And you're going to be like, ha, I knew it, man, I knew it. Of course, because you just hate these people. But like, you understand my point, I hope. If not, you can contact me any time of the day. So, what is this? Like, no, let's not talk about. So because of this, you're like, I knew it. You're going to be like, man, you're going to bond with the other person. The other person who brought the good news, you're going to bond with that person. The person who confirmed your suspicion, you're going to be like, oh my God, man, I just love you. So think in this way, that someone tried 15 different methods and diets to lose weight. And when you say in your video that, hey, to lose weight, diets don't actually matter, but rather what I will teach you today. It's like you have confirmed their suspicion that just diets just don't work, even though it can be complete nonsense. You can say that, like, because, this is latent conditions. It's not what you think is right or not what you think is perfect, but rather the market, the niche. The niche is mind. The niche is psychological pre-programming. And so you have to confirm the suspicion. And yeah, the next thing, help them throw rocks at their enemies. Just simply said, help them be angry at someone. Like, that's all. So that's why, this is here. Because just as much you hate hearing all the scientific breakthroughs about losing fat, I do as well. That's why this is not going to be some tips and tricks a non-fat person researched in some kind of a lab. I could make this more specific, like a non-fat person, because I don't know a non-fat person researched in a hidden underground lab. Cheetos all day long. Like, man, this is just more specific, and this is visual language. Like, some tips and tricks a non-fat person reached there in a hidden underground lab eating Cheetos all day long. Like, you can hate that person, a non-fat person who eats Cheetos all day long, because this is also something I know in the weight loss industry, where there are weight loss people, like people who are fat, think that there are some people who can eat whatever they want and they're not going to lose weight. And that's just like false belief. That's just complete trash. But, a non-fat person is eating Cheetos all day in an underground lab. You can be angry at that person. And if you have these people be angry at someone else, you're going to be much more likely to persuade that other person, because they just bond with you, if that makes sense. This is helping them throw rocks at their enemies. And this is what we went over as the 5 leverage builders. And whatever copy, whatever script you're writing,
you have to use this. There's one more thing, which is the fourth lever for persuasion, but that's not specifically implementable as like, write this, but it's something as a mindset thing. So please be really aware when you're writing a copy, writing a script, that you use sensory input, use specificity, and use the 5 leverage builders. I'm going to walk you through in a second what's more important than that, but let's talk about the non-silo thinker success. Now let's start with this, because don't let the name distract you, right? The only reason I gave this name is to build a pyramid. Let me show you. Like when I was building this, it had to make sense. Like I couldn't make it like this. But back to my main point. What does it actually mean? Let's say you're writing a script or copy or whatever it is. Because you're alone, again, this is where the silo comes from, you're going to write the script to talk to everyone. Let me explain. Meaning, you think multiple people are going to watch the video or the VSL or whatever, and because of that reason, how you script your videos are likely going to be how you would talk to group / more people at once. And this is a huge problem when that's just not true. At a time, your video is only watched by one person. So if you know for a fact that your video gets a 100 or 10 million views, they all watched it one by one. It's not at one moment in one room 10 million people are watching your content. So why is this actually important, Robert? You may ask. Well, it's simple. Because how you write your script is completely different to one person to multiple person at once. Think in the way of you would, let's say you write a YouTube script for yourself or a VSL, and one person on the other side of the screen is going to watch your script. So sit down and imagine reading the script in front of someone, not a camera, in front of someone. I bet you would write it differently. Like I know for a fact you're sure. When I think about writing this and I know that someone is going to be watching this exact video, I'm talking to that person, it's like, ooh, it's a bit, frustrating. Like, oh my God, what is that person going to think and blah, blah, blah. And so even though, this is not a practical teaching, like do this is the most important when it comes to writing a script or writing something that persuades. There's only one person who's watching your video at a time, and talk personally to them. Period. I'm talking to you right now, and I love to think in a way where I imagine that other person. I imagine one of my friends, usually who I know would be happy, or not would be happy, but likes to talk with me, and we like to talk about business. And I know that when I'm talking to him about stuff like YouTube or some things I'm more, I know more about, he loves it, so to speak. And I love to imagine that when I'm talking to the camera, that's the person I'm talking to about this. And so I'm trying to imagine that I'm only talking to one person. It's not a camera here. It's someone else on the other side of the screen. And so this is why you have to not be afraid to use jokes, to say things you're afraid to say. Like I'm afraid to say a word, or I'm afraid to say a story. But that's what actually makes your people relate to you, because you're talking to them. You're like talking to your friend on something. And there's a person like you, like exactly like you, watching the screen on the other side. And this is why it's important. Every word, paragraph / everything that you're doing is going to be consumed by that one person. So make your videos like that, period. This is really just, mindset module all, but besides the fact that you don't say things that you wouldn't say to another person if they're in front of you. This was a mindset module, but don't say things that you wouldn't say to another person if they were in front of you. Why this is important is because I will show you how to use AI to script, copy, and these sorts of things. But AI doesn't know what humans say. Like it's using a bunch of, information in the word, but in a YouTube video, you wouldn't say some things, or in a copy, in a VSI, you wouldn't use some things. But still, AI can write those out. And if you don't realize that, then you're going to be fucked, like literally. So that's going to be that. Now, there was something I've been using in all of these examples above, like all the hooks I've written, all these examples I've given, and that made them sound so good and persuasive. But what is that exactly? That's what we're going to talk about right now. But before I would do, please guys, realistically, just dig these into your mind, because if you don't use these 4 levers, you're just not going to persuade people. They're not going to buy. They're not going to care about you. Okay? So with that said, let's go to the new opportunity. So how do you exactly perform the last step, which is going to make your copy 100 times better? Your scripts, your organic VSS, everything. We are going to talk about right now the last, but this is literally the most important step to have perfect copy. This is what we call a new opportunity. What is that exactly? Now, before I could do that, I need to explain something for you. That stimuli, meaning that the words, the titles, the pictures, everything people see creates energy. This will be a very racist example, so please, just for a second, put aside all of your racist thoughts. But this example proves my point. When there is a black person and you say the specific words they don't want to hear, there will be a reaction. So this specific person heard a word which is just a word, nothing else, just a word. It creates this reaction, right? So a word is just random letters put together, like literally. And letters are made up by humans. They are not real. We are not going to go in depth about this right now, but someone who is a person heard some kind of made up letters and they decided to be angry. And this just doesn't make sense, right? This is why this proves my point, that stimuli creates energy. Now, even though letters are made up by human and these sorts I just explained, the word in front of a specific person created a reaction. And why this is important is that now you understand that for the right person, the right combination of words will create a reaction. So a specific person with a specific word or specific words will have some kind of reaction. But right now, let's just get back to the original idea for a second here. That stimuli creates energy. Just like this. So if you think in this way, in your script, with specific words and phrases, you're creating energy. There's a person who you put some kind of stimuli in front and you create energy. Just like here, this specific person, because of a specific word, had some kind of reaction. And we both know like why we are creating content, right? Like we want to get something, like a booked call, a sale, a sign up, something we want to get from people. And what does it take for that to happen? That's the question. Well, a person needs to use their energy to do it, right? Like they need energy to do it. But this is where the problem comes in. The persuasive stimuli you're using is creating energy, but it's scattered. So let me explain. Just so you understand the persuasive stimuli, what I mean are these words, these things that I told you already and you're using. But the problem is that it's scattered, right? So you're using the words, you're using the stimuli, you're using them for the person and they have energy built up, but it's completely scattered. This is the problem. And if you don't concentrate this energy to one specific point, you're never going to get what you want. Meaning you're never going to get a book call, a sale, or a closed deal. So how do you actually do it? Right. This is what we call a new opportunity. And in kitchen language, a new opportunity is something that gives them hope to solve their problem or get to their pain. or get to their dream. And so when you attach the energy with the new opportunity you're presenting, you can capitalize on the concentrated energy to get a desired action from your ICP. This is really important. You're going to learn it in a second. If there's a person who you show stimuli and that creates energy, if you attach that energy to the new opportunity, you are going to be able to use this energy attached to new opportunity because it's concentrated right there to get a desired action from your ICP. This may seem complicated right now, but let me show you a simple example. This is our hook we have wrote. And I here right now show you the stimuli, which is creating the energy, and with this star, the new opportunity. Think in this way. So if you're out of your breath after 10 minutes of walking, hate to look in the mirror, had enough of packing away your favorite clothes, this is stimuli that is creating energy in the people who it resonates with, like people who are overweight. Then you say, you are the perfect place because today I will walk you through a simple workout program. This is right now attaching this energy you have already created to this specific new opportunity. Literally, you mention that this is what they're going to get and you attach it right there. That will allow you to lose 5 pounds a week without giving up your favorite meals or hopping on a new diet. This is again stimuli that is creating energy. And here you say, and I promise, after 3 months of doing this, when you will look into the mirror, you will find a big smile on your face and you can unpack those clothes. Again, this is stimuli that is creating energy. Because just as much you hate hearing all the scientific breakthroughs about losing fat, I do as well. That's why this is not going to be some tips and tricks a non-fat people thought out in a lab. This is, something we have already rewrote, but it's going to be the program that helped me go from 300 pounds to 174 in 6 months. So how does the program actually work? So guys, I hope you understand it because it's really crucial. The stimuli that you're creating will create energy, and that energy needs to be concentrated somewhere. And when you attach it back to the new opportunity, that's where you're going to get people to do a specific action. So right here, we have built a bunch of energy because, just as much this sentence, this creates energy because of this stimuli. This aligns with these people's, mental state. And when you say, that's why this is not going to be some tips and tricks. Again, we attach it to the new stimuli that you're seeing. Again, this is going to be a program that blah, blah, blah. Again, the new opportunity. And all these stimuli is exactly attached to the new opportunity. So when you say, how does this program work? You ask this question. They have every single energy attached to the program. And because of that concentration, people are going to stay and watch the video, which is the desired outcome you want. You capitalize on the concentrated energy. So this is something crucial. When you show the person the stimuli, the energy is created. When you attach that energy to a new opportunity, because of the concentrated energy about that new opportunity, you're going to be able to get these people to take a desired action you want them to do. And this was the hook. The desired action I want them to take is to watch until the end. So I built the stimuli. So I built with the stimuli, the energy, and I always attached it back to the new opportunity, then capitalize on the concentrated energy about the program for them to take an action, which is watching the rest of the video. So all these stimuli I have wrote was all about creating the energy, which by attached to the new opportunity will get them to watch the rest of the video. Understanding this alone will make you indestructible when creating something that which needs to persuade someone. Because when you understand how stimuli is aligned with the stimuli creates the energy, and that attached to a new opportunity will create the desired action through concentrating on energy and just capitalizing on it, you are going to be able to sell anything you want and make as much money as you want. So whether you want your viewers to watch, book a call, or buy your program, now you know exactly the secret. But there is just one more thing I have to teach you, which is the energy action threshold. In order for your viewer to take an action, they need to have enough energy built until they actually do that. And so here, the action is going to be X, Y, and Z. The energy level is going to fill up, and there's an action threshold because what kind of action we want your viewers to take, they are going to have different action threshold. So in order for someone to perform the specific action, their energy level must exceed the action threshold. And for different actions, the energy level required is different. So for an action to watch the rest of the video, this specific energy level right here is enough to watch the rest of the video. So if you build this correctly and attach it in the right way to a new opportunity, it is being built up, and by capitalizing on that, you can get people to watch the content. Versus booking a call, there's a much bigger action threshold because that's a bigger requirement from your viewer. So you need to build more energy through the stimuli that you're creating to be able to capitalize on that concentrated energy, which is booking a call. And that's why it's crucial what kind of new opportunity you concentrate your energy to. Because think in this way, you could have the perfect video where you build energy, but still you don't concentrate that energy to one new opportunity. And you're not going to have people taking action. You can have at multiple places, multiple energy levels, and not one concentrated good energy that will force people to book a call or do a specific action. So how can you learn this, to how to create the right opportunity, to attach it back all the time throughout the entire video to get a booked call, get someone to take an action? Because it's doing a hook is easy because the energy threshold is very low. But when we come to talk about buying a program, there is much more energy threshold in order for them to buy. So how do you actually do it? And this is the best way I'm going to do, is exactly how to attach your energy to the right, new opportunity. And I will tell you the best way right now. It is going to be analyzing how Iman did it in this specific video. So somehow I should be able to open this. Yes. No, I'm not able to open this. How can I open this? YouTube? What? Yes, you can somehow open this video. Like you can press the play button. Okay, we have this. Share, copy. I can do this. But here, as you can see, have it. And I watched it already, but you're going to have the start. So watch this video through. And you're going to exactly, like, not just watch this through, but ask this question. How is he building the energy for his audience? What is he attaching his energy to? And how does he capitalize on this energy? And this is going to be the crucial questions you ask. And because of these crucial questions, you're going to understand how to package your videos, and most importantly, the videos where you want to sell more, in order for you to capitalize on all this energy you have already built, have it attached to one specific thing, and just win. So a quick idea here, what he's doing, is he started with two different types of people. And that's the first new opportunity. And he attached all of your energy with the words he's doing, like so much money. Like he's talking about like opportunity, this, the other thing. And that builds this emotion in you, this energy. And he attached this to this idea, which is like the two different type of people, which one you want to be. From there, he talks about the good type of person you have to be. And that is going to be attached to the pattern of success within regular guys. This is another new opportunity which is attached. And again, from there, we come to the new AI model, which is going to be attached, this new opportunity. And from there, a 3-day training, which is again attached to this new thing. And so he's basically passing the energy step by step to the next new opportunity, while continuously building, because he's talking about the specific pain points, the specific dream bullet points, and he's using specificity and all those things I already told you today: latent conditions, the specificity, the visual or sensory inputs, then the 5 leverage builders. Then the next thing is going to be, talking to one specific person, but you understand that already. It's like these steps. Why do we have this 2 times? Sorry for that. But look, reality is this. You don't need to over push this in just a simple YouTube video. Like if you're creating a simple YouTube video, you don't have to do what he is doing, right? You're like Iman Gaji. He is doing this because he is doing an organic VSL. This is an organic VSL. And you don't need to map out this thing like a mad scientist in a lab every single day, every single YouTube video. But when you're going to write an organic VSL, other copy for us to actually sell, this is going to be crucial, like really, really crucial. So with that said, let's continue to actually how to write scripts and how to actually write good as copy. But I hope you guys understand this, because this idea for me took a bunch of time to really be implemented like step by step into my mind. But when I understood this, the entire business, the entire YouTube channels, everything just changed like that. Everything just changed. So that's why I know for a fact, after you guys deeply understand how this new opportunity works, how your every single stimuli creates an energy, and when you correctly attach that energy to a new opportunity, you capitalize on it, you get the desired action you want to get, you're going to succeed. So with that said, these were the foundations for writing. When I'm going to be more intelligent, because we all want to be more intelligent, I will update these. But right now, I know for a fact, if you have these guys, you can make a heck lot more money than right now you're making. So with that said, if you have any questions, you know where to reach me. See you later, man.
Hello everyone, today we are going to talk about how to use the copywriter GPT, because I am in a group where I have access to an amazing copywriter GPT which has all the knowledge it has to have in its uh, uh, mind, so to speak, even though it's an AI, to be able to write good copy. And for that, this is the actual GPT. And so I'm like, okay, what if, guys, you use this as well? What if you guys use this as well? And today I want to walk you through exactly how to use this copywriter GPT Max to the max, meaning that whatever copy you want to write, either it's a YouTube script, an organic VSL, or whatever it may be, you know exactly how to do it. And so the main thing is understanding how this copywriter GPT Max works. So I'm going to test whether he can tell me how he works, or otherwise I'm going to walk you through, guys, that. So can you please tell me what are the steps to writing copy together? And this is the idea, where it has multiple steps, and what it means is that you have to go through these steps one by one, and afterwards you're going to have a very good copy. So step number 0 is going to be the intake. Here, this is going to be defining what are we writing. So for example, are we writing a YouTube script? Are we writing an Instagram or an IG ad, whatever it may be? The second is going to be understanding, or basically here there is a step 0.5 which it didn't write down, but like, or this is the idea.
a micro brief for the audience, the offer, the proof, the call to action, voice, awareness, sophistication. It asks you a bunch of questions in order for ChatGPT to write very good copy for the specific thing. So for a launch email, it will ask different things than for a IG ad. So the step number 0 is the intake, like getting all the information inside ChatGPT. Step number 1 is going to be the micro brief synthesis, and the framework setup. So here you have to choose basically a framework on how you're going to write the copy. And of course, a length, which is short, medium, long, or custom. Now, you can choose here, like for example, ADA, but also it can recommend. So for example, usually when I write a YouTube script, I like to go with explaining what I want to achieve, like what kind of video I want to create, and then I let ChatGPT recommend for me a script format. This is step number 1. Step number 2 is the hook or headline development. For us, it's more the hook. And why there's a step for the hook is because the hook is the most important one. And that's why there is going to be a bunch of different variations of the hook. And you have to pick the winner here, which one you like the most. Step number 3 is going to be the full draft creation. And like using the framework, meaning the section order, it will write the actual body copy. Now, for me personally, I don't like when ChatGPT writes the entire body copy at once. I only write it section by section so I can edit those little details which I don't like about it. But after the full draft is created, step number 4 is going to be a review. ChatGPT can review its own copy, how good it is, and it has a short and a long review, meaning that a short review is just some tips and ideas it gives. A long review is very, very, very in depth. I usually go with a long review or a short and a long review. And step number 5 is when it's done. It's just done. Okay, now what I wanted to say with this is that this is the structure it uses. And so if I would open up a new ChatGPT here and press this button, which is let's create some high converting copy, you can basically start with this. Okay, step number 0, what is it? I'm going to say YouTube script, and bang. Now these are the things I have to fill here. Now this is how the entire thing works, but you don't have to be too much, you don't have to overthink this too much, whether you have to go with these specific sections, like this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. How I write copy with this ChatGPT is that I just give them I just usually I start with I wanna write, let's say, YouTube script, but I have a bunch of things I wanna tell you first, and I just lay it out. And then I feel these things, and going to writing the scripts. The hook is really important, guys, so make sure anything you're writing, the hook crafted to be very, very good. But do not write a full draft of your copy with ChatGPT or with any kind of copywriter bot, because it will make a bunch of mistakes. Rather, do it section by section and change those things which you don't like. So for example, let's take a look at one of the where is something I wrote. Okay, this is not that. What happened here? Mm, okay, I don't know. I just don't know. But like this is what I do. After I've written a section, I outline some specific thing. Okay, let's change this to this. Then another one. Let's change this to this. And you have to make sure that it flows really well. So for that reason, ChatGPT is not perfect, right? That's why you need to have the skills of writing persuasive copy in order for you to write really, really good copy. Because ChatGPT is not going to substitute a good copywriter because you need creative ideas and you have to come up with that. So that's going to be this video. Other thing which you have to be aware of is that ChatGPT has a limit of words it can send out. So potentially you write all the copies step by step, section by section. But what can happen is that when you tell ChatGPT to do a review, ChatGPT will have a completely different copy than what you had with a section by section and analysis or when you have written it. So why this is important is because you have to make sure, like absolutely make sure that ChatGPT sees the right script and not the wrong ones. So meaning that go with the section by section, write it like that, and save the section when you're done with it. Save it for yourself in a Google Doc, in your Notion, Hub, wherever you want to. But the idea is that you have to make sure, like literally make sure that not just it flows well, but ChatGPT doesn't make a mistake of forgetting or because of a character limit changing your script, which you have specifically changed. So rather what I usually do is after I have it, every section is written out by me or like, copied and pasted into my Notion or wherever. I copy the whole thing, paste it into that place where we have been chatting, and I write long review, and it's going to review this entire copy. Usually, it sees one or good places where you could improve the copy. It will give you the details on this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to do. And I tell him that, okay, tell me the exact line I should change. And I search it up and I change it. I don't use ChatGPT to change it because when it's trying to change it, it changed the entire script because again of the character limit. So it's just trash in this sense. Otherwise, it saves me a bunch of hours. Like you can write a very good persuasive copy with this in minutes, like literally in minutes. If you know what you're doing and why you're doing it, it's really, really easy. So this is the copywriter GPT Max that you can guys use for yourselves. And let's go.
Hello and welcome to a new module which is going to be how to script a YouTube video. I'm going to break this down into multiple parts. One is the structure, one is the system for scripting, and then we're going to talk about exactly how to use AI to script it. But that's going to be completely using it. There is no Miro board for that. So let's talk about the first thing, then the second, and the third. So we're going to talk about how I like to script my YouTube videos and why it's like how I like to script my videos. There is no perfect way to write a YouTube video, a YouTube script. But for, let's say, an organic VSL, we have, that's going to be different. So let's talk about the structure. Now, I'm going to talk about my way of thinking about it, but I will tell you the truth right now, that in order for you to script a perfect YouTube video, start with the structure, and create a flow for yourself. So think out how you want the people go from point A, which is your hook, to the last point, which is your call to action, or whatever you end your video with. And just create a flow, because every video is different. I cannot have for you a perfect structure. Educational type of content, I like to do it this way, but if you're creating a more storytelling type of video, just think out what would make sense for your viewers and just create a flow. This is not complicated, just you have to do it. So for you to script a banger YouTube script, there's no perfect structure. When it comes to the content that resonates, there can be 10,000 ways to do that. That's why there is no perfect structure. So I cannot, realistically speaking, teach you one perfect structure, but this is what I like to use when I'm scripting a video, if it's an educational video. There's a hook, there's a problem, there's a value, there's a call to action. But why do I think this is a good way? Because this structure solves the problem I talked about in the section of value creation. I don't know if you remember, I hope you do. In the value creation, I was talking about the problem of the increasing awareness, and the problem is that someone doesn't understand something. Then if you give the actionable step-by-step thing, they're not going to feel that that's valuable for them. So that's why it's really important for you to do that. And so if you're creating a content which is educational, we have to be 100% sure that the action is going to be consumable by them. And yes, if for some reason doesn't understand how the value you're going to share aligns with their situation, the problem section is going to fix that. So for a second, let's talk about the structure I use, and let me give you some more details if something was missing in the previous videos and these sorts of stuff. So hook. The big idea, title and thumbnail validation, big promise, credibility, open loop. That's all. And you guys already know this, but there are two more things I want to add. And the one is the don't be too direct advice. Think in this way. There is someone who just met you for the first time. They see your face the first time. How would you communicate for that person? That's how your videos work. That's how your videos work. Like your hook is the first point where people meet with you. How would you communicate with them? You wouldn't be like, you're shit. Like, you wouldn't say like, you're making a mistake. If you do XYZ, you're stupid. Like, don't ever do XYZ because blah, 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 blah. Like, of course, don't take this like specific example, but like take it with a pinch of salt. Like if you say something like this, even if these seem absurd, you're making mistakes because you're too direct. This is just a hook. You're meeting someone for the first time ever. You have to pull them in slowly to trust you. Think about our sales call. Did I start with like, what's your problem? Tell me your problem. No, of course I didn't start like this. I was like, okay, Sammy, what really motivated you to set the time aside and, come onto this call with me today? I bring you into the conversation, then I can chop it up. But if you be like, tell me what's your problem, then you're like, oh, wait, I just, push back. So keep this mindset above. Someone who just met you for the first time. That's how your hook needs to be. New opportunity. This is, something we talked about in the last module. I usually use as the new opportunity the principle/thing I will teach in that video, if that makes sense for you guys. So I get them to stay because of that thing they're going to learn. This is what I do. Then as I pass that energy, Then as I pass the energy to that. This was an incorrect sentence, sorry. Let me explain what I wanted to say. So I get them to stay because of the thing they are going to learn. Like, you're going to learn this principle, you're going to learn this. And I pass the energy from that principle into taking the action. So what I mean by this at the end, yes, we will talk about this in the call to action, from that principle I taught, I can take the energy like from the new opportunity and put it into the call to action, which is like draining it, like just pulling it into it. So you will learn this in the call to action in a second. Now let's talk about the problem. This is very simple. Teach what they need to know until they could actually succeed with the more implementable advice you will give later. Stop. That's all. That's my only idea taught when mapping out the entire problem section. If I want to teach you how to do Loom, no, that's not a good idea. How how to create an organic VSL, for example. I have to teach you something before you would be able to use the system. So I'm going to start with them. And that's the problem section. It's like in a video, I could be like, if you want to get to 10K per month, I'm going to teach you everything that you need to do. But there is a problem that no one actually talks about. And then I lead into the problem. It's like, boom. Okay. Next one. Value. What, why, example, how, story, framework. Do you guys know about it? But like what? What are you teaching them? Why? Why is that important for them? Example. What examples can you use to prove your point? How to do / perform that specific thing. Story. Tell a related story so people just resonate with you. There's no order to this. You can switch these up. So use these as building blocks. One more thing is this. If you're teaching a beginner audience or you're teaching an unaware audience about something more complex. So think in this way. In spiritual niche, you're teaching a new, a new concept. How can you explain it where people always may understand it? Well, we use metaphors. So if you're really talking to a beginner audience, like, I don't know, 17-year-olds who want to make money online, talk to them through metaphors. Let's say how to make money. You explain a metaphor that will help them understand your point. And another audience, for example, spirituality, someone doesn't understand this concept, you want them to understand this concept, use metaphors because it makes it easy to understand. And that's something which is really important. Don't just tell examples, use metaphors. As an example would be this, like think in this way. How do you teach a 10-year-old what trading? So it's a simple metaphor. Easy. If you use a metaphor, the 10-year-old kid can understand what's trading. But if you don't, they're going to be like, oh my God, I just listened to a bunch of words which I have no clue what it means. But a metaphor works. So we are not writing to 10-year-olds, right? But metaphors always work and use them as much as possible. The more complex your thing, use it more. Especially in organic VSI, like please use as many metaphors as you can. Call to action. This is absolutely simple. Use a call to action which takes the energy associated with the new opportunity, with the pains and desires of your target audience. Let me explain as an example. If you're XYZ person who is suffering with XYZ, make this better please. There's a link down below to join my mentorship program where actually the XYZ principle you learned today is from. There's too much actually. It's like, hey, I have this program where this principle is from, which you just love so much. So, of course, this is just one of the 14 principles I teach here. So you make it bigger. If this one was so good for you, then the next 14 I will teach you in my mentorship is just, oh my God, like life-changing. And this is, a simple way to position your offer, your program, whatever you're selling, to not just be able to sell more, but to create this need, this desire for people. And this is all about the call to action secrets. The other thing in call to actions about call to actions is that don't use them in every video you create. So if every video you create and the people hear a call to action, not just, a simple call to action, but a hard call to action that book a call, then they're going to be like, what the frick? Because, think in this way where someone just randomly binges 3 videos of yours. They see 3 hard call to action that book a call with me today, there is just going to be too much. So what I would do is I would hint your program rather than have hard call to actions like, yeah, and like I teach even more in my mentorship program, but thank you so much for watching. See ya. Don't hint a call to action. Don't say a call to action. Hint your program. It's going to naturally lead into a call to action for them in their mind. So this is the call to action. That's all you need to know about structure. So the question becomes, how do you script them? So if you have to manually script your video, this is what you need to do. But the other thing is that if you don't want to write it manually, still watch this video because what I'm going to teach you, the flow is crucial. So this is going to be actually a short one because how you script is you sit your ass down and script. Literally, I can't tell you anything else. You sit your ass down and you script. This is exactly how I do it if I have to do it manually. I start with the hook. I iterate on the hook 2 to 3 times until I feel like this is a really good hook. Then write literally the rest of the script and iterate on the whole script 2 to 3 times. And it's done. Script is done. See you later. Now, the most important part is hook. That's why you have to make sure it's a banger before going for the rest of the script. Otherwise, the rest can be just good, so to speak. Like, you know what I mean by that. Now, one thing I have to fix your attention though, that's the flow. The flow. What flow you have in your video will decide how good it will actually perform. This is a usual mistake people do when scripting their video or just talking in front of a camera. Even though, you know, let's say they can write each section perfectly. Like I can talk about this idea, this idea, this idea, this idea, this idea. It's not good. I can talk in a hook. I can write a hook. I can write the problem section. I can write a value section. It's not good because the video doesn't feel good throughout the whole video. It's just not going to perform. People feel like people don't feel good when they watch the video. It feels abrupt. That's why it's important to keep the flow good. Going from idea to idea, from section to section, having a perfect flow. And how I like to think about this is that there should be no place in the video where a person feels like, okay, the hook is over. Okay, now the value is over. You know, now I'm going to get a call to action. Now, most likely people are not going to think this, but if you write scripts, you will feel when the hook is over. And so if you can feel when the hook is over, you don't have a good hook. You don't have a good video because it's like there is no flow. It has to be one big, perfectly flowing video, just as you don't have 3 buckets filled with water. You have one pool that is filled with water, and that's going to create this place where you can do whatever you want, basically. Like I hope you understand my point. Flow is important. Flow is important. How do you actually do this? There is 3 ways I just quickly jot down, because flow is something that you learn in the form of writing more scripts. Exactly how do you do this without, saying like, okay, let's jump in, like we don't want to use this. So the very first thing is questions. Questions are very good to go from point A to point B. Like a lot of times the questions work perfectly. A recent organic VSL I wrote for someone's like, because I was able to do it alone, this is how it ends. Like I get X, Y, and Z. I'm so rich, so this, so that. And because I was able to do it alone, something on that line. But where did it all start? Because 5 years ago, my life didn't look like this. So this question, where did it all start, leads into this storytelling part of the video, which is like exactly what things happened. Next part is this guessing. So basically you can guess what they are thinking, and usually that gets them out from their current thinking mode or current mode of thinking to think about how they are thinking. This is a very convoluted sentence and it's funny, but because of this, you can pull them into the next section of the video with a seamless flow. So another example from organic VSL is like storytelling ads in the same organic VSL. Okay, now you might be thinking, yeah, trading sounds awesome, Milan, but how can I do it too? That's exactly right now. What is this, man? I'm just tired. Right now, I will share with you the free. What a free did I write here? Right now, I will share with you the 3 most important lessons about trading. So it was written in Hungarian language. That's why the translation is trash right now. But this is the idea. We asked this. Yeah, trading sounds awesome, Milan, but how can I do it too? This is what they are thinking, and we went into the next section, which was the actual bullet points or value points. Next point is the hinting. So going from point A to point B is easy if you already mentioned something about point B. Hint about the next step. Advice / whatever. Hint about the next step, which is either the next step, either the advice or whatever, and then get into it. Think in this way, where you mention one value point and you go into the next one. This is not a real example, I just wrote this. But there's another requirement for having a proper trading journal. This is advice number 1. It's understanding risk management. And we go into the next one without being like, okay, step number 2. And you can ask that like, what is that exactly? And then you go into that. It's like, this is the what part of the video. So you simply hint the next one and you ask back, and you can go forward with it. You have a good flow. So with that said, the 3 ways to have proper flow. All you need right now is scripting, like sitting down and scripting. But if you want to 10x your speed for that, how do you actually do that? So let's use AI to script a completely new video from scratch.